going to take him a second to sit down. Take your seats, please. Thank you so much. If you could take your seats. Thank you, everybody. We're going to call tonight's West Hollywood City Council meeting to order. It is 5:03 p.m., and we are going to start with our land acknowledgement, and we have Rena Goldman to do that, if you wouldn't mind coming in. Rena.
The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino, Tongva, Gabrielino, Key peoples.
Thank you so much. And next, I would like to call up Andy Harlan, who will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, West Hollywood. It is my honor to lead you in our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you kindly place your hand over your heart and repeat after me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, West Hollywood.
Thank you, Andy. Madam City Clerk, may I get a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. So I am actually going to take roll call initially with the current council. And then when we switch places, I'm going to do roll call again so we have it in the system and can use Granicus tonight. So I'm going to do a voice vote as we are now. So Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Hang.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Here.
Mayor Erickson.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
We are now going to move to the approval of the agenda. Does staff have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, staff is requesting that item F10, which is the appointment to various outside organizations and city council subcommittees, be tabled to the February 3rd meeting. And I believe we are also moving, it's E1. I believe the council received a memo requesting that we're moving the one recommendation, giving staff the authority to negotiate for an additional 90 days. That will go to consent. And the other two items of that will be tabled to February 3rd so that the council can have a conversation about that.
All right. Sounds good. I have a few potential suggestions, if I may start. I was wondering if we could move F2, resolutions of insurance bonds. I always look at you first.
Well, I know that there won't be a conversation about it, so that's okay.
Okay.
I'll just note my...
Your no vote.
Right.
Okay, sounds good. Are people okay with F2? Sounds good. F5 is the micro grants item.
I have questions.
Okay. F9 is the fire, wind, safety, emergency preparedness.
I'd like to talk about it because I think it's an important discussion.
Okay.
Yep.
F8 is the community group town hall, and it is mine as well, and I forgot to mention that, but I don't know how people feel about that. Great. F7 is the community cleanup. Great. F6, the education forum on homelessness. F4 is the pre-approved list. Great. One more for fun. F3, pedestrian lighting. Great. Are there any other ones from my colleagues, or did I capture the sentiment of everyone? Wonderful. So just to reiterate for the public, we are going to be moving F2, the resolution of insurance bonds, noting, I believe, Councilmember Meister's no vote. We are going to move F8, the community group town hall, F7, the community cleanup, F6, the educational forum on homelessness, F4, the pre-approved travel list, and F3, the pedestrian lighting items to the consent calendar.
Mayor, can I suggest that we hear E2, E3, and E4 together? they're all related to the public safety update?
Staff would recommend that we're going to do them one after another. What seems to have happened in the past is when we've combined these items, the discussion has gotten a little confusing and the recommendations have gotten confusing. But staff is prepared to go quickly through the presentations on each one. But if we can discuss them separately, it'd be helpful.
And what about combining E6 and E7 together?
We'd like to do the same for those.
Okay.
Keep them separate, but they'll be like
I'm
one
trying
behind the
here.
other.
And then I was wondering if my colleagues wouldn't mind moving up F1 to being heard first, right after legislative, the emergency ordinance item, to get that done with before we have a longer conversation about public safety. I was thinking maybe we should get that one done earlier, the emergency ordinance F1, so moving that to right after legislative and before our unfinished business. Is that okay? All right, so we are going to move F1, the emergency ordinance in response to the fires, to take place right after legislative, which we have no business under. All right, seeing no other items, is there a motion to move the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right. We'll give that to the incoming vice mayor, but Councilmember John Heilman as the second, and we'll take a vote.
So we have a motion from incoming Mayor Byers and a second from incoming Vice Mayor Heilman to approve tonight's agenda. I will now do a roll call vote. Councilmember Heng.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Councilmember Meister.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes.
Mayor Erickson.
Yes.
We have an agenda.
Wonderful. And now we're going to move on to a very important item, and we are going to move on to, hold on, adjournment motions. Sorry, my computer's all screwed up. This is also important. May I start to my right? Councilmember Meister, would you like to go first? I know you have a few.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Charles Entebbe. Tonight, we adjourn in memory of Charles Entebbe, a longtime resident of West Hollywood and a gifted actor whose life was devoted to the arts. Born and raised in the Bensonhurst and Flatbush neighborhoods of Brooklyn, New York, Charles discovered his passion for performance at an early age, participating in community and school plays from the age of 6. A theater major at Brooklyn College, he later moved to Manhattan, where he refined his craft through years of work in theater and film. Charles studied at HB Studios, became a member of Dale McLaughlin's Portobello Theater Company, and broadened his artistic horizons through stand-up comedy, improvisation, and sketch comedy with Second City. West Hollywood became his cherished home for many years. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and all who were inspired by his creativity, talent, and love for storytelling. The second one is George Daniel Siegel, or as I knew him, Danny. Dan was born in Pittsburgh, went to New York to be an actor, and even though he had graduated college with a degree in architecture, then he made his way to LA and found his home in West Hollywood. I met Danny through work because I was his boss, but I also lived on Clark Street, just a short stroll to where he lived on Larrabee. We became very fast friends. After I left the company that we were both working at, we became even closer, with him convincing me to buy a house in West Hollywood West after he had moved to Rangeley. He also convinced me to join West Hollywood West Residents Association and made me go, even though the meetings were incredibly crazy then, saying I was invested now and I had to be involved. Dan was the executive vice president of West Hollywood West Residents Association while I was president, and I often looked to him for his remarkable insights and sound advice. But more than anything, Dan had a great sense of humor, and we laughed and laughed, even through planning commission and council meetings, because something in the independent blotter struck us both funny, and it was just uncontrollable. And I know we got yelled at a couple of times from Councilmember Heilman from the dais. Danny eventually moved with his longtime friend and companion to Costa Rica, where they bought a bed and breakfast and where he finished his life. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's a number of years ago, but it was always hopeful and always maintained his sense of humor. We spoke on the phone, but not often enough. I'll miss my friend Danny, but now he can rest in peace. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister, and we're sending you our love. Vice Mayor, but Councilmember Heilman, do you have any adjournment motions? Vice Mayor Byers?
Yes, I have one. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Brianna Welker, age 31, made the choice to leave this world on December 14th, 2024. Brianna lived her short life to the fullest and filled it with travel, baking, art, family, and countless friends. She was a kind soul with a true heart of gold. She inspired those around her to be true to themselves and helped shape the lives of everyone she met. Brianna was caring, funny, and weird in the best ways possible. Her laughter was infectious, and she was far more intelligent than most of us. She was the embodiment of beauty, inside and out. She's survived by her mother, Edie, her father, Eugene, her sister, Ashley, and her nephew, Theodon, and numerous other family and friends. And our hearts are empty without Brianna here. I knew her from my time at Northern Arizona University, and I miss her tremendously, and we know she is in the universe, spreading stars for us every night. If you or a loved one is experiencing a mental health crisis or thoughts of suicide, please do reach out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Hang, you don't have any? Wonderful. All right, I have 5. Tonight, we all would like to adjourn in memory of the victims of the LA fires and in memory of all those that were impacted in the Los Angeles region. Our hearts go out to the families who have lost loved ones, to those who have suffered injuries, and to the many who have lost their homes, businesses, and cherished belongings in this tragedy. We also wish to recognize and express our deep gratitude to the firefighters, first responders, and community members who have worked tirelessly and selfishly to save lives and protect our neighborhoods during these difficult times. Next, I would like to adjourn in memory of Dale Silverding, Director of Development for Being Alive, who passed away last month. Dale started working at Being Alive in May 2023. He was an accomplished piano and organ player. He studied in Belgium and in Italy, but never lost his Midwestern sensibility and was a faithful servant of the church. On behalf of the City of West Hollywood, we extend our heartfelt condolences to Dale and the Being Alive family during this difficult time. Next, I would like to adjourn in memory of Cecile Richards, a trailblazing leader, advocate, and champion for reproductive rights. Cecile, the dynamic former president of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, passed away on Monday at her home in Manhattan at the age of 67 following a courageous battle with glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. A political organizer by background, Cecile was the daughter of the late Ann Richards, a legendary former governor of Texas. From 2006 to 2018, Cecile served as the president of Planned Parenthood, where her visionary leadership transformed the organization into a powerhouse for advocacy and healthcare, providing essential services to millions across the nation. She was one of the most prominent and fearless defenders of abortion rights, navigating immense challenges to ensure access to care for individuals and families. Cecile's legacy extends far beyond her role at Planned Parenthood. She was an unwavering voice for equity, justice, and the rights of all people to make decisions about their own bodies and lives. Her impact will continue to inspire generations and advocates of changemakers to come. On behalf of the City of West Hollywood, we honor Cecile for her profound contributions to advancing reproductive rights and justice, and send our deepest condolences to her family and friends and all those here in West Hollywood who were touched by her remarkable work. Next, I would like to adjourn in memory of Harriet Young Torres, the mother-in-law to staff member Helen Collins, Acting Director of Public Works. Harriet passed away on January 4th at the age of 89. Harriet was born on October 22nd, 1935 in Honolulu, Hawaii. She retired from Transamerica and lived with Helen and her only daughter, Elena. Harriet loved to bowl, and she loved sports. She always rooted for the LA Lakers and the LA Dodgers. She loved animals, especially the pet kiddos at home, and she also loved Helen's cooking. Our heartfelt condolences go out to Helen and her family during this difficult time. Last but not least, I would like to adjourn in memory of Nicolette Diedemeyer, who was my mother's best friend's mother. Nicolette Diedemeyer, a native of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and longtime resident of California's East Bay, passed away on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025. Nikki was a loving wife to Ronald, her high school sweetheart of nearly 70 years. Their marriage is an extraordinary example of their enduring love. Keenly devoted to each other, they guided their children, Jeanette Diedemeyer, Elizabeth Norris, and Brian Diedemeyer. Nicolette's intuitiveness, kindness, curiosity, and sense of humor were among her many gifts. Often the quietest person in the room, she rarely accepted a profound impact her selfless spirit had on the lives of her husband, children, family, friends, and community. Her love of music, movies, theater, and natural beauty and artistry was evident to her family and friends. The family asks that when we think of their beloved Nicolette, please consider a random act of kindness in her honor. All right, that concludes adjournment motions. And now I would like to move on to having Robert Lewis administer the oath of office to the newly elected mayor, Chelsea Byers.
With much appreciated assistance by Melissa Crowder, our wonderful city clerk, and my wonderful partner, Austin Seary.
Hi, Chelsea.
I, Chelsea Lee Byers.
I'll always look over you.
Oh, thought he was starting. Ready for you, Bob.
Okay, now. I, Chelsea Lee Byers.
I, Chelsea Lee Byers. Oh. After you, Bob.
I, Chelsea Lee Byers. So,
I, Chelsea Lee Byers.
do solemnly swear that I will, while serving in the office of mayor of the city of West Hollywood, I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California. Your turn.
My turn. Do solemnly swear that while serving in the office of mayor of the city of West Hollywood, I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California.
I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter. Woo! I think we have one more person to swear in tonight. Our city clerk, Melissa Crowder, will officially administer the oath of office to our newly elected Vice Mayor, John Heilman.
I, John Heilman,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that while serving in the office of Vice Mayor
that while serving in the office of Vice Mayor
of the city of West Hollywood,
of the city of West Hollywood,
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the state of California,
and the Constitution of the state of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
And now the city clerk's going to remove our nameplates. We're going to do a little bit of a shuffle in, and then we'll be right back with you. 1 second. This is the reorganization of the meeting.
Yes.
These are my shoes.
That's my foot thing. So excited. I get all this room. I said I get all this room. I'm so excited.
Okay.
Yep, even better.
I think we are getting settled. I get to run the meeting from now on, so that's exciting. Our next item, which is also important on the agenda, is a presentation to our outgoing mayor, John Erickson. So we're now going to present this to you. You have a whole thing. At this time, on behalf of my colleagues and the City of West Hollywood, I would like to present outgoing Mayor Erickson with a proclamation in honor of his outstanding service as mayor of the City of West Hollywood this past year. Whereas John M. Erickson was first elected to the City of West Hollywood's council in November 2020, bringing steadfast commitment to upholding the city's founding vision as a beacon of progressiveness, diversity, and inclusivity. And whereas throughout his mayoral term, Mayor Erickson has prioritized addressing the city's most pressing challenges, including expanding affordable housing opportunities, strengthening renter protections, advancing sustainable transportation initiatives, and combating climate change. His commitment to equity and inclusion has driven policies that ensure West Hollywood remains a safe and welcoming community for all. And whereas, under Mayor Erickson's leadership, the city has continued its efforts to address homelessness by fostering collaborations among Los Angeles County agencies, nonprofit service providers, and community stakeholders. His advocacy is focused on providing critical housing and supportive services that meet the needs of the city's most vulnerable residents. And whereas Mayor Erickson has championed community safety measures, including a zone text amendment to allow early demolition permits for vacant properties posing public safety risks, exploring requirements for commercial ovens to install emission control devices, and organizing a public forum to address wildlife safety concerns. And whereas, as a steadfast advocate for LGBTQ+ rights, Mayor Erickson has elevated West Hollywood's status as a global leader in LGBTQ+ equality by supporting enhancements to the city's Rainbow District and spearheading initiatives that celebrate and empower the LGBTQ+ community. In addition to West Hollywood Pride, he has championed events such as One Institute's Circa Festival, the Out Loud Sports Festival, and the California LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce's LGBTQ+ Certification Summit, among many others. So now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the West Hollywood City Council, do hereby bestow the highest honor on Mayor John M. Erickson and thank him for his tireless leadership during this mayoral term. In addition, we also are going to provide you with a plaque in recognition of your unwavering dedication to residents, community members, your commitment to advancing community safety, championing affordable housing, and advocating for LGBTQ+ rights. We extend our gratitude for your leadership and impactful service during your successful term as mayor of the City of West Hollywood. Everyone applaud now. Now we have a moment for our colleagues to say a few words about Councilmember Erickson, and I believe you have some things to say yourself. Would my colleagues like to add anything to the presentation for our outgoing mayor?
Just thank you for your service. We appreciate it. It's not an easy chair to sit in. And also want to congratulate my colleagues, Vice Mayor Heilman and Mayor Chelsea Byers.
Thank you, former Mayor Erickson, and congratulations, our new mayor, Chelsea Byers. As Lauren said, being in the mayoral role is always difficult, and especially during an election year. Thank you so much for all the work that you put in this last year. Look forward to continue to work with you.
Councilmember Erickson, thank you so much for your friendship. Thank you for your service. It was very exciting for me to officially serve one meeting with you while you were mayor. Very exciting. And thank you for being a mentor and a friend to me. I look forward to working to do many more big things for the city with you.
I know the quickest and easiest way to my colleagues' hearts is to keep comments very efficient, especially with an agenda before us. And I just want to thank the members of the public, my former colleague and former Mayor Seppi Shine, who's in the audience today, as well as all my board and commission members, and everyone that's shown me such support. I also want to acknowledge former Mayor and Councilmember Abby Land, who's been a steadfast and supporter and individual. We are nothing if not a community of people together. Now more than ever, we need to come together and fight for what's right. And I know that with our new vice mayor and the current council, the city of West Hollywood will always make the right decision, and that's fighting for justice and equality for all. So thank you, and let's get back to work.
And if my vice mayor does not have any remarks to share, I do have some comments, and then we will go straight into the public comment from the dignitaries, public comment, and on to the rest of the agenda, just so folks know. So I'll make my remarks, and folks who are here just for the swearing-in activities, there's a little receptions planned for you outside, and you're welcome to go enjoy that after the conclusion of the remarks, before we get on to the rest of the meeting. So. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. Thank you to our outgoing mayor, to everyone. We meet this moment of transition as a city in a larger moment as a region and as a country, a deep reminder of the inextricable links between us all. The Los Angeles region has endured a truly historic disaster, and my heart goes out to the many whose lives have been upended by the raging fires across the county. The loss of their homes, schools, cultural anchors, legacy businesses, places of worship, green spaces, and other places important to their communities is truly overwhelming. For many, this loss goes beyond the physical, the manifestation of dreams, safety, and security in communities that we hold truly dear. West Hollywood is a city that knows connection to a space goes beyond the physical. It's what it means to us and represents that we celebrate and fight to protect as much as the thing itself. In the many alerts and ongoing panic and alarm that this community experienced, the sense of safety and security we had once known has been newly challenged. And now, as a third week of extreme winds continue tonight and a narrow-minded administration moves into that White House, we are reminded of the many unknowns still to come. But what I do know is this: it is how we respond in the days, weeks, and months to come that'll be what truly defines us. I have been immensely heartened by the fierce response from our community, the instinct to care and support others, the operation so quickly established to scale this care, and the recognition that we can learn and grow from this devastating collective experience that continues to unfold. I marvel at the work of our city staff and the bravery of the first responders who have been at the forefront of navigating response. I know our staff has pulled late-night shifts and long hours for our city, many while navigating their own issues and fears on the home front, and even making arrangements to postpone this ceremony was added work. I am so grateful to each and every member of our city staff for how they've shown up through this time. And Mayor Erickson, you spent your final days as mayor sharing emergency alerts and communication updates with the community and being responsive and available in the face of crisis. We know so many can attest to the way you have shown up for them, and we all watched you show up for the city over the past year in ways that newly tested and defined your commitment to caring for what you love. We have been incredibly fortunate to be in your care. As I ready to pick up this baton and carry forward the leadership role of our city, I thank each and every one of my colleagues for the support you've shown me and the unique leadership you bring to our city. Working together to strengthen the whole of our community and make this city more resilient and more prepared for the future ahead is our call, and I know each of us are ready to rise to this occasion. I see in this room longtime community members, new friends, dignitaries, and leaders from across the region. For any of you to take the time, especially in this time, to be here, demonstrates your care and investment in the success of this city, and it is so appreciated and welcomed. We know as individuals we cannot be successful doing anything alone, and this is even more true for a city. Last week, my family made great effort to come from Arizona to West Hollywood, some for the first time, to support my transition to this leadership role. While they were not able to come back to be here tonight, it is so important for me to take a moment to recognize the people who made me who I am. I come from a family of problem solvers, people who will learn how to fix something to make it better. Immensely creative and hardworking people who have supported me and celebrated me every step of the way. My ability to respond optimistically to challenges comes from the can-do, overcome-it-all attitude I grew up around. Growing roots in the heat of the Arizona desert is not possible for all forms of life, but the resilience found in my family gives me strength every day. Tonight, I was sworn in remotely by my godfather, Robert Bob Lewis, who, with his wife, Karen, have been known to me and my family as my whole life. My parents' relationship with them and their years of caring for me like their own was my first lesson in chosen family, an idea that we celebrate fiercely here in the city of West Hollywood. Bob's pool business in Tucson was my first unofficial internship, and exploring Tucson each summer at Camp Karen defined my youth. The love and care that family has shown to mine has shaped me and deeply influenced the way I care for others. And to my dad, my brother, and my beautiful mom, I love you so much and recognize the sacrifice you made to support me in all the many ways. Words will just never be enough to describe my gratitude. And to Austin, building home with you, as we have done over 13 years, is the greatest joy I know. Thank you for being my fiercest ally and supporting me and sharing with me your energy, your love, and your brilliance. Your dad, Richard, and Julie, too, have become family, and seeing us all grow together is truly just a joy I couldn't have imagined. Being together tonight, we signify not only a transition of leadership, but a new chapter of decision-making for us all. How will we live our lives knowing what we have seen and now know? How will we respond and move forward? How will we care for ourselves and each other? These decisions are ours to make each and every day. And while the federal administration will draw our attention elsewhere, the decision to remain focused on our priorities here in West Hollywood is ours to make. The strength in this city is truly on full display, and it is this bravery and solidarity and resilience we will need as we face the backlash of an administration that seeks to overwhelm our focus with threats and actions to divide our community, erase our experiences, and undermine our rights. The call to stay engaged on our most pressing goals is clearer than ever. As I said last year in becoming vice mayor, West Hollywood is well positioned to be a model and leader in how cities across the country respond to climate change, social service delivery, affordable housing, mobility, and so much more. Against a federal administration doing whatever that is, it is in cities like ours where our power lies to make real progress. All of the things we care about at a national level have local implications. Staying focused and reaching our goals here in West Hollywood is a clear way we can challenge this administration. Resilient communities are inclusive communities. We saw and felt the way that existed in our community as we heard the knock of our neighbors at our door, as we received the texts and calls from folks across town or across the country, as we rallied together in hours and days that followed to organize donations and coordinate volunteer time and mobilize our available community assets to make West Hollywood a city that could care for as many as possible in this time. And as we checked in with each other just yesterday while the spectacle of that new administration unfolded. When we know our neighbors and embrace each other beyond our differences, our mutual entanglement becomes a benefit and even a lifeline. And we are entangled in this city, in this region, in this country. All of our border lines drawn so close, all of our lives just stacked up on top of each other. We are so close and so connected. And there's nothing more important in the time ahead than getting to know each other and how we can better care for each other. I'm grateful to feel this closeness and connection tonight and ready for what's next as we move forward together. So thank you all for being here tonight. As I said, there will not be a formal reception. We have a very full council agenda ahead, but know that I am truly so grateful to the many of you who came out just for this moment. There are some treats in the lobby, and I hope you will enjoy them. I think we're going to take a quick pause as a council to allow for folks to make a transition outside. And if you're staying for the remainder of the meeting, we will get started very promptly. I know it's a very important agenda to the community ahead. But thank you all so much for your investment and care in this city and in me. It means a lot. Yeah. We are going to take a shuffle. We're going to reconvene beginning with a public comment at 5:45, so just about 6 minutes, but at least it's a clean start time. Thank you. There's still a public comment period for folks who are out in the lobby enjoying themselves. Enjoy. We are going to reconvene this meeting, so I ask that folks take their seats. We have a long night of business to get through. Very much appreciate the celebration. Now it's time for the business. We have everyone take their seats. If you are standing in the front, we need you to take your seat. Please take your seat. Thank you so much. Okay. I believe we are going to begin with public comment and introduction of dignitaries. City Clerk, do you have a list of them? I see some folks.
We will start with our dignitaries, and our first dignitary this evening is Amanda Laughlin on behalf of Supervisor Horvath's office.
Hi there, good evening. Amanda Laughlin. I am Supervisor Horvath's field deputy for the West Hollywood area and West Hollywood City resident. On behalf of Supervisor Horvath, I want to extend appreciation to outgoing Mayor John Erickson for his dedication to serving a city and the people who live here. It is apparent that you clearly love both so deeply. And I'd also like to extend congratulations to Mayor Chelsea Lee Byers. We look forward to working with you and are excited to see what your steadfast and unapologetic enthusiasm and dedication will bring to West Hollywood. And last but certainly not least, congratulations to incoming Vice Mayor John Heilman on another term as Vice Mayor serving our great city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Our next dignitary this evening is former council member and mayor Seppi Shine.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and Council. Former Mayor Erickson, thank you for your incredible leadership as mayor of West Hollywood. I'm so proud of you, especially towards the end during the fires. Your countless videos giving support and information to residents was much appreciated. Mayor Byers, incredible speech. I have seen you grow since you've been in office. I am so proud to have you as my mayor. I know that you are a person with incredible empathy, a golden heart, amazing foresight, and care for West Hollywood and everyone in West Hollywood. And you are all about inclusivity for all. And I want you to always remember that, no matter how much hate comes at you, no matter what the haters come and say to you, it's not true. And I know that because I've served alongside you. So I can't wait to see what you do next. Vice Mayor Heilman, congratulations. It's your first time as Vice Mayor and not Mayor Pro Tem, and definitely in this position many times, and congratulations. And thank you all for your service.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers coming up together, I believe, are Tristan Isadora and Freddie Pusa with the Culver City School District and Culver City City Council.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and council members. My name is Freddie Pusa. I'm the Vice Mayor of Culver City, but tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf. I'm also speaking on behalf of Council Member Yasmin Imani McMorrin. Mayor Byers, just want to say congratulations to you. What a glorious day for West Hollywood. I had a college professor who recently passed, but he lived on the border of West Hollywood. He always talked about the quintessential aspect of a human being, and to me, for you, that would be, commitment to the community. Whether it's housing, mobility, or the environment, you are always thinking about what's best for West Hollywood and what's best for the world. So congratulations to you. Vice Mayor Heilman, congratulations to you. Thank you for always bringing stability and wisdom to the city for all the years that you've served. It feels like yesterday that we were here installing you, and what a year it's been. You've led the city through so much with grace and always a little bit of sass. Thank you so much for your service. Congrats on re-election.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. First of all, the hot chocolate's amazing, by the way. So I just wanted to get that business out of the way. But really just so excited to be here today. I guess, outgoing Mayor Erickson, just so much gratitude for your year and for your service. I mean, it does. I think that the Vice Mayor put it best. It does feel like we were just here celebrating your swearing in, and really just been a wonder to see all you've been able to accomplish over the last year and what the team's been able to accomplish. Wanted to just wish the new Vice Mayor and the Mayor a congratulations. I know Mr. Lockman, my new colleague, couldn't make it today, but he really wanted to be here to wish you all just that success. I'm really excited, particularly for you, Mayor Byers. I think we are all really inspired by and looking forward to your leadership at this really transitional time where when we all had to spend our MLK Day hearing just hate come out of our nation's capital, I think we know at this moment in time there is a lot of work that we need to do collectively. And so I really look forward to partnering with you on that. I know the council, maybe the Vice Mayor, has starts coming, but I have starts as well, so I just wanted to give this to you. And this is a celebration reminder, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Gave them so much time.
And our final dignitary this evening is Samantha Gallegos with Senator Ben Allen's office.
Hello, good evening. And hello, West Hollywood. My name is Sam Gallegos. I'm a district representative for Senator Allen, and I help cover West Hollywood. And I'm here to congratulate you all on this upcoming year. Mayor Byers, we're very excited to continue to work with you and see what the year holds. Vice Mayor Hillman, we're also very excited to work with you and collaborate. And we just want to thank you all for the work you've done for West Hollywood thus far. And I know the next year and upcoming years will be equally as significant. And I want to thank you all for keeping West Hollywood as a beacon of light and hope throughout the state and throughout the nation and globally. It means a lot to a lot of people to have West Hollywood present and thriving and joyful. So thank you. And on behalf of Senate District 24, I have these certificates of recognition to present to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samantha. You can hand it. I'll take them. Thank you. Thank you. And I actually lied. We have Joshua Marin-Mora from Assemblymember Zuber's office with us this evening as well.
Good evening, City Council, City Manager Wilson, City Attorney Langer. My name is Joshua Marin-Mora. I'm the West Hollywood Field Representative for Assemblymember Rick Chavez-Zipper. Before I begin, I just wanted to give a shout out. I see our sheriff's station, law enforcement officials are here, and on behalf of Assemblymember Zipper, I just wanted to give them a shout out and to thank them for the work that they have been doing and their efforts to assist other local first responders in light of the devastating fire. So thank you all for what you do, Captain Mulder, Lieutenant Lapkin, Sergeant Duran, and all of our sheriff's station officials. Additionally, the Assembly member would like to commend Councilmember John Erickson on his leadership this past year as Mayor of West Hollywood and to extend his deepest congratulations and best wishes to Mayor Chelsea Byers and Vice Mayor John Heilman. Please know that our office is here to support you all in this community, and on behalf of Assembly Member Zipper and the California State Assembly, I also bring commendations for each of you. So thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries who joined us tonight. We are going to move into our official public comment period. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each individual speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items, if members of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, we ask that speakers please do not bring any items to the podium other than a prepared written statement or writing materials. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Mayor, we have 17 individuals signed up for public comment.
Okay. Yeah, let's start with 20 minutes and see. And for those who are here for congratulations, we very much appreciate the congratulations. Maybe we can get the first few people lined up to say their words so we can move through there as fast as possible. I'm conscious of how long the agenda is, so really don't want to move anybody to the end if we don't have to.
Okay, so our first speaker for public comment is Alec White, to be followed by Michael Pacidi, and I'm probably mispronouncing that, and then Michael Newtall.
And just before the public comment begins, please, just out of respect for the room and how much we have to get through, if we can keep applause and comments and all of that just to an absolute zero minimum, that would be appreciated. Thank you all so much.
Hi all. Hi all. So I think y'all know me, but for those of you who don't, my name's Alec, and I'm speaking on my behalf, both personal behalf and behalf of the West Side Young Democrats, which I serve as the president of. So congratulations, Mayor Chelsea Byers, or should I say, past president of West Side Young Democrats, Chelsea Byers. I have just always been so inspired by you ever since you joined our board 6 years ago as a fellow co-founding board member. I've seen you work so hard firsthand with all of our board members, presidents, and board members and just members to really make a more affordable, equitable, and sustainable West Side, and especially West Hollywood. Just thank you so much for all you've done to uplift young voices. And I'm just so excited for you as well, Vice Mayor Heilman. I've always looked up to you and really just admired you as a leader, and someone who's just done so much for our city, making it probably one of the most well-known LGBTQ neighborhoods in the country, if not the world. So I'm just so grateful for you and so excited to see you as Vice Mayor. And thank you so much to the one and only, the man, the legend, John Erickson, for serving as our mayor and getting us through last year, and certainly so excited to be seeing you on the council again with the most votes in the history of West Hollywood, and really just excited for all the work y'all are going to be doing, and I'm looking forward to these next years coming up. Even if nationally things aren't looking great, thankfully locally y'all are leading the way and going to be the beacon of light. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Pacidi, to be followed by Michael Newtall and Louise Smith.
You got it right in the new country. The old country's Pacidi.
Okay.
And I broke a rule. I brought my bag, but my friend painted it. So last time I broke a rule, I promise. Congratulations on the elections and the transition of power here. Thank you for making it peaceful. And looking forward to working with each of you. I live in Center City. My neighborhood had me draw the short stick. We're starting a neighborhood association there, and I look forward to meeting with each of you. So it's nice to be at a harmonious event, and there's some joy today after the events of the recent election. Thank you all for your service, and looking forward to working with you on behalf of my neighbors in the soon to newly be formed Neighborhood Council in Center City. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Newtall, to be followed by Louise Smith.
Hi, thank you, City Council, for the amazing job that you do. I think we all feel the darkness, the hate, and the negativity from Washington today and other parts of our nation. It's heartbreaking in times like this, but I think we look to leaders like you for support, guidance, and even love, because those dark clouds out there are dark. But we live in a rainbow city, so there's rainbows coming. And John, I just want to say, under your leadership, West Hollywood has done amazing things. So thank you so much for what you have done. You make a difference in people's lives. And for Mayor Byers, congratulations. I'm excited for what you're going to do, but as was said earlier, just remember your existence, my existence, everyone's existence here makes certain people mad. It makes them really mad, but you're going to do amazing things. And I have a theme for you for your term. It's from Helen Reddy. I am woman, hear me roar. And I hope they hear you roar all the way to Washington and back. And I brought you a little gift to remember that This is about love too, and that people love you and admire you and are excited for you. And I'll leave that up here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Louise Smith, to be followed by Kevin Burton and Ira Handelman. Louise, I'll bring you my mic. Hold on.
Thank you. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, I want to congratulate you, Mayor Myers and Mayor Pro Tem Heilman, and the other City Council members who have served so well. I wanted to say that I love living in this community since 1986. We are a community. And I also wanted to thank Mayor Byers, also as my hat as chair of the disabilities. She called every one of the members to see how we were doing at the fire. We were all, fortunately, I think, doing quite well. But it did bring something up. I do hope you take into consideration those members of the community that are elderly and or disabled, and not just mobility, but eye and hearing as well, that we can come together with something that we have to depend on our neighbors. Our first responders triage as to who they recover first. I learned that many years ago when I was flying, when the airlines told me when I was on crutches that I would be the last off if we were to have an emergency landing. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind, and I thank you very much. Like I said, we are a community, we're a neighborhood, and I want to thank both the current leaders and the past leaders for creating this kind of environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton, to be followed by Ira Handelman and Felice Kaplan.
Good evening, council members, and congratulations to Mayor Byers and Vice Mayor Heilman. I'm Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm speaking my role as co-founder of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition to thank the city for installing a bicycle and pedestrian crossing at San Vicente and Rosewood, which has been many years in the coming. I learned about it about 8 years ago, although I'm told it's been many more years that the local neighborhood has been clamoring for this. This has a signal which can be activated either by pedestrians or by bicyclists, and it's a project worth celebrating as it increases the safety of both pedestrians and bicyclists crossing what was a very fraught intersection to cross from either side. And although not mentioned in the staff report, should be noted that bicyclists can also easily activate the crossing signal via buttons that are placed at the curb, easily within reach without having to get up on your bike, get off your bike, or to ride a bicycle up onto a sidewalk to access a pedestrian push button to activate a signal. And I would like to say that the Bicycle Coalition urges the city to install more such features or other means of bicycle detection at traffic signals throughout the city. Thank you again.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Ira Handelman, to be followed by Felice Kaplan and Karen Ayers.
Honorable council members, you've been all my friends. For those who don't know, I've been involved in this city before it was a city. I love this town, and I respect all of you. To Mayor Byers, I am here as a proud representative of the Jewish community. We support you, we congratulate you, and we will work with you to make this city to continue to be a beacon of light. John, we've been around a long time, and don't get mad when I say this, but Chelsea, I've known John way before you were born, so I don't want to bring that up, but, and Lauren Meister, we've been friends for a long time as well. The road ahead is going to be difficult with what we have in Washington. I know the city of West Hollywood will fight. And John Erickson, I want some copies of those videos. They made me feel so much better when I looked at you. I don't know, was it TikTok or Instagram. You were great, and you did a good job. Danny, I know you're going to do a great job in your role, so I thank you all. And again, Chelsea, we love you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Felice Kaplan, to be followed by Karen Ayers and Adam Darvish. Felice? No. Oh, okay, we'll take Karen now, and then if Felice comes in. Yeah. Okay, so no Felice. So Karen.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mayor Byers and Vice Mayor Heilman. I'm looking forward to seeing what's next for the city under your fabulous leadership. West Hollywood City Council approved an ordinance in 2019 to establish standards for a trap, neuter, return program for community cats. Since then, the West Hollywood Community Cats TNR program has been very successful, and the program has the potential to become a model for Los Angeles and other neighboring cities and communities. Who are our community cats? Any stray, abandoned, or feral cat in our city. I would like you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, to support a program to increase awareness and support of the West Hollywood Community Cats TNR program. This would mean directing city staff to increase engagement with community members to educate them about the program and provide opportunities to help with TNR, feeding, and fostering. In addition, we would like to see a plan from the city for when businesses leave and sites are demolished, leaving behind one or more cats that were cared for by workers. We want the residents to know that the program could provide assistance for those who are being forced to move from rental units and are unable to take their cats with them. And we want landlords and apartment managers to know that they should never call an exterminator to get rid of cats on their property. For members of the public who would like to help, please go to the city's website at weho.org and use the search engine to find information about community cats. And those are the search words to use, community cats. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Adam Darvish, to be followed by Jesse Harris and Samantha from Plant-Based Treaty.
All right. Well, thank you, Council Member Erickson, for your service as a mayor and council member. Still need to catch up with you. And congratulations, Mayor Byers. I never thought I would see this day since we've started a journey together as commissioners, got sworn in, got to know you, and got to see you as a friend and experience our journey to service the city. Congratulations to Vice Mayor Heilman and council. Thank you for all that you do. I wanted to say a couple of words about Mayor Byers. I got to know you and your values sitting next to you at the commission meetings, and also as a friend, got to know you outside of meetings. I feel fortunate to know you. I know that you will listen to all in the city, and from younger to older adults and their needs. You'll take time and listen to their experience in the city, and would pave a wide enough path for all of us, and including our animals and friends, best friends. I admire you for your focus on plant-based food, and also your focus on global warming, for not driving a car. and also wanted to say that your openness to even be a friend with a foreign man like myself, as a foreigner, and oceans, I was raised oceans apart from you. You're in Arizona, and I was on Caspian Sea with high humidity. It says a lot about you. It speaks volumes about your personality, your openness, and I'm excited about our future in the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Jesse Harris. Oops, I just moved along, to be followed by Samantha from Plant-Based here. Give me 1 second, Jesse, to pull you up. There you go.
All right. Good evening, council members. First of all, I would like to start with some much-earned congratulations. I obviously really appreciate all the work that happens in this city. I'll say I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I also am going to make, and the West Hollywood Bike Coalition, of which I'm a member, I'm going to make a comment on item C1, since I can't be here when the item comes up. But first, I want to start with congratulations, and I want to say I love being a member of the city. I've lived here for over 10 years now, and I'm never leaving. And part of the reason on a personal level that I love living here is that I really appreciate the effort that the city makes to make it a safe place to get around. And on that note, on behalf of the West Hollywood Bike Coalition, myself as a cyclist, as an urban planner, I want to express my support for item C1, that is the city taking action to lower speed limits based on what we're allowed to do under a new state law. I think people kind of intuitively know that lower speeds are safer, but there was a study done by AAA. A lot of folks have probably heard these statistics, but at a speed of 23 miles per hour, if you get hit as a pedestrian, your risk of dying from that collision is 10%. When that speed goes up to 32 miles per hour, your risk of death is 25%, and 50% at 42 miles an hour. Anything over 58%, you would be very lucky to walk away from. So again, I just want to really thank the city. This is in line with efforts that have been made in other cities. New York did a similar thing 10 years ago, saw their fatal crashes decrease by about 22%. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Our next speaker is Samantha from Plant-Based Treaty, to be followed by Jonathan Wilson and Annie Jump Vicente.
Hello, congratulations. I'm Ariana.
I'm Daniel with the Plant-Based Treaty.
I'm Paige Parsons Roach.
Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Plant-Based Treaty. Thank you so much. What an honor to be here. Congratulations, Mayor Chelsea Byers. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Hellman. And thank you, Mayor Erickson, for such an incredible year of leadership. Thank you all, City of West Hollywood. You guys are the beacon of light and hope for all of us. Thank you for all the plant-based initiatives, making sure that City of West Hollywood is sustainable and healthy. And we really love you guys. Thank you for all the advocacy, and thank you for all the great work. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Plant-Based Treaty Group. Jonathan Wilson, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente and Justine Block.
A lot of positive energy. I love that. I come to you as Jonathan Wilson, a resident, and also I am a business owner within the city of West Hollywood. I just want to say, thank you so much for all the work that you guys have done as a council so far. John Erickson, thank you very much for your leadership over the past couple of years, or the past 4 years plus. And then also I want to say, you guys are really our first line of defense. And I'm really excited to have you guys the first line of defense. I'm really excited to see where this goes. Also, I want to make sure with our fearless leader, Mayor Byers, I'm excited to work with you over the course of next year, and I just want to say thank you in advance. And then Vice Mayor Hellman, am I the first one to say this is the first time you've been a vice mayor as opposed to mayor pro tem? But definitely looking forward to continuing to work with you. And with that said, let's see where it goes. Let's make 2025 a better year than it started. How about that?
Thank you, Jonathan. Annie Jump Vicente, to be followed by Justine Block and then Carolyn Nagy.
So I was walking down Santa Monica Boulevard today, and saw an ambassador checking out some women. So I asked him what he's doing. So he's checking out women. I said, oh? He said, yeah, I'm checking out real women. Oh, real women? What does that mean? So I pressed him, and I asked, right? Pressed with questions. I asked, I want to get clarity. And he said, ones with ovaries.
You're smiling. You like that, don't you? You're smiling at the women. Why? Because they're pretty. So you're checking out women? Real women, yeah. Real? Am I not a real woman? Yeah, but you're checking out women. Yeah, they're beautiful. So you're checking them out, huh?
Just like nature intended.
Like nature intended. What do you mean by real women? You said it. What do you mean by real women, Olivero?
I think you know what I mean, Annie.
That's it.
You mean with like a womb and a menstrual cycle and...
Oh, so is that what determines what a real woman is?
That goes through menopause in their 50s.
Is that what a real woman is?
Biologically speaking, yeah.
No, you just said, you just gave a medical definition.
Isn't that what it is, though?
A medical definition? So you don't think that trans women can be women, is that right?
Yeah.
He doesn't think trans women can be women. That's the people you have patrolling your streets. Erickson's inauguration last year, same fucking thing. Why is this becoming an annual routine where on the day of the inauguration, Annie Jump gets told that she's not a fucking woman, or something happens, or that her dog's gonna get killed by a fucking ambassador? Why? Why does this keep happening to me? Why does your ambassadors feel emboldened the day after Trump gets elected to tell me that I'm not a real woman? That women, there's a difference between real and fake women. Why? His name's Olivero. I watch him regularly come down my alley to fucking bully unhoused people constantly, and trans women specifically.
Justine Block, to be followed by Carolyn Nagy, and then Jordan Slack.
Good evening. I'm Justine Block, a longtime resident of the city of West Hollywood. I'm an environmental law attorney and a member of the former East Side Working Group and General Plan Advisory Committee. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate our new mayor, Byers, and Vice Mayor Heilman in your new roles. I appreciate the accomplishments of Mayor Erickson and the City Council this past year on climate resilience, veganuary, and sustainability issues. I particularly appreciate the city's leadership at this challenging time nationally and acknowledge the prior speaker's comments and where that's coming from. I also appreciate the city's first responders in their valor in handling the recent devastating fires that continue and the recovery that we're all processing right now. I am vegan for over 12 years and volunteer for local animal rights groups, and this past weekend over the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, I volunteered with Plant-Based Treaty, handing out hundreds of meals. Their work is extremely inspiring, and happy to do any small part that I can to serve our communities at this time. And I look forward to the City Council continuing its work toward compassion for people as well as our earth and animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Justine. Our next speaker is Carolyn Nagy, to be followed by Jordan Slack.
Good evening, everyone, and congratulations, ditto, to everything that's been said here tonight. My name is Caroline Nagy, and I am a proud recipient of a 2024 West Hollywood Artist Grant. My project, Mellowmaniacs, combines arts research, musician advocacy, and live performance by featuring the stories and musicianship of independent musicians living and working in and around West Hollywood. I'm just here tonight to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to our City Council, the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, and the Arts Division staff, especially Grants Manager Eva Angeloff, for your generosity and time and support. Now, these individual grants provide vital funds that ensure our city will continue attracting and sustaining local artists and musicians. Because as I always say, where there are musicians, there is community. I urge City Council members to continue this important funding for local artists and arts nonprofits. I encourage all our city officials to come to my final presentation and concert tomorrow, Wednesday, January 22nd, from 7 to 8:30 p.m. here in the City Council chambers to hear how local musicians continue to influencing our artistic cosmopolitanism here in the city. This community event is free and open to the public and includes 6 of the musicians on a panel titled, "Please Stop Asking Me What My Day Job Is," to end together in concert, and of course, a reception afterwards. More information is on the city's calendar at weho.org. Thank you all for your service to the city, and I hope to see some of you tomorrow at Melomaniacs. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Carolyn. Our next speaker is Jordan Slack, to be followed by Wendy Goldman and then Ed H.
Outgoing Mayor Erickson, I just want to say it was a really special time for the city to have you as mayor. It seems like every time you get sworn in, it's to handle a crisis, but you have stepped up to the plate every single time, so thank you. To Vice Mayor Heilman, I don't know you very well personally, but I know of you to be the sort of father of West Hollywood. I also know that a whole generation of queer elders was nearly wiped out by an epidemic, and a coalition of neighbors stepped up to take care of each other. And so I have a deep respect for you and everyone involved in making it possible for me to now live and love in West Hollywood. To Mayor Byers, you and I'm sure all of your colleagues know my views on public safety. That it's ultimately going to come from our neighbors. It won't be the 75 cameras on your block that grabs your dog on the way out of a fire. It's going to be your neighbor. Over the past few years, I've watched you do the important work of being a neighbor to your now constituents. Not only the investors of the city, but the workers and the marginalized people. We're going to need each other over the next 4 years. And so thank you for being a neighbor. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Wendy Goldman. Wendy, give me 1 second. My mouse is being weird. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. Wendy Goldman, West Hollywood, block captain of Cynthia's Sunset Neighborhood Watch. Good evening, Mayor Byers and council members, city staff, and distinguished guests. I'm speechless after seeing reports of the recent fires and destruction of life and property in the region, and I hope that there is sufficient bandwidth to prevent or at least reduce future fires. The state has studied available green spaces that improve air quality, as well as LA County studies across the city, and the red zones that have no significant tree canopy. The Sunset Strip area has been identified as one of these red zones with few mature trees and many struggling small saplings, perhaps because they would block the many billboards that generate tax revenue for the city coffers. Perhaps mature trees were cut down to install underground fiber optic cables, plumbing for new fire hydrants, or other underground facilities that are deemed more important. We know that when development is approved, it usually takes priority and residents lose the shade canopy that once existed. With so many closed businesses on the Strip, it's difficult to visualize the history of entertainment venues that once attracted young people and visitors from around the world. Advertising banners wave from tall poles at passing motorists with images of unknown hairstylists or makeup artists hawking products, surrounded by the ever-growing larger billboards. New ones are mushrooming along the Strip. Council has voted to invest in a sky arch over San Vicente Boulevard, investing millions. Residents near Sunset Strip deserve investment also to form community relationships and fresh air. The northwest border of West Hollywood has been neglected for too long. It's important to note that the California Master Plan for Aging includes the following. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Our next speaker is Ed H., to be followed by Yasmin McMorrin.
Thank you. Good evening. Congratulations, Danny,
Yours still says mayor. Are you still mayor? What's going on? They did not fix that.
We're switching it.
In front of Erickson.
Ignore that.
Congratulations, Mayor Byers and Vice Mayor Heilman. Real quick, I want to thank Vice Mayor Heilman for quick action on the water main break we had on our street a couple of days ago. I texted him about it, and he got people down there, and they got it taken care of like really, really quick. So I'm very much appreciative of that, as are my neighbors. I spoke to Councilmember Erickson a couple of years ago about the bollards up on Fountain at Harper and over at Curson, and you did do something about it. There were a bunch of orange traffic cones, and you put the bollards there. Over time has gone by, some of those bollards are missing again, and I just drove down Fountain again today, and over at Curson, string of orange cones. Can we please, that looks tacky as hell, and then that can't be permanent. Also, a new block captain of Neighborhood Watch on Flores, we call it Gelson Heights, and walking up and down the street, I've noticed that some of the tree trimming that's been done is preventing some of the light getting on some of the sidewalks. So we need to have somebody come take a look at that, because you guys never come by at night. You always come by, if at all, during the day, and you don't see how it looks at night. So somebody please come take a look at our street at night. And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ed, if you want to just talk to Steve Campbell or Helen in the back, Helen's my city bollard master. That's what we're calling her right now, and they'll get it fixed.
Yasmin McMorrin, to be followed by Jeff Mullen.
Oh, I thought I was the last one. Hello, friends. Hey, West Hollywood, what's going on? So y'all have to excuse me. It was my full intent. Well, good evening. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, community, and staff. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Yasmin Amani McMorrin, former mayor, current councilwoman in Culver City, California. Not too far. We're not too bad down there. But it's always wonderful to be back in West Hollywood. And because I'm a soccer mom, I had to be there for my baby girl tonight, and that's the only reason why I was not here I'm gonna have to catch the recording to see my girl, the new mayor, become mayor of this beautiful city. So I'm just so joyful. I mean, there's so much to be doom scrolling and in despair about in this moment. But I'm so encouraged that we have each other. And I say a lot from the dais in Culver City that we belong to one another. And I'm really fortunate that through our local work and just in the West Side work that we are all shared and committed to, I just really look forward to continued partnership. So congratulations, Mayor, congratulations, Vice Mayor, and my former mayor. Now we in a former mayor club. I'm so grateful for your leadership and just look forward to the work ahead. And I do have to make a little selfish ask. I do have my Culver City Boos here who have held on for me. Is it possible that we could have a little photo op moment for everyone? I would appreciate that. And again, so excited for Councilmember Hang, and just as wonderful to see all of our council members in West Hollywood up doing what they do best, and we appreciate you all. Thank you so much for the time. Congratulations.
He'll be in a minute.
John. Oh. Okay, we'll be using this. Christine, I don't know, Yola needs you. I know, I was like, I would just.
Other duties.
Thank you. Okay, as the council gets back to the dais, Jeff Mullen, you are our final speaker in chambers, and then we have one individual in Zoom.
Greetings, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Hellman, City Council members Meister and Erickson and Hang, city staff, good evening. Thank you for your selfless and dedicated service to our community and the leadership that you've provided during this very troubling time. To my fellow neighbors of West Hollywood, who are here in the chambers, and also those who are watching at home or on their computers on WehoTV. My name is Jeff McMullen. I'm a queer American, a veteran of the United States Navy. I'm a multifamily housing manager. I am a grateful resident of the city of West Hollywood and have been since 2018, and a resident of Los Angeles County since 2003. I would just like to say to Councilmember Erickson, thank you so much for your leadership as mayor. You've done a fantastic job, and the example that you set for your peers and for us in the community has been really exemplary. To Vice Mayor Heilman, congratulations on being selected as Vice Mayor. Your contribution to this community it can never really be fully measured. And as a resident who is so grateful to have found community here, I am so grateful for what you've done. And for Mayor Byers, congratulations on being selected as mayor. I have no doubt that you're going to do an exceptional job leading us here in the future. And also thank you for your service as vice mayor. We have a wonderful community, and it's because of the leadership that you provide and the example that you set for our residents. And I'm just here to acknowledge it and thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. That was our final speaker in chambers. We have one individual in Zoom that we'll go to now.
Genevieve, go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, City staff, and the general public. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Sorry I couldn't be with you today. First and foremost, our thanks to Councilmember Erickson for his stellar service as our mayor last year, and congratulations to our new mayor, Chelsea Byers, and Vice Mayor John Heilman. We look forward to working with you and the entire council on moving us all forward to solutions from the setbacks we have encountered these past weeks. Your chamber has been gathering resources for our community, combining all resource pages such as the City of West Hollywood's resources, Visit West Hollywood, highlighting the hotels, which actually are low in occupancy, not full, as some have heard, and as well as many businesses that are donating product and services to our first responders and those in need. Our business community has really come forward, including fundraising for charities. These all can be found at wehochamber.com/emergency-resources. The Chamber has also partnered with SBA, the Small Business Association, who have representatives on hand for appointment or by walk-in to get information and guidance on recovery funds, financial aid, and other available small business resources. These services began last week, and SBA will be on site indefinitely at the Chamber office at 8272 Santa Monica Boulevard every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. That's every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5:30 at the Chamber office. In the meantime, business is open in West Hollywood, and the best way we can help our local businesses and workers is to patron a business in West Hollywood. Thank you, God bless, and keep safe, everyone. Thank you.
I believe that concludes the public comment period. Thank you all for coming out to speak. We'll turn it over to City Manager Wilson for your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Byers. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members.
Excuse me. I want to start by congratulating Mayor Chelsea Byers and Vice Mayor John Howman. I look forward to working with both of you in your new roles over the next year. I also want to extend my gratitude to Councilmember John Erickson for your service as mayor over the last year. Thank you to those of you who have shared your experiences during the fires that devastated the LA region over the past 2 weeks during public comment and via email. I know we have a substantial agenda tonight, but I think it's essential that I take a few moments to reflect on the city's response to the devastating fires that began on Tuesday, January 7th. These fires have profoundly affected all of us who live, work, and visit West Hollywood. From the loss of loved ones, homes, and property to experiencing evacuation orders and hosting friends and family who have been displaced, the impacts have been far-reaching. I'd like to begin by expressing my deepest thanks to those public safety partners, particularly the Los Angeles County Fire Department and Sheriff's Department, who have worked tirelessly to safeguard our communities. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the Los Angeles City Fire Department and Police Department, CAL FIRE, and all of our county, state, and federal agencies that have stepped in. Addressing a disaster of this magnitude requires continuous coordination across jurisdictions, and over the past 2 weeks, I've witnessed exceptional collaboration. I'm also incredibly grateful to our city staff for their deep commitment to the safety and well-being of the West Hollywood community members, and to our city council for their steadfast leadership during this crisis. Council members remain in direct contact with staff and residents during some of the most uncertain moments, exemplifying the essence of public service. The uncertainty was particularly evident on January 8th and 9th when some West Hollywood residents received evacuation alerts. These alerts were not issued by the City of West Hollywood. One came from the City of Los Angeles during the Sunset Fire evacuation warnings and was intended for LA residents. Another was mistakenly sent countywide by LA County, followed by a corrective notice. In response, the city promptly shared clarifications through its website and social media platforms, and then on January 9th, the city followed up with a news release, an email blast, with links to direct the community to regular updated details from the city fire update web pages. If an evacuation were necessary in West Hollywood, the city would have issued alerts through NIXL in close coordination with our public safety partners. In the coming months, city staff will work with our neighboring jurisdictions, the county, to better coordinate emergency notification systems and refine regional procedures, including evacuation route planning. The safety of our community is always a top priority. The city responded swiftly to this crisis with a focus on operational continuity, public safety, and community support. While we recognize there is always room for improvement, I am proud of our proactive efforts in addressing the impacts of the wildfires. Among the city's key actions were partnering with the Red Cross to identify potential evacuation locations, establishing evacuation transportation services for those in need, creating and continuously updating fire safety banners, web pages, and social media to share essential information, providing fire safety updates via the city's main phone line, regularly updating city staff with situational awareness, prioritizing employee safety and operational impacts, issuing news releases and email blasts with fire safety updates, lifting residential parking permit restrictions to accommodate guests of residents during the evacuation orders, canceling or postponing non-essential events and recreational activities to focus resources on emergency services, activating an on-site city staff team at the city's Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, when the city received notification of the Sunset Fire, providing N95 masks to city staff and our service providers who work in the field, and making masks available to those providers to at-risk community members. Ensuring the city's human services response line was monitored 24/7 during the Sunset Fire emergency to respond to constituent questions and requests for assistance. Ensuring critical social service programs, including meal delivery and congregate meal service, mobile medical care, and crisis response services were operating during the emergency and immediately afterward. Opening our community centers and recreational centers as soon as it was operationally safe to do so that people had a safe indoor venue in which they could rest, charge devices, and otherwise take refuge. Publicizing the free crisis counseling sessions that our community partner Maple Center is offering to wildfire evacuees and West Hollywood community members, and exploring opportunities to address housing needs for those displaced by the fires through an urgency ordinance. The compassion and resilience of our community have been remarkable. Residents have opened their homes to evacuees and have volunteered and donated to the response efforts. As Genevieve Morrow just mentioned, local businesses, including local hotels, restaurants, and community organizations stepped up to support first responders and those displaced by the fires. The response highlights the very best of West Hollywood. City staff has initiated an internal debrief and assessment of our response to the recent fires. As I mentioned earlier, this process will include collaborative discussions with neighboring jurisdictions and the county to enhance collaboration for future events, a critical step for improved preparedness. Many of these agencies are still operating under emergency orders and are focused on addressing the immediate impacts of the fires. At the appropriate time, staff will engage in these discussions and subsequently report back to the City Council and the community with recommendations and plans for addressing similar incidents in the future. I urge the community to stay informed and vigilant as we move through the next few weeks. The most up-to-date information from the City of West Hollywood can be found at go.weho.org/fire updates and on social media at WehoCity. Sign up for Nixle alerts by texting West Hollywood zip code to 888-777. You can also pick up a postcard with information on how to stay informed in the lobby, and it looks like this. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my statements.
Thank you so much. City Clerk, what is the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items E1, and for E1 it was recommendation 3 only that was added to consent. F2, F3, F4, F6, F7, F8 is $1,139,456 in expenditures, $150,000 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
Terrific. I see we have a motion to approve consent.
Hang on one second.
And a second.
We have a motion and a second, and you can start voting. And the motion passes 5-0. I also want to note Councilmember Meister's no vote on item, I apologize, F2. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move into the public hearing portion of tonight's agenda. Public hearing item C1, West Hollywood Target Vision 0, proposed speed limit reductions and enabling municipal code changes. The public hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Terrific. Thank you to our staff representatives for taking your seats. Will you please introduce yourselves and share what you must?
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and members of the City Council. Nick Marosich, Director of Community Development. I'm joined this evening by Francisco Contreras, Long Range Planning Manager, and David Fenn, Senior Planner, who will be giving tonight's presentation. Would also like to note that this item was put together in conjunction with the Public Works Department, the the acting director, Helen Collins, city engineer, John Gilmore are here as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I just want to note we also have Sean Carney from our consultants DKS on the line who can answer any technical questions. He's available over Zoom. Would the Council like the full presentation on this?
Yeah, it sounds like, no, everyone's saying abbreviated. Great. Sorry, abbreviated's great.
All right, I'll go through it really quickly and hit the highlights. So my name is David Fenn. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division, and we're here talking about speed limit reductions as part of the city's Vision Zero program to improve safety on our roadways. This is all moving forward as part of a recent state law that went into effect this June called AB 43. These kind of speed limit reductions weren't possible previously. Why we're doing this, we're looking at reducing speeds because even modest reductions of speeds can have a significant reduction in the number of crashes and the severity of those crashes when they do occur. Here's really the gist of what we're doing. We're looking at modest 5 miles per hour reductions around the city. Our highest speed corridors would go from 35 miles per hour to 30. Our other corridors would go from 30 to 25, and very narrow local streets would go from 25 to 20. I will touch on these briefly. So many of these reductions would match adjacent speed limits in the city of Los Angeles, so we'd actually be coming down to match them. And in a few other cases, we would be slightly above adjacent speed limits, but there are efforts to lower speed limits over time in those jurisdictions as well, and the difference would only ever be 5 miles per hour. This is the approximate cost of implementing this. It's very modest in terms of what we often do here, essentially replacing signs. And then in terms of next steps, if the council approves this tonight, we'd need to come back for a second reading of the municipal code changes, as well as the ordinance establishing safety corridors and business activity designations. There'd be some coordination with the city of Beverly Hills on shared corridors like Doheny, installation of updated signage, and ultimately launching the speed limit reductions with an education and enforcement campaign. So that's the real quick highlights. We can go back to anything if you'd like, but otherwise we're available for questions, and we have Sean from DKS on the line as well.
Thank you, much appreciated. Do my colleagues have questions? Yeah, I'm going to start over here. She's ready to go. Councilmember Meister?
Sure, great, thank you. Thank you for that. Can you tell me, so the speed limit for Melrose right now is what, 35, 30?
Melrose is currently 35. We would be proposing bringing it down to 30.
And do you have the ability to make it lower than that because of the number of crosswalks that are between at least between La Cienega and San Vicente?
So
Robertson?
In general, on any of these corridors, we are able to do new, okay, let me back up. Our existing speed limits are all based off of surveys that we do, where we actually measure the speed that cars are going, and there's some math that happens, and it's based on the speed of the 85th percentile of cars. That's how speed limits are traditionally set. What this new law does is it allows us to round down by different amounts or set specific amounts if we designate a corridor different things. What we're proposing on Melrose is rounding down based on the provisions of the state law, but as you're aware, we just redid one half of Melrose, and we're about to redo the other half of Melrose. So certainly if we were to resurvey, after those changes, and if traffic is moving slower, that could allow us to do lower speed limits, or there may be other designations that we could look at. Like we could look at designating Melrose a business activity district, which I think would allow us to go lower potentially.
I'm sorry, what kind of district?
A business activity district is one of the criteria under state law that we're using to make these changes. It's not, I don't believe it's the one we're using for Melrose currently, but I'll let Sean weigh in here on his thoughts. But one other consideration of why we aren't doing we're not recommending more intensive reductions on some of these corridors is that we don't want to be considered a speed trap by having too much of a difference between our speed on Melrose and the adjacent speed limit in Los Angeles.
Okay, and then, so would the same apply then to Fountain? Because there are certain parts, as you know, parts of Fountain that is one lane each way, and then there's parking, then there's not parking, and
Yeah, so Fountain, certainly if we go through with the streetscape project that's in the works, that would almost certainly slow traffic down. And then if we were to resurvey, that would allow us to bring speed limits down a lot through just the traditional way that speed limits are set. Right now, half of Fountain is set at 35 and half is set at 30, so we're proposing making it even at 30 for now, but certainly after we make a major investment in a corridor like this, it would be my recommendation that we survey again to make sure that we're capturing a speed limit that makes sense for the current conditions of the roadway. But let me pause there, and if we can connect with Sean from DKS over Zoom, if he has anything to add on those questions.
And we also lowered the speed on Fountain a while ago, correct?
Yes, so the half of Fountain that's currently lower, based on kind of the quirks of state speed limit law, that was lowered about a year ago. But we couldn't do that on the other half at the time, but now we have the ability to do that under the new provisions of state law.
And Fountain itself has parking, as my colleague mentioned, some parts during the day, but from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. they do not, and then from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. they do not, based on allowing fast-moving cars to speed through the city. It frees up those 2 lanes. It's mostly 1 lane throughout the day in certain areas, like by my house.
I don't want to speculate on the reasons, but yes, it does change over the course of the day.
Yeah, in multiple different parts. That's what I'm trying to say. So the speeds are fluctuating regardless throughout the entire day.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sean, did you want to add anything to the council members' questions on this?
Yes, I wanted to address Melrose, the questions regarding Melrose specifically. We are currently designating it as a safety corridor, which allows for that 5-mile-per-hour reduction. There is an opportunity with Melrose in the future with the redesign plans that are going forward to reevaluate and potentially designate it as a business activity district with coordination from your neighbors. Right now, the main reason why it did not meet the criteria set forth by the state for a business activity district was the lack of pedestrian crossings meeting that minimum standard of every 600 feet or more frequently. You are barely falling shy of that criteria, and once the additional ped crossings are installed that you already have planned, it would meet that criteria, and then it would just be a matter of not being able to make more than a 5-mile-per-hour step between adjacent speed zones when entering or exiting a business activity district. So that would be where the coordination with your neighbors would come in to move forward with that reduction further to 25 miles per hour.
Councilmember Meister, that's okay, great. Can I move over to the side to my colleagues? Would you like to start, Councilmember
Sure.
Erickson? That's weird to say.
So I guess in regards to this, I'm supportive of the item, but like specifically, how do we manage enforcement? I mean, if I was looking back at this, we could make the speed limit 15 miles an hour, right? And it won't make a difference. I could walk out right now on Fountain Avenue, plop a lawn chair, and watch 3 cars within 5 minutes shoot down at 60 miles an hour. And more so maybe when this meeting's done, I'll do it and I'll really see them flying. But I mean, what is LASD's response to traffic enforcement and how they're actually going to not only enforce this law in places like Fountain, but in other areas?
So I don't, okay. Francisco suggesting we ask Danny.
Sure, I love asking Danny questions. And Danny's outside, so we won't ask him questions. But I know maybe when he gets back. I mean, I understand that's not the intent of this item. The intent is to lower the speed limits, and we'll let LASD talk about that perhaps later. That's just one of my, I understand we have to do this in that way, but I don't know, it feels for naught. Especially when you look at the number of speeding incidents on Fountain compared to Santa Monica Boulevard in the last 10 years. It's like 300 and some speeding tickets on Santa Monica Boulevard compared to roughly 2,000 speeding tickets on Fountain Avenue. And so it doesn't seem like even enforcement's working. So that's my question.
Sorry, Councilmember Erickson, could you repeat the question? Because I was in the lobby speaking with somebody.
I'm happy to, and thank you for dealing with our constituents. So my question is regarding enforcement of this item. So specifically, if we move something down to 30 miles an hour, how do we know it actually gets enforced? You know, I mean, it doesn't, but how does it? And how can we increase enforcement?
Yeah, so what ends up happening is there is a rotation from our traffic units at our West Hollywood Sheriff Station, and so that information, anytime that there is a change in speed limits, like what occurred here, that is communicated to our sergeant that oversees that program, and so he does incorporate that into the rotation of our traffic units as it relates to enforcement. And so they, respond to a number of inquiries, et cetera, but they'll also do speed enforcement as it relates to any sort of speed limit changes that come about.
Great. Is there a way in which we can get a dedicated traffic officer on problem streets like this? For example, could we try a month of just having a traffic officer on Fountain Avenue, which is the most egregious street in the city, writing tickets for a solid month and get a report back?
Yeah, that's definitely something we'll talk with the captain and the lieutenant about. We can certainly have a little more focused enforcement as it relates to that. I know they do analyze all of the streets and look at traffic collisions and other various citations that they know that the traffic motor units are performing. And so as they analyze that, they can definitely work in more of a priority for Fountain Avenue or specific segments of Fountain Avenue if that's what they're finding.
Great. And then my last question, and maybe David or Francisco, you can answer this, is the percentage of individuals that go through West Hollywood on a daily basis. I know we've had that number kind of passed around before. It's roughly 70% or higher. It's a high number of people that use our city as pass-through, right?
It is a high number. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, that's fine. You don't need to know it because I didn't ask you ahead of time. So it's fine. But just, trying to understand, how do we educate outside individuals? Because people don't look at signs because they're too busy looking at their phones.
So this item, should the council approve lowering the speed limits, we would be working with our communication staff on an education campaign through all of the normal tools that the city uses to let people know about the change. When you make a change like this, there's also requirements under state law that you're issuing, only warning tickets for the first 30 days after making the change, so no one's, on their daily commute getting surprised by getting a ticket for speeding right after the change is made. But certainly we'll also be coordinating with our adjacent cities and letting them know about what we're working on and also actively working with them on some of the shared corridors.
Thank you. Also, Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the very robust presentation and report. Thank you very much. I just want to say that I'm actually in favor of this. Safety is a key component of what West Hollywood should be. And according to the report...
Quick, Council, sorry, questions? If
yes.
You have questions.
So according to the report, that was the staff report, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration conducted a research. The report indicated that highway safety manuals report that a 1 mile per hour reduction in operating speeds that can result in 17% decrease in fatality. So is it safe to say that if we decrease our speeds by 5%, it's going to be more than 17% to protect people's lives and not have people pass away?
So that's a national study that was conducted over a variety of conditions. I wouldn't want to draw a prediction that we're going to get exactly the same results, but based on those studies, that's the basis of our recommendation, that there will be an improvement, or it'll help us move towards an improvement.
And that's certainly an improvement because there was 2 car crashes recently, so thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Vice Mayor, questions? Okay, great.
Thank you. I guess my first question is for our consultant.
I looked at the study, particularly on Sunset and Santa Monica, and I noticed the time of the study was, I believe, around 10 o'clock in the morning and maybe 1:30 to 3 on Sunset. I'm wondering why you didn't look at the speed of those streets on at rush hour.
So to answer in two parts here, the speed surveys that this current study is based on were conducted by another consultant in 2023. We were only looking at applying additional reductions over top of the work that they completed based on the new laws that were put into effect in 2024. So I won't speak to specifically what times they collected those speed surveys. That being said, the state law in regards to anti-speed trap specifically states that speed surveys must be conducted at a time when there is free-flowing traffic to avoid the influence of queues developing at individual intersections. And that's just the way that speed surveys are required to be collected by the state.
Thank you. It seems like that skews the information that's being provided, because if you drive on Sunset at around 5 o'clock at night, or you try to drive on Santa Monica at rush hour, you're not in any way approximating or approaching the speed limit. In fact, it's rare that you can go anywhere near the speed limit on Sunset and Santa Monica in particular. So that concerns me in terms of the data that we're looking at. But I appreciate that your response is that that's based on what state law requires. I guess my other question has to do with La Cienega, and I live on La Cienega, and one of the recommendations for reduction there is based on the fact that it can be considered a pedestrian street. I didn't really understand that as somebody who lives on it and drives on it regularly. So maybe I see David trying to answer that question.
So I'll start here, and maybe Sean can jump in. But the specific rationale under AB 43 that we're using to make these reductions are they're basically specific categories under state law of when you can apply these reductions, but they're not necessarily like the high pedestrian bicycle activity for the purpose of AB 43, which is the provision that we're looking at using, is not to say that there is, a ton of pedestrians or a ton of, that there's a bike lane on that street or anything like that. It's specific criteria based on the land uses and the crosswalks and that sort of thing that allows us to round down. Sean, do you want to elaborate on that?
I can expand on it. So what the new law specifically allows is previously the speed limits were set solely based on 85th percentile speed and what was happening within the roadway. AB 43 was a step towards allowing for adjacent land uses to be taken into consideration when developing speed limits along corridors. They are still primarily based on what is occurring within the roadway and that 85th percentile speed, as David has mentioned. But if we look at La Cienega Boulevard in particular, using that as the case example, a high pedestrian and bicycle activity area is one in which you have a large number of businesses fronting directly onto sidewalks, where you have on-street parking available, where you have widened sidewalks above the minimum standard of 5 feet, where you have either places of worship, hospitals, public parks, things that would attract pedestrians to be walking in the area. So the intent here is that we can lower the speed limits based on those adjacent land uses and make it feel like a safer environment for pedestrians to be there because the adjacent traffic isn't traveling at such a high speed, because the adjacent land use would encourage that use.
Thank you. We'll get into discussion about that. This is more a question for David. The recommendation on the streets that are 20 feet wide, and it looks like based on the map, those are primarily in the Norma Triangle area. I'm just wondering why you didn't just list the streets for us in the agenda, and is there a way that we can get that list?
The list is definitely in some of the materials. It may not be in the staff report. I can look for it and find the page if you'd like.
It's in one of the attachments?
Yes.
Because I didn't find it in the staff report. That's okay. You can, as long as you can forward it to me later, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, certainly we can do that.
I guess my last two questions, one sort of follows up on Councilmember Erickson's question about the enforcement. It doesn't seem like we're effectively enforcing the current speed limit, so lowering it, I'm not sure what that does. And then secondly, as I looked at the severe crashes, it appeared that only 11% of them involve excessive speed. And of course, we want to eliminate that, but what about the other 90 or 89%? Those, I think, are the result of people not necessarily going at high rates of speeds, but making unsafe turns, turning at intersections, and the kind of things that no matter what the speed limit is, we're still going to have those kind of problems. So as much as I want to reduce injuries and harm, I'm not sure this really addresses the problems that we have in terms of serious injury-causing accidents.
So totally appreciate those comments. Vice Mayor, this is definitely not the only safety initiative that we're working on here. This is one that we're taking on as the long-range planning division as part of the follow-on implementation of Vision Zero, but our public works colleagues are doing a number of safety efforts, right turn on red restrictions, various infrastructure projects, signal upgrades, that sort of thing. There's a long pipeline of capital improvements to kind of adjust specific locations. In terms of enforcement, on top of what Danny said earlier, I wanted to share that as part of the plan that you all adopted, we have direction, and we are actively working with our state legislative partners to try to get added to the state speed camera pilot program. Right now, it's limited to a small handful of cities around the state, including, I think, locally Los Angeles and Glendale. And last year, I think Malibu was successfully added. So we have direction to try to get added to that program as well, which would allow for kind of passive enforcement of this to take some pressure off of the sheriff alone. But certainly, we're working with the sheriff more closely on Vision Zero than we have in the past. We started having quarterly coordination meetings with them, and they're aware of these changes that we're moving forward with, or proposing to move forward with.
Thank you.
Terrific.
Sorry, Vice Mayor, we did want to say that those residential streets are included in the attachment A on page 16. They're sort of highlighted in there. You can see them there. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. I don't believe we have any public comments on this item. Terrific. So I will go ahead and close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. The City Council may, of course, still ask questions of staff, but we will go ahead and move into council deliberations. Who would like to begin? No, he's ready to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very welcome, Mayor. Feels good saying that. Thank you so much, staff, for providing this. I understand what's before us tonight is, a simple updating of our code regarding the speed limit enforcement and state law. So I'm supportive of the direction if the council, I believe, will be moving forward tonight, hopefully doing this. So I'm in support of the item. I guess my only follow-ups are just in relationship to how do these speed limits that get lowered are actually enforced. I'll be bringing up that comment that I made to Danny Rivas later on when we're talking about overall public safety in the city of West Hollywood, and looking at specific requests for streets as pilot programs to how we can identify enforcement better, and hopefully my colleagues and I will have a more robust conversation about that. So I'm in support of the item, and I hear what my colleagues are also saying, the Vice Mayor regarding La Cienega being a walkable street. I would never walk up La Cienega because one, I don't have the type of calf strength, and two, I just don't see it as a pedestrian street. I also would like to have seen data during rush hour, and that's where sometimes when I look at the individuals that are collecting data on traffic impacts, I want to know what type of tools they're using. I've gotten very familiar with speed camera and speed testing technology lately as a result of some stuff we're trying to do up in Sacramento. But specifically, I do hear the comment regarding the Vice Mayor, and I think that data is needed, maybe at a different time if our consultants are able to provide that. So I have no other comments, Mayor, and I'm prepared to support the item.
Terrific, thank you. Councilmember Hang?
Thank you so much again for the robust presentation. This falls in line with what the council had given previous direction for, Target Vision Zero. And for me, it's a safety issue. I certainly live off Fountain, and I have witnessed, I read about car crash after car crash, one fatality this year, and if we can lower the speed limit just a little bit, it might help save a little bit more lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hang. Councilmember Meister? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm looking at page 16, the residential streets. That's the page, right? Would it be possible to lower all of the residential streets by 5 miles per hour?
So the reason that we are limited to that subset first is the state allows roadways that are under 25 feet wide to just have a default of 20. So we could do that relatively easily without doing basically we can do additional reductions on any street potentially by doing focus surveys on those streets where we actually measure what speed people are going, and do focused engineering studies, but it's kind of a street by street process that we would need to hire consultant support to do, whereas those are the streets that we could do kind of all at once based on kind of defaults on state law based on the parameters of those roadways.
Right. So can I make a suggestion then, or direction, that if you look at the streets that have cul-de-sacs, those to me seem like streets that should have lower speed limits, because what happens, for example, on Huntley and Norwich, and although Norwich is not a cul-de-sac, but it's a funny street because it's one way, Huntley and Westbourne and Westmount and West Knoll, you have cul-de-sacs. So you have 2 streets coming out of Melrose, coming south, and you will have cars coming down, not paying attention to the signs that say dead end, and they are going very fast. And then they turn around and they're mad, so they go even faster going back up the street. So it seems to me, if we're looking at safety and looking at what makes sense, that those streets that have cul-de-sacs or are one-ways and strange, not usual for West Hollywood like Norwich, that those streets should be considered for a lower speed limit.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Erickson wanted to jump in with one question.
Yeah. One thing regarding the Vision Zero updates, I think several meetings ago, the council gave direction to have quarterly Vision Zero updates on our agendas, kind of like we did with other reports back regarding the Vision Zero plan. I don't see that, and I was wondering, as a part of this, to have that data moving forward with how we're doing with Vision Zero, if that could be, if we could also give direction to have that on our agendas. Mm-hmm.
And just one last thing is, and I would also ask that we give direction to look at that business activity designation for Melrose once Melrose construction is completed. Thank you.
Yes, you may. This button's not working.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question. Can you identify all of the high injury networks that are here in the city? And maybe if you can explain what a high injury network is.
So can we bring the slides up again? Is that possible? So the high injury network came from the Vision Zero plan that was adopted back in 2023. It's this top map on this screen. So essentially, it's the roadways that represent the majority of crashes in the city based on the years of crashes that we analyzed for the original Vision Zero plan. So it's essentially Sunset, Fountain, Santa Monica, and Melrose. And then we had 2 individual intersections, one on Doheny and one on La Cienega, that were included.
So based on AB 43, a city can only designate 20% of mileage in the city to be high risk, high injury network?
So that's a different category. AB 43 has a safety corridor designation, which you're correct, we can only designate up to 20% of our roadways as safety corridors, and they have to represent a certain percentage of the crashes. So there's a lot of overlap with the high injury network, but they're not necessarily identical.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Over to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I support some of this, but not all of it. And I think I have a very different view of this. Of course, we want to be safe and we want our streets to be as safe as possible. But one of the other big complaints that we get in West Hollywood is the amount of traffic and how difficult it is for the people who drive in the city to navigate. And it isn't just out-of-towners driving through West Hollywood, it's local residents. And when we start enforcement on residential streets, most of the people who end up getting tickets are the people who live on that street because they're the ones using their own street the most frequently. So I understand the goal here. I understand what we're trying to accomplish, but it seems like there's no balance with the other competing need, which is for people who are going to work or going to businesses to be able to get there and not be stuck in traffic. I also, and I suspect this is true of all of my colleagues who drive, and I suspect it's probably true of most people in the auditorium, that they have driven on Santa Monica, been stuck in traffic and cut up to Fountain because it moves more quickly, or they have, you know, gone over the speed limit on Sunset on occasions, thinking that most of the time when they're on Sunset, they're slowed down to 5 or 10 miles per hour. And when they are able to drive somewhat faster, they feel like they're entitled to do that. I'm not, you know, saying that everyone should go out there and speed, but I bet most people in the city have gone above the speed limit at some point when they're driving. And I think most people who drive on Santa Monica would say they want us to signalize the signals so that they can actually move on Santa Monica rather than have to stop at every single traffic light along the street, creeping along at 10 miles an hour. I understand the safety concerns, but there are also environmental concerns when traffic is blocked like that and doesn't move freely. So while I support, you know, the residential streets in the Norma Triangle, I get the desire to lower the speed limit there. I also think Crescent Heights turns into a speedway with people coming down from Laurel Canyon, so I certainly support that. I don't support lowering the speed limit on our major corridors, east-west corridors, Santa Monica and Sunset, in part because it's rare that you can even get up to that speed. Secondly, I do support lowering it on Melrose. I think that makes sense given how it's been narrowed as a result of the construction. You know, living on La Cienega, it just seems pointless to me to try to lower the speed limit because no one's going to ever obey it. And I don't think the sheriffs can really enforce given the volume of traffic on that street. So and trying to categorize it as some kind of pedestrian-oriented street, I understood the explanation, but it just doesn't, it rings hollow to me. I want people to move slower. I want us to be safer, but I don't want us to adopt policies that are contrary to helping people move through the city when they need to get from the west side to the east side or the east side to the west side. So I can't support all of this.
Thank you. If there's no other comments from my colleagues, I'll share. Oh, you have one more thing, please. No, go for it.
Since Vice Mayor Heilman brought it up, I think, and this is separate from it, I think syncing the traffic lights it's a separate problem, but it's a big problem. And you ask anybody who's coming from, say, Beverly Hills, coming into West Hollywood, they will tell you that traffic stops the minute they come over the border. So, but that's not necessarily a speed issue. It's definitely a traffic light syncing issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues for the comments. Thank you for the presentation. I'm supportive of this item in full and appreciate the addition from Councilmember Meister to think about the Melrose Business District. So I'm curious about how we time that or phase it in a way that you're able to do that without having to come back for big, robust discussion, but just are able to sort of indicate the business district is afoot and how do we move that plan forward. I see in this phasing of the onlining of the new signage, all of that labor, and so maybe part of the question around Melrose is just a question about phasing and timing so that we can make sure that we're not redoing effort and labor there if we're able to bring that speed limit down even further, which seems like it is sort of moving in that direction with the additions of the pedestrian crosswalks. For me, this is really about creating a context of a city that is more walkable, is safer for people, and I think doing that in this big comprehensive way with the new provisions the state allows for makes a lot of sense. I will say I walked up La Cienega just last night, so people can do it. I agree it's not necessarily for everyone, but the idea about making our city safer for everyone or anyone who wants to be out is right in front of us with the Vision Zero work. So I really appreciate this. I don't know if we have an official item on the table, but there's been a lot of things popping up and I want to make sure they're all captured. Our former mayor's making the moves there. And I just want to get clear what Vice Mayor Heilman would be saying no to, so that's taken into the record. It sounds like there's consensus everywhere else. But not
It seems like the council member Erickson has moved the item in its total. I'm going to vote no based on my my comments and my objections, even though there are some things in this that I can support. But I'm fine with just voting no.
Okay, thank you.
And my motion also includes what Councilmember Meister was talking about, given your two general directions, I think.
There were two directions, yes. So it was about the business district designation when it's appropriate on Melrose, and then looking at the streets that dead end, and there are like 4 of them.
Yeah.
So,
Or there might be others around the city.
Clarifications from our city manager? Or?
Go ahead first.
Yes.
Over here.
And we wanted to add. So tonight we are sort of adopting the framework. So what we will do is when we're ready to designate Melrose, we will come back. We need a zone text amendment basically to enable that. So we can come back with that study along with maybe some of the additional analysis for these other sort of one-off irregular streets that we mentioned.
And are we able to get Vision Zero quarterly updates on our agenda moving forward?
So that's what I was going to mention.
Yeah.
So staff doesn't recall that direction from before,
Sure.
so it'd be better to add that to tonight's item as a motion. I think it'd be better. Right now, we have annual updates.
Sure.
Changing that to every 6 months may be more productive than quarterly, just because these are longer term.
I'm totally fine. I had no preference on the cadence, so every 6 months is fine. I just think for the public who tracks this and we hear about it, it's important to have that information. So then my motion includes that, given 6 months annual reports on Vision Zero. It sounds like Councilmember Meister's additional direction will be coming back to us, but that's on the record, and then moving the item in its entirety.
And just before we close this, I know it's been a long discussion, we often get requests from the community saying that their street is moving too fast. People are flying down it, people wanting things like speed bumps. What you said tonight was that there's a mechanism for us to survey roads that are beyond that 20 feet that may be different. So maybe just to speak to what that process would look like, so we're not getting these requests barreling at us, but maybe thinking about it in a bigger, concentrated way moving forward now that this tool is in our hands. And you can come back with an answer. I know we have several moments where we're coming back. I just sort of want to forecast that.
Yes, mayors. So we do have a traffic mitigation, traffic management program currently where residents can petition to have their street analyzed by our city engineers division. So we already have that in place. Typically it just takes acquiring some signatures and filling out that petition. So there is a program already in place where people can do that. They can find more information on the city's website.
Terrific, thank you. And Vice Mayor wants to add something too.
I will just add, and I appreciate that, I think the reality is everyone wants other cars driving on their street to go 15 miles an hour. And when they're driving on any other street, they want to be going 35 to 60 miles an hour so that they can get where they're going. And if we eventually lower all the streets to what our residents desire, no one is going to be able to drive. And I think that's not the goal here.
Thank you.
Might be the goal.
So with that, we have a motion and a second.
And my motion also includes closing the public hearing. Closing the public hearing.
Thank you. So I just want to confirm that the council members understand the motion on the floor. Yes? Okay, great. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the item with additional direction. And it went away.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'll just add it back in because Granicus does not like us tonight. Okay.
Yep.
Record. Start voting.
There it is. Thank you so much.
And the motion passes 4-1.
Now we're doing the
We will move on to, there's no legislative business tonight. We'll move on to item F1 as per the changes to the agenda. Let me get there. F1, the emergency urgency ordinance in response to the fires. City Manager Wilson, City Attorney Langer, thank you so much.
Yes, I can give the report this evening. As we know, the Palisades and Altadena areas have been devastated by fires, and thousands of structures have been burned, and thousands of people have lost their homes and are displaced, as well as a tremendous loss of commercial corridors and critical infrastructure. As the fires are still ongoing, it's not really clear when the road to recovery can begin in the region. But immediately after the fires started, the city started receiving inquiries from the real estate industry, hotels, concerned citizens of how the city could immediately assist in housing displaced people and where our local rules could be eased to allow displaced people to locate in West Hollywood for more flexible amounts of time. The need is urgent and imminent. A few regulatory options became apparent for consideration, and this item was brought forward to propose possible solutions to the City Council to immediately assist in the regional need to house displaced people. The first item before you tonight in the urgency ordinance is this. The city has a minimum 1-year lease requirement for rental units in the city. This rule is completely separate from any rules prohibiting short-term rentals in the city. This is a separate rule that the city of West Hollywood has put into place to require that that dwelling units be rented for a 1-year minimum lease term. So the proposal is to temporarily suspend the 1-year lease requirement for those offering a dwelling unit to an evacuee of the fires. This provides more flexibility in lease terms in that any lease must be longer than 30 days, but does not need to last for an entire year. Displaced persons may not yet know their long-term housing needs and may not want to commit to a full year in this location. So this provides flexibility, and hopefully some of the vacant housing stock can be leased to those seeking housing after the fires. The second item for consideration tonight is we have heard reports that hotels have been hesitant to allow their customers to stay for longer than 30 days for fear that this would create some sort of tenancy or trigger the city's rent stabilization ordinance. So the second provision of the ordinance is intended to make clear to hotels that if they do allow displaced people to stay, if they're displaced by the fires for longer than 30 days, the hotel will not become subject to the rent stabilization ordinance, and those occupants will not become tenants of the hotel entitled to tenant protections. This is a temporary measure intended to ensure that displaced people have a place to stay and a roof over their head. I will note that the transit occupancy tax does not apply to stays longer than 30 days. And we also understand that the city of Santa Monica, another rent stabilized jurisdiction, adopted similar provisions in response to the fires. The third item for consideration tonight is that the city does have a home sharing license that allows people to rent rooms in their homes for less than 30 days with a license and if the owner is present at the time. The city charges an application licensing fee for these home sharing licenses, and the licensing fee is proposed to be waived for those who represent that the home sharing will occur for fire evacuees. And lastly, the ordinance authorizes the city manager to direct resources and prioritize actions necessary to assist in emergency response, and directs my office to report any price gouging to the appropriate authorities, which are the district attorney and the state attorney general, since price gouging is a violation of state law after a declared emergency. So the region was already in a housing crisis, and there is an immediate need for thousands of displaced people to find housing in the region, and there's an immediate need for people to find long-term shelter following this unprecedented loss in the region. If approved, this ordinance will go into effect immediately with approval of a 4/5 vote by the City Council tonight. I'm available to answer questions, as is City Manager Wilson and some of the executive team as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Who would like to begin questions from my colleagues?
I just have a quick question.
Oh, he's ready. Quick question here from Eric.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Regarding this item, there's been a lot of confusion in the public regarding this item and what we adopted back in December with the ballot initiatives. They have nothing to do with one another, and that this item specifically is dealing with the 1-year minimum lease requirements.
That's correct, and that was not a provision that was in the initiative measures that were adopted in November.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Hellman?
Yeah, my only question is sort of a practical one. How do we make sure that the person who is applying for home sharing or is in the hotel, how do we make sure that they are actually a person displaced due to the fires? So, I'm sorry. The reason we have the rules in place are to protect residents. I think I'm getting displaced by the fire. Sorry. But yeah, is there some mechanism that you've envisioned or that staff would create where the person has to sign something?
Well, for the ability to stay longer in a hotel, obviously the people are currently in the hotel, so we know that they need housing for longer, and there's a TOT waiver form that can be filled out. For someone applying to live in rental housing, one, they'll be wanting a longer term, and two, they can provide some sort of documentation to the person leasing to them to make clear that they'll be okay offering a lease shorter than 1 year. So it's up to the lessor, the person who owns a property, to make sure that they're covered and that they're doing things correctly. And then with the home sharing license fee waiver, we can add something to the application to make them make clear that they understand what the rules are and what this fee waiver would be for.
Great, thank you.
I had one question just about the timeline, and it's sort of unknown at this point, but will we be in coordination with other jurisdictions to determine when, or how are we sort of thinking about that timeline, however far out it may be?
So what's proposed in the ordinance tonight is allowing these suspensions and rules to be in place for 18 months, because we figured by 18 months, recovery will not have happened, but at least at that point, people will know where they want to stay for the long term, might be a little bit more settled, and will be a little bit more comfortable identifying long-term housing while they rebuild.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Hing?
Thank you, Mayor. So the responsibility on enforcement would fall into our code enforcement?
Yes, although we have a complaint-based, some of these items are complaint-based anyway, and so I don't think every lease is not reviewed by the city in the normal course of business. So again, it's up to the lessor to make sure that if they're doing something that's less than 1 year, that they're satisfied that they're leasing to someone who's been displaced by the fires.
Understood, thank you.
If no other questions, I see we have 4 people signed up for public comment tonight. We can begin with Gerard Wright from the Greater LA Realtors. And next up, I have Eric Turek, followed by Meg Ostro.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Gerard Wright with the Greater Los Angeles Realtors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. On behalf of the 12,000 members of the Greater LA Realtors, we want to thank the council for including this emergency ordinance to help families and friends who are victims impacted by the recent fires. And we are in support of F1. This urgency ordinance provides many housing providers the ability for them to do their part to help assist those who are in need in recovery and rebuilding efforts, those who need shelter to make those next steps, and even just to figure out a pathway forward because of their homes or their businesses were impacted by the fires. There was a little blurb about the watching out for price gouging. We have actively taken a step within our association and many other associations in communicating the importance of why that is bad for not just good faith on business on our part, but just watching out for those bad actors and how to report it and making sure that we provide that information on, okay, what is an allowable rent? So we're doing our part to make sure that we are informing our members and they can educate others on how to do it. With the remaining 50 seconds I have left, I want to congratulate Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Howman, and thank outgoing Mayor Erickson for the job and service you have done in the year 2024. And most importantly, kudos to our firefighters, our emergency services, and all those volunteers, because it took a village to make sure we all come together and to help the victims who have lost so much in the fire. So thank you all so very, very much for the time and attention, and we hope this moves forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eric Turek.
Hi, Mayor Byers and Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Eric Turek. I am a resident of West Hollywood, and I just want to tell you that I'm so in support of this. You've gotten my emails. I was ringing in the cavalry, I guess, the GLAR government affairs people. So I'm very happy that you all have addressed this situation and for the displaced evacuees, that sort of thing. So I'm very excited, and I'm glad that you're able to actually do something about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Meg Ostrow, followed by Rick Watts. And if you wish to speak, please submit a speaker slip. Otherwise, that'll be the end of our list.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting us speak on behalf of these displaced victims. I'm a realtor in Beverly Hills, and I'm seeing on the front lines everyone that needs housing. Their pleas for short-term housing, and then the people that cannot afford to really have a lease for a year. Some are moving out of the state, some are moving out of the city. They can't afford it anymore. So a short-term alternative for a lot of these people, most of them families, is an option that we're happy that you all are considering on providing to these victims. And I'm just really standing here on behalf of them because, again, we're hearing their stories, and they're devastated. They don't know if they're coming or going, and what we're trying to do is help them. So we thank you for considering this. And we hope that we will get a 4/5 vote for this to help the displaced residents of the fires. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Watts. you'll be our final speaker, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. I'm in favor of all four of the sections of this proposal, with the possible exception of the one obviating for a year, suspending for a year, the change in definition of short term, and allowing people to rent those 6,000 or so units in West Hollywood that otherwise would have been wrapped into the ban on short-term housing effective January 1st. I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that those 6,000 units also need to be available for the intent of making that change last fall was to protect the supply of housing that was proposed, built, permitted for long-term housing in this city. I'm fully sympathetic of the persons that were displaced from the house, from the Palisades and from Eaton, and I think we need to absolutely work with the hotels in that part of the provision to ensure that that hotels are able to best rent to folks. But I just don't want this to end up being a camel's nose under the tent, to end up in a year from now with these other 6,000 units being pressured to remain exempt. And again, I want to thank you all for your response to this emergency, and also our first responders in the heroic work that they did. We really dodged a bullet. Let's please get these other abandoned properties, get rid of them before they really become another fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have the discussion, or would one of my, oh, yep, over here, Vice Mayor.
I think Rick makes a good point in terms of the one-year lease. Part of the reason we implemented it was because landlords were using what were intended as long-term rental units for short-term Airbnb type of stays. And I'm very sympathetic, I support this, but I think we can't just rely on the landlord for verification. I think we need to set up some kind of process where they actually have to submit the new tenant's former address, so we know that they are actually people who were displaced, as opposed to the landlord engaging in short-term rental. So if we can give that direction, I don't think it has to be in the ordinance. If we can give that direction, I'm prepared to move the item as it's been presented.
Councilmember Meister, you had something to add?
I have some comments and questions. So first of all, I want to just confirm that we're not allowing short-term rentals in apartment units.
Correct.
Okay, that's number one. Okay, so I have Rick Watts' concerns and Vice Mayor Heilman's concerns, but I do feel that we should limit this to houses and condos and not apartments, because we are then giving up whatever available, rent stabilized units to people who are going to be here just temporarily, and that means that people who would have moved here or want to be here, on a more permanent basis, are losing that possibility. And my concern is, what is it going to do to the rents? Yes, you can say no price gouging, but there's going to be increases. I think we would be naive to think that there wouldn't be. I think that the item on the hotels, having the hotels be allowed to rent for more than 30 days is absolutely fine. We have 2,600 hotel rooms across 20 hotels. They're only 50% occupied, when last year they were 60% occupied. So there's definitely that availability there. I'm fine with waiving fees and expediting home sharing licenses, and I think there should also be an added direction to put out communications in West Hollywood about price gouging. I will let you know, just from from my work, what we know is that there are 700 people in shelters. Total rooms occupied in hotels is just over 1,500. So about 3,500 people are in hotel rooms from, who are survivors of the fire. And there are still hotel rooms available in 123 hotels that they are using for transitional shelter. I think maybe we do this in stages. I think that people coming from, well, they're all different people coming. And I don't know that there's sort of there's people who are going to be able to afford a lot, and they're not going to be looking at our cheaper units. They're going to be looking at our houses and our condominiums. And then we have people who are at another end of the spectrum, and they're not going to be able to afford our apartment units or our houses or our condos. So I'm just trying to think about maybe doing that part, number one, more slowly by starting with housing and condos and the other options, and just holding off on rent-stabilized apartments, because I do have a concern that's going to affect more than just getting people some housing.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much for bringing this up and bringing this forward in such a quick fashion. I know that with the cancellation of last week's meeting as well as this kind of was, very timely in everything that we were doing. I agree with what Councilmember Meister and Councilmember Heilman have said. I would love to know the logistical aspect, if that's amenable tonight for us to be able to do kind of those phased approaches. I share the same concern regarding giving up our apartment unit type of housing stock. I think keeping it to condos and housing is important first. I do know, in talking to some realtor friends on the west side, just last week over in Brentwood, on a Sunday, there's normally, and I think I shared this with you, Lauren Langer, there's normally like 15 to 20 open houses in a 4-block radius of where this one area was by the Palisades. And as of 2 days ago, all of them were done because most of the houses or condos were sold because individuals in the Palisades knew they're going to be rebuilding for 4 to 5 years, and so they've bought in something. They're able to buy something quickly, but they'll figure out the rest later. So people are kind of moving, very fast. I agree with that motion, the direction that we're going forward. I worry about unintended consequences, which is why I'm very hesitant about apartments at the moment, because I know that we have a lot of landlords in the city that do not update their properties, would use this to make a quick buck, and sadly, I think further infringe upon the individuals that have been displaced at the moment, and so that's my number one concern. I'm generally in support of the item, and I would like us to take that action, but I just want to make sure from the City Attorney Langer that if we were to give certain direction like this tonight, we can still adopt the urgency ordinance, and you could come back with maybe the how-tos for us to make sure the community knows, people are aware, and that we're following kind of all issuances of the price gouging and everything else. That's it.
Councilmember Hang, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with my colleagues that there should be some sort of safeguards in the verification. I don't know if there's a way where we can adopt what possibly FEMA requires or the rental insurance company requires as some sort of documentation to show the city that it's just not some average person just trying to get a short-term stay. And I gotta admit, I'm a little torn. I do support the item in its entirety. We have a fire that displaced thousands of families. People are homeless, for lack of better words. I mean, I was at the FEMA Assistance Center here in West Hollywood. I greeted families who lost everything. And now this is a time where West Hollywood can step up to the plate and be the example for Los Angeles County to open up our homes, condos, and apartments, as well as our hotel rooms, which we're already doing. I think that's just the right thing to do. But of course, there should be, and I understand my colleagues' concern with that, with our own housing supply with our own rental market here within the city. But I do believe that this is a chance for the creative city to show the county, to show the state what we're capable of when there's a disaster, when people need help. They can always turn to West Hollywood because we're the creative and we're the inclusive city. Thank you.
Thank you to all my colleagues for your comments. I wanted to see if the city attorney had any response to the ability for us to add some of the provisions about checking and proof of impact.
Yes, I think that we could come up with some sort of submittal requirement. I agree, it probably doesn't need to be dictated in the ordinance. We could probably come up with something administratively because we hear the concern and understand that you want some verification for people who are utilizing these emergency provisions.
Terrific. I see a motion on the table.
My motion would be to adopt this on an urgency basis, but I want to get clarification from the city attorney about the applicability to apartment units. That seems to be a concern that a number of people have expressed.
Well, as written, it applies to all dwelling units.
Right.
You'll recall the rule used to not apply to single-family homes and condominiums. And so, remember, they were allowed to have a shorter lease term. That was, I think it was changed back in 2024 to make them the same as apartments. So if the majority of the council wants to only apply this to single-family homes and condominiums, allow these medium-term tenancies in single-family homes and not in the rent-stabilized apartments, we could figure out some way to word that. But as proposed, it applies to all dwelling units for the time being.
And the reality is that most people, they could come here and sign a lease for 1 year. I mean, there's no reason why they couldn't do that if they wanted to. This is just giving some flexibility for people who are not yet certain. So I don't know that it's actually taking away a rental unit from somebody who would otherwise be renting it, because the people who are displaced could also rent it for a year. So I'm comfortable with it as it's written, as long as we have some administrative process to verify that the people who are getting the shorter term leases are actually people who've been displaced.
Okay. Councilmember Meister.
Is there something that we can do to prevent in apartments, in any of the rent-stabilized units, from rents being raised after those people leave?
Well, part of that is covered by the state price gouging laws because it impacts a variety of situations, including when a unit is vacant, what it can be rented at now, if somebody leaves. So I think that astronomical rent increases are covered by the state's price gouging laws, and we wouldn't need to do anything locally to regulate the rents. If you wanted to look at that further, we would have to report back. I couldn't give you all the options for regulating rents, as part of this item tonight. And it wasn't really proposed as what was to be discussed.
Councilmember Erickson, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Hearing what Vice Mayor Heilman has just said, is it possible for us to, let's say, pass this item as is, but giving you direction to focus first on condos and single-family homes, and develop an implementation of apartment units and come back to us with how that would be done? Or is that kind of logistically impossible?
It's not logistically impossible. Then I would amend the ordinance tonight probably to only apply to a certain subset of dwelling units, and we'd probably come back and amend the ordinance at a later date. It just means there's more time that those people can't be housed.
I know.
It's just a further delay in proposing emergency measures.
And the reason I'm toying with where I want to go, I want to do this right away, and I see it, but I'm also worried about unintended consequences. And so I'm wondering that if people that lost homes, not saying people did not lose apartment buildings or other places where they lived, hearing what Vice Mayor Heilman said, that they can already come in, get a year lease, and move forward, if there was just a better understanding of how we could get a report back on okay, so we've amended this ordinance, passes by 4/5 vote. In 6 months, can we hear back how many people that we've been tracking to that are now living in West Hollywood as a result of this ordinance? Because, for example, if we do this, and let's say, 200-300 people take advantage of it, okay, right? If we understand where they're at with that data and not in apartment units or in condos or wherever they are, but if we do this, and let's say, I'm not saying this is the case, 10 people use it, where was the goal? And yes, we're trying to help out people, but where is the goal and how are we doing it? So I don't know if my colleagues are amenable to some of that conversation.
I mean, my guess is that because you have the realtors involved, it's going to be houses and condos. It's not going to be apartments. So why don't we start with houses and condos, and if we say come back in 2 months and let's reassess if we should have another ordinance that doesn't have to necessarily be urgency, that that opens it up to apartments, like Vice Mayor Almond said. Someone going into an apartment or any of these things can say they're going to be there a year, and my guess is that they're not going to be held to it if they leave a month before. This disaster the rebuild is going to take much, much longer than 1 year. They're not even going to be able to get rid of the debris in 1 year. That I know.
Vice Mayor?
I understand that. I think there are also people who just don't know what they want to do. They were living in rental units in the Palisades or in the Eaton area, and they're looking for something desperately right now. They don't know whether they want to move back, and so giving a landlord the option, if a family comes to them and says, we don't know what we want to do, can we lease here for the next 4 months until we figure it out? I think that's not unrealistic, and I don't think there are going to be that many people that it results in an adverse impact. And there are apartments that, and Wendy tells me that part of her apartment building is vacant. So there may be landlords who say, yes, if you only want to sign a lease for 6 months, we're amenable to that. But I do agree with the idea of getting a report, and that's why I think it's important that there be verification. That way, the landlord or somebody has to submit it to the city, and then we can track how many people and how many units, whether it's a hotel or whether it's an apartment building. But again, that's more administrative implementation than the ordinance itself.
Councilmember Hang?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I am personally, I think we should open it up to all apartments and houses and condos. This is a time of need where our city can be a leader, can be an example for all other cities across the state and across the county who aren't really that impacted by the fires. And Vice Mayor Heilman is correct. Somebody just might need a unit for 4 months while FEMA processes their $43,000 check. Or they might need a unit for just 3 months until their State Farm Renters Insurance cuts them a check. So I am of the belief that we should be opening all the units up, of course with safeguards, as Vice Mayor Holloman had indicated, whether that be a proof of a FEMA application, proof of insurance application, renter's insurance, homeowner's insurance, whatever that may be. But personally, I am of the belief that we should be helping as many people as we can. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Meister.
So what I would say then is, in addition to those kind of reports, I think we should also be we should have some kind of requirement of landlords in terms of, their intentions with rent, and make sure that they follow through with that. We can't just assume that someone is going to say, I'm being price gouged and report it. So I think that if we're going to have them report back to us with where these people lived before, then we should also get from them commitments on rent.
It's a good point because we could create a form that someone has to submit in order to get access to this easing of the rules, and we could list the price gouging information on there because there's a bunch of different parts of the price gouging rule that everyone should be aware of before they're setting their rents.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, and with respect to residential apartments, aren't they already required to register? I see Christoph is here, but wouldn't that be covered by the registration requirements? And they'd be limited by whatever the annual rent increase is as well.
I think that would be true.
Was
I
that
see
an
Christoph
official
coming up.
Except that when they leave, then they can go to market rate, and so for the next people, then it's higher after just 4 months. So that's my concern is that.
Well, if it's vacant, they can go to market right now.
Yes, but if market rate's going to be even higher in 4 months.
Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I'm Christoph Schroeder. I'm the Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization. I'm sorry, what was the question on the floor? I apologize.
All rental units that are subject to the rent stabilization ordinance are required to register, correct?
Correct.
And so we already know what their rent is, and if they're renting it for 4 months for somebody who is displaced, that's registered with your department, correct?
Yes, they would be required. Well, this would be an exception to the normal, it would be an additional requirement that they submit some sort of other information besides the registration form itself.
Okay, so they would have to register.
Oh, yes, correct.
Yes, but we could also require them to supply information if it's less than a year that the person who's renting is somebody who's been displaced.
Yes, if that's part of the ordinance and the administration that follows.
Okay, thank you.
Terrific. We
You're
have
welcome.
a second. Did you want to make any additional comments, Councilmember Hang?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for the city attorney. In terms of price gouging, will the city's attorney, will the city prosecutor be prosecuting those, or will they be forwarded over to DA Hockman's office to prosecute any price gouging?
Price gouging is a violation of state law, so our city prosecutor only prosecutes misdemeanors that are for our city code. So the complaints about price gouging will be forwarded to, I think, the state attorney general and the district attorney's office.
So the California Attorney General, Mr. Bonta, will be taken care of. I mean, not
I heard he's already
personally,
sent out 200 letters to various landlords around the state, and so I think it's a high priority for the
Great.
state.
So this will be, if this ordinance does pass, if my colleagues do see it that way, then this will be I just want to tell all the landlords out there, price gouging is illegal. We are in a state emergency at this time. And according to our city attorney, the state's attorney general will prosecute you if you price gouge in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready for a vote. There's no other deliberation.
Should we clarify the
Yes,
motion?
I think we should clarify
The motion on the floor, please, yes. Because there was a lot of back and forth.
Yep.
Well, the motion is to introduce this as an urgency item with the direction that we've given, that there be an administrative process that requires both the hotels and the landlords to provide the city with documentation that the person they're renting to, either for longer than 30 days in a hotel or for shorter than 1 year in dwelling units, that they are somebody who has been displaced as a result of the fires.
And we will report back.
And a report
with some
back.
data
And you
to
will
the city
report
council.
back as well. Thank you for that.
Do you have a frequency in when you would be reporting back? Is it going to be like every other month, every month? Not yet. And that's okay. I'm just saying, for us to understand.
Yeah, I think for that initial report back to have useful data, it would be by the end of this fiscal year, by the end of June 30th. because we do have to create the forms. We have to figure out who is going to review these. We just don't have the staffing for this, so it may be contracting out someone who's going to review, because these are now going to be like condos and homes that were not previously didn't register with the city. So it's a whole new group. So I think by June 30th we can come back. Both we'll certainly have those forms and things created a lot sooner, but actually having data of people moving in and how many people are impacted will
Thank you.
be by that time.
Okay. And that's
Okay.
clear to everybody? Okay.
Perfect.
Glad it's clear.
And for members of the public, this is an urgency ordinance. It requires a 4/5 vote of the city council. And with that, we will start voting. And the motion passes 5-0.
Lauren, do we need to introduce this as well as on a regular basis? Okay, thank you.
Terrific. We are going back in the agenda. I believe it's item E1 was moved in part to consent and continued on the rest, so we're looking at item E2.
Do we want to take a break before we start this fun time?
Do my colleagues need to take a quick break before we begin the public safety portion of the agenda? No? Looks like folks are good to go. Okay, great. So with that, we'll move on to item E2, the update on community safety and well-being strategy. Thank you so much to our staff who are getting seated. Will you please introduce yourselves and present? Do we need a full report from colleagues? Yes?
I don't need a full report on this. I read the staff report was fairly good, but if my colleagues want, I'm happy for an abbreviated, high-level one.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got one more colleague coming up to the staff table, but I'll get started. Hello, I'm Christine Safrit, Assistant to the City Manager and Acting Human Services Manager. With me at the table tonight to respond to any questions you may have are Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety, Christoph Schroeder, Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization, Nick Marisich, Director of Community Development, and of course, at the dais with you is City Manager David Wilson. This item provides the second annual update on the West Hollywood Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy and describes the city's progress to implement and advance the priorities outlined in that report. The Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy was adopted by the City Council in 2022 in response to the emergence of social justice movements surrounding anti-racism efforts and policing equity, particularly related to requests for greater accountability and transparency from the LA County Sheriff's Department and an interest in improving the effectiveness of programs supporting public safety. The city's CSWB strategy was developed through extensive consultation with community stakeholders, an analysis of the inventory of existing community services, and consideration of the local and regional context in which we operate. The intent of the CSWB strategy is to bring together the city and local law enforcement partners, contracted service providers, neighboring government agencies, and other key civic groups to establish systems and processes that address complex public safety concerns and social risk factors. The city's CSWB strategy identifies 11 areas of strategic priority for the city. Each strategic priority includes multiple interrelated initiatives. Combined, these represent the primary focus areas for ongoing and future service delivery to the community. Since the CSWB strategy was adopted, significant progress has been made in a number of initiatives as described in the staff report and in attachment A, CSWB Strategy 2024 Progress Report. In addition, the city's recently adopted strategic plan leans into the CSWB strategy and includes a primary focus area related to community safety and well-being. A few of the many highlights in the report and that you are likely to hear more about over the course of this evening's business items include that the city hosted a variety of community trainings, including CERT, CPR First Aid, a Community Safety Academy, and initiated and completed 2 cohorts of the Civic Leadership Academy. Expanding the Security Ambassador Program to add numerous stationary kiosk locations throughout the city and implement a new Senior Safety Officer position. Began implementation of the public safety technology initiatives, including fixed live view security cameras and drones as first responders. These initiatives will be in operation by the end of the first quarter of this year, placing 107 individuals in transitional or permanent housing and providing emergency shelter to 80 individuals, expanding the West Hollywood Care Team to 24/7 operations, and more. The list goes on, but I will not. We will be happy to address any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who among my colleagues would like to begin questions, if any? I don't see any public commenters on this item. We can move straight into discussion if there are no questions.
I'm happy to take it.
And he's ready to start, y'all. Okay, we're
I'm
going to
ready.
send it over to him.
No, I just want to thank staff for this report. It's really great to see the ongoing work that's been going on and the thoughtfulness that's been coming around, specifically around the issues of our older adult community and individuals with disabilities. One, I do want to thank Mayor Byers for taking the initiative to call those individuals during the Sunset Fire. That's a call above beyond the duty, as we were all making calls to everyone as much as we could. So thank you for doing that. But additionally, something that I've spoken about with staff regarding the care and well-being of individuals in our community is a need for continued engagement. And I was wondering if there is a way for us to look at how our community safety and well-being strategy could also include some type of new ambassador program for individuals to go around our community to talk to our older adult community, individuals most at risk in our communities, especially right now, and not only capture stories, but engagement. A couple of recent surveys have showed that most older adults are completely unaware of around 50+% of the benefits that they're actually able to get from local, statewide, and federal governments. SNAP, food benefits, specifically with food insecurity, as that was an item in here. Is there a way in which you could add that, or we could, and I was going to, bring an item about it, but I thought maybe instead of doing that, it would be a great way for us to make an investment into our community, maybe underneath the WeHo Cares team or a subdivision of that, and I just didn't know what the possibility of that would look like.
I have a suggestion. Perhaps we could be incorporating that into our upcoming development for the RFP for the new social service contracts. Will be coming forward in the fall. We're beginning that process, and we'll be starting to inform the council of our progress as we move forward on that.
Great. That will save Andy a staff report that she has to write, but specifically if my colleagues don't have, that was my only really big comment on this, is that one thing that I noticed also when I was out there knocking on doors for nothing electorally related, but specifically when I was talking to people, I found myself talking to individuals for 30 to 40 minutes, and I probably was one of their first, if only, conversations that entire day, if not week. And so I would love to find ways that we can involve them in artistic communities, or just making sure that they're aware of a city like West Hollywood that's out there with the rich benefits. So if you could, and if my colleagues don't have any opposition to it, look at what that would be in the RFP process, I would like to make that suggestion, and I have no other comments. Thank you.
Would you like to go, Councilmember Meister? Thank you.
Sure. And now when I'm looking at my notes, I don't know if I got it from this report or I got it from one of the other 4 reports, but I agree that our AFN population access and functional needs community is not prepared, and we need to plan for them, and in order to engage them, to have full engagement as opposed to just the bad stuff, emergency preparedness, the scary stuff. It would be a really positive thing to do. I kind of looked at the different priority areas, and so under homelessness, I mean, I'm seeing more and more homeless or unhoused people on the streets who are mentally ill or substance misusers, and they just can't live independently. They need facilities. I asked Block by Block at WeHo Park if they had seen the CARES team visit, and they said no, only when they're called. And I want to make sure that now that they're 24/7, we're hearing that they're proactively going around, but yet our people who are in the parks are not seeing them. I want to make sure that they are visiting all of our parks, including Hart Park, because there's been some issues there. And I understand staff is working on mapping from the homeless concern line, but we're only 1.9 square miles, and I think that we know that some of the hubs are our parks, and we don't have that many parks, and also go by the CVS store at Santa Monica Boulevard in La Cienega. That's my concern, is that we're not utilizing the tools that we have proactively. I was wondering how many calls were received on the 24/7 homeless concern line since October 2024. Does anybody know? Because that was when the homeless concern line went 24/7. It was in the report somewhere, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and that will be coming up in our report following this report.
Okay, so that can wait. All right. The pedestrian cycling safety, that's what I was saying. I read all of these things all at once. So the pedestrian cycling safety, I would like staff to investigate the use of east-west alleys as potential bike lanes as a shared use with alleys. And if needed, I can work on a council item if that's needed. But I think that might be another a safe place to have bike traffic. And it would also activate our alleyways. We'd obviously have to do lighting and stuff and figure that out. But anyway, I would like to at least investigate that. I also wanted to find out, if we've talked to LA County Fire yet about the fountain, the streetscape project. And if not, when are we planning to talk to them?
We, staff have reached out to the fire department. I would have to check with staff for the most up-to-date status of those discussions, but yes, we are in touch with them and actively working through the fountain project. So yes.
Okay, great, because it's better for them to give their input before plans are drawn. Then lastly on this item, on the older adult care and isolation, I just wanted to also make sure we're including information and education on fraud and identity theft. Because what happens is when older adults start getting into technology, and I just know this from experience with my dad, they're clicking on everything. And I've heard of people losing their bank accounts because of it. So I just want to make sure that we're going to include that as well. Those were my comments.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Hang, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I thoroughly, as the freshman up here, I thoroughly enjoyed reading the report. I mean, as a social worker, this is my wheelhouse. I just had a question. Can we somehow add in more programs for for those of us in our community that are in the addiction recovery community? I went to the Vibes New Year the Vibes New Year event at Plummer Park. It was a great community event. We have so many bars in this city. We don't have enough events just to celebrate the sober community so they can celebrate each other. So if there's a way we can add that in, or with the next service contracts coming up, because I would like to invest more programs in that community, because I feel oftentimes we're left out. And we shouldn't just be celebrating a sober community once a year at New Year's. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report. It was very thorough, and it's great to see sort of the comprehensive set of programs that we provide as part of this sort of way of keeping our community safe, not just from criminal activity, but safe and healthy. Going back to Councilmember Erickson's comments about the SNAP program, I think when we began the poverty reduction program several years ago, many years now, that was one of the first things we did, and it may not necessarily require some kind of contract because the SNAP program itself has funding to try to expand and promote. So maybe look at what we did previously. I know we went to all of the senior buildings. We tried to do outreach to everyone who had a low-income tenant who was getting a tenant rebate. So there are a number of ways that we already identify people who may be eligible for that program. And there are some people who are eligible for it and simply feel like it's not necessary for them, which is sad because they're missing out on some of the benefits that they might be able to obtain. Yeah.
I too, just to build off that too, wonder if the grocery stores, especially some on the east side, would be great places to intervene some of that information. Just thinking outside of the box and where people are showing up and may wish they had an extra dollar and can know how to grab it ahead of, for the next time. So I appreciate everybody's comments. The one thing I wanted to add to this too, and just everything that my colleagues have shared is so brilliant, thank you. The the drink test strips, am I getting all this confused? We've done an amazing job distributing those to the community. I know in Sacramento, the original assembly member author of the legislation is looking to hopefully broaden that. So I just want us to keep an eye out for that. If there's a renewed opportunity for us to do more distribution, to be ahead of the curve, building the toolkits that our businesses may need to implement that. The state gives us great ideas, but sometimes leaves us hanging on that implementation. And so it'd be really great for us to be thinking of how we can help close the gap for when that may show up. I do just want to flag, I see that there's a public commenter who signed up. So if my colleagues are okay, we've been kind of getting into deliberation, and I'd love to make sure that public commenter is able to join us. Rick Watts, if you would like to come up and speak on this item, I see that you signed up. We want to make sure you get a chance to speak, and then it sounds like we're ready to sort of move into deliberations at that point.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, thank you.
Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. I'm glad to hear a lot of these issues being raised here, not least of which is because I've got a number of seniors in my building as well as some elsewhere that I've been having to constantly help them with errands and work their way through paperwork problems over the last 2 or 3 years, including a gentleman in my building who is dealing with, he is increasingly having trouble verbalizing. He's 82. And it sometimes is more than I can handle. On the night of the big fire scare a couple of weeks ago, I was having to wrangle 4 different individuals to make sure that they were all ready to pile into my car along with a dog belonging to one of them. And I know that there were still a couple of people that I would not have been able to help that I've otherwise worked with, but were at other locations that I just simply couldn't get to in time. Had the worst happen, which thank God it didn't, but we came so close. I would add also, as far as checking in with those seniors, just before Christmas, my housemate had a very sudden and severe attack of sepsis that landed him in the ICU. And had I not been home, if I had been away for the day, he would not be with us today. It was that close. So we do need to pay more attention to these things, and I'm glad that you're addressing these. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify my point. Yes, SNAP benefits, food benefits, all critical that we do, but I also wanted to invest a little bit more significantly in our at-risk community, our older adults community, in the ways in which we could create some type of, or look at an RFP for that type of communication with them. So yes, everything else, but yeah.
Christoph gets it. You get, yeah, okay, great.
Great.
And I see there's one more public commenter signed up. If anybody else would like to speak, now's your chance. Come on up, Karen Ayers.
Thank you. Karen Ayers, City of West Hollywood. I serve on the Human Services Commission, but I'm here speaking tonight as a public, concerned citizen. This morning, I was at Plummer Park to witness the SOVA food distribution to unhoused people. And one of the SOVA volunteers pointed out an individual who's been, she identified as someone who's been dealing drugs and preying on the unhoused people to sell drugs to. And she asked if I could call public safety. I actually went inside the community center, spoke to the block by block person who was posted at the front, let him know what was going on, gave him an identification of the person. He actually went over, and I witnessed this from inside the building, so I was staying out of sight, but he actually talked to the person and had them moved along. And I left that day feeling so proud of myself, and then I found out that then the public safety people kind of showed up en masse. I don't know who from public safety, whether it was block by block or their bosses or sheriff's deputies, I don't know. But one of the unhoused people who was there to receive food was arrested for supposedly being high. Some people who've been living in their car to come to get for groceries were, in the words of the SOVA volunteer, harassed and made to feel unwelcome. And, you know, I know everyone here wants an approach that respects these people and gives them dignity when they come for services. We got to get our public safety personnel to work with our human services personnel to preserve that dignity and response and make sure that the right people are protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I see one more public commenter, Nick Roybal. Join us.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. As I was reflecting on the comments and I was skimming the report, it dawns on me that none of this is effective, Council and City Manager Wilson, without regional partnership and close partnership with LA City and the City of Beverly Hills. As we witnessed in the failure 2 Wednesdays ago, that night, and I heard your remarks earlier in the meeting, thank you for them. You have to defend the city. But it was a failure in comms, in working with the city of LA and our partners. I was there that evening helping people evacuate in this city. I had residents look me in the eyes and say, Nick, we didn't get the evac order, but people in LA did. Can you guarantee we will be safe? I had to look them in the eyes and tell them, no, I can't guarantee that. I had to message a council member. I had to message other public safety officials who had to contact sheriffs because the city wasn't doing enough in terms of communications. So all of this is great as a strategy, but the strategy must also include, beyond going to the COG meetings, which was told to me last year, I know those occur, but it has to be effective. So how do we do that? And I know this is a way to defend our actions, that's what this report does. But we have to move beyond that. And something isn't working. This is great. We can pat ourselves on the back. You're doing your government job. But taxpayers in this city, in this county, in this state deserve much better than this report.
Thank you so much. Are there any other, I don't see any other public comment. Do my colleagues have any other direction? This is not an item we have to give a motion on, so are there any other direction?
No. While this, in regards to what was just recently said, while this has lots to do with the future, I think that it's also important to realize that this is also a stepping stone to where we're also trying to get with community safety and well-being. And these were also, a lot of these recommendations were given to us through multiple interactions with the public, as well as what was the steering group called? Wasn't there like a group of community residents that took on helping collect data?
That was for the strategic plan.
The strategic plan.
Yeah,
Great.
not for the community safety and well-being strategy.
Great. But regardless, what we're hearing here is what we're trying to get to, not something that's currently in existence, because I'm seeing these as a lot of future programming, right? Great. Okay. And you do work already regionally with our partners. I'm pretty sure I already know the answer, but just for the public's reference, you do? And that includes the city of LA, the county, the state, the city of Beverly Hills, and the surrounding neighborhoods?
That's correct.
Wonderful. So let's just stop with that misinformation.
If there are no other comments on this, we will thank our staff. I don't think we need a formal motion, so we're all set on this item. Are you all, okay, great. We did it then. It's weird when you don't have to vote on anything. Perfect. Okay, we'll move forward. I think, my colleagues are asking for a break, so we're going to, we're going to take a 10-minute break, they asked, and then we'll start 8:40 with item E3, our semi-annual community safety update. Thank you. We had 3 extra minutes, to be fair. Thank you all for your patience. Holy cow. So as staff becomes ready, we'll revisit the agenda. Item E3, the semi-annual community safety update. Over to you, Danny Rivas. Thank you.
Great. Mayor, do we want to wait for Councilmember Hang or no? Do we?
Let's just give him 1 second. Oh, go ahead and start, and then yeah, he'll come back.
Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining on this item is Anita Shandy, our Public Safety Manager for the City of West Hollywood. We have a number of our public safety partners as well that are going to be presenting information. We're going to be playing a little bit of musical chairs here at the staff table, but we will have our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, West Hollywood Station Captain Bill Mulder presenting information. We'll have Lieutenant Fanny Lapkin and Sergeant Jason Duran. From our Los Angeles County Fire Department, we have Battalion Chief Kevin Price that will be providing information as it relates to fire. We have our General Manager from our Block by Block Security Ambassador Program, Erica Leone, who will also be presenting information. And then we'll also have our city's Neighborhood and Business Safety Manager, Vito Adamitis, providing an overview in terms of code enforcement efforts. And so this semi-annual community safety update includes year-to-date statistics from last calendar year in comparison to the prior year. You will see a 5-year analysis as it relates to crime statistics that the West Hollywood Sheriff Station will be providing. You have other updates as well that's included in the staff report as it relates to public safety technology. As you know, there are a number of items that are in progress, and so you'll be hearing from the West Hollywood Sheriff Station, and they'll actually be providing a small brief presentation as it relates to those updates. And then we have additional updates that are reflected within the staff report itself. And of course, we'll be open to questions. So we're going to get started with our Block by Block Security Ambassador Program with a brief presentation and introducing Erica Leone, our General Manager.
Good evening. The Block by Block Security Ambassador Program continues to perform residential and commercial patrols and the staffing of 12 kiosks and fixed posts at various city facilities such as City Hall and Hollywood Park and Plummer Park. In addition, ambassadors provide services to the Pickup, the City of West Hollywood's weekend trolley program. Services also extend to support weekly city commission and board meetings, as well as various park and major city events like National Night Out, Pride Weekend, and Halloween Carnival, just to name a few. City staff continues to support outreach efforts to inform the community about the Block by Block Security Ambassador Program. This includes communicating the expansion of the program in West Hollywood to community members, tourists and visitors, business owners, and developing messaging such as Block by Block, who our program is, and what services we provide. By distributing messaging via news and social media, creating digital and printed graphics and materials for mailing to further awareness, and building familiarity around the connection between our West Hollywood Sheriff's Department and our Security Ambassador Program. The latest update in these efforts included newly wrapped kiosks throughout the city, highlighting the Block by Block Safety Escort Program and service number available 24/7 as to community members and visitors alike. In addition, monthly safety and data trend updates to the Public Safety Commissions. Block by Block regularly participates in the newly formed Civic Leadership Academy, which encourages community members to learn more about city public safety and code compliance departments. From January through December 2024, there were 6,622 calls for service. This represents a 78% increase when compared to the same time last year, on an average of 20 calls received per day. Unhoused community member contacts, safety escorts, and business contacts all increased substantially this year in comparison to last year. The addition of specialized deployments to address increased unwanted activity in key areas of the city and the launch of several 24/7 kiosks have all added to statistical increases in data reporting overall. November 2024 also saw the launch of our new Senior Safety Officer program. This program was created in partnership with the Parks Department to address increasing safety concerns that affected park staff and community members alike. Their specialized senior safety officers are unarmed and come with previous law enforcement experience. Their specialized skill set and extensive training in de-escalation tactics make them ideal candidates to handle mental health and substance abuse crises with the unhoused community. Currently, the senior safety program provides services during all park operating hours, 7 days a week, at West Hollywood Park and Plummer Park as well. In regards to training, Block by Block trains new staff on expectations and holds staff accountable when policies are not being followed. In addition, every security ambassador on patrol is trained, equipped, and able to administer Narcan. Training for new Block by Block security ambassadors has continued to include, but is not limited to, subjects such as active shooters, diversity and sensitivity, de-escalation techniques, protests and demonstrations, mental health first aid, and emergency disaster preparedness, just to name a few. The above-mentioned training areas are provided as part of the onboarding process for new hires, but continue on a bi-weekly basis every year, meaning that just because they take the training once does not mean that they don't repeat the same training again during the year to make sure that that training is refreshed. That does not include additional training as required by city or state mandated training such as sexual harassment. In May 2024, Block by Block ambassadors participated in a 90-minute interactive in-person sensitivity-based training specifically focused on sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and the LGBTQ plus community. The training also covered terminology, language issues when interacting with the LGBTQ plus members of the public. The training was the first of its kind, tailored specifically to the special needs of the West Hollywood community, and has helped ambassadors become more culturally competent when working with the community, individuals in the community at large. Refresher training was held in November 2024 and was also participated by our new senior safety officers. Additionally, ambassadors partnered with the city social service provider Be Alive to facilitate a 90-minute in-person training that covered the importance of understanding harm reduction and how to properly assess signs of opioid overdose and administration of Narcan. Since this vital training, ambassadors have successfully administered Narcan to 5 individuals in the community while performing proactive patrols. Be Alive also provided an updated training to teams as of November of 2024. It is also important to note that our increased partnership with WeHo Cares and Healthcare in Action has helped us address issues in the unhoused community, and partnerships with them have allowed us to create a warm handoff to expanded services with those partners. The Public Safety Department continues to meet with Block by Block leadership on a bi-weekly basis to discuss trends, areas of focus, or increasing concern and deployment adjustments. Block by Block reports have also been revised to capture the scope of services and work security ambassadors perform daily. This includes accounting for response times for calls for service and when made to the West Hollywood Sheriff Station and other agencies. Block by Block continues to its commitment to serve all members of the West Hollywood community. And that concludes my report.
And Mayor and Council, if you guys have any questions for Block by Block before we move on to the fire department, I think this would be a good time.
Makes sense. Yep, there's one, Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, thank you. So in the report, it says that there were 6,622 calls for service or calls?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many of those were related to unhoused, and of those, how many were referred to the CARES team or Healthcare in Action?
I don't have that information with me, but I am able to provide that for you, as we did start to create records of those calls when we transferred them over to WeHo Cares or HIA.
Okay. If we can get that, that would be helpful. That's my only question.
Any other questions for my colleagues for Block by Block? No? Erica, I do just have one question. Yes. And it's just, there was a public comment in the first round of comment, and you heard it. Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that was acknowledged by you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
that. Thank you. If there's no other questions, I think we're ready for the next round of reports. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now we'd like to ask our Battalion Chief, Kevin Price from the Los Angeles County Fire Department to provide an update regarding fire efforts.
Thank you.
We thank all of you, but we want to especially thank the fire department at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members for having me tonight. I'm here to give a report on the past year of calls that we've experienced here in the city of West Hollywood. The city of West Hollywood is primarily served by 3 stations, 3 shifts, 20 personnel housed at each station, Fire Station 7 and 8. Assistant Fire Chief Drew Smith manages the resources within Division 7, which West Hollywood resides in. From January to December 2024, fire personnel responded to 7,134 total calls. Of those calls, 5,132 were emergency medical calls. So roughly approximately 72% of all the calls were medical calls. In addition, there were 116 total fires, 13 of which were vehicle fires, 14 were building fires. The remaining 89 fires were a combination of outside rubbish fires, tree fires, dumpster fires, dryer fires, or cooking fires, all of which caused no financial damages or injuries. The total fire loss during this period was $620,000 in property damage and $89,700 in contents damages. Other responses included hazardous materials incidents, public safety calls, and elevator rescues. In addition, station and fire prevention personnel routinely conduct inspections and plan checks, and these averaged approximately 25 to 35 monthly. I have a breakdown of the calls, the total calls from January to June, and also from July to December. In January to June, we've responded to 3,591 calls, average of 599 a month. And from July to December, 3,543 calls during that period. So roughly about the same. Emergency medical calls, 2,620 from January to June. From July to December is 2,512. So we're pretty at a steady rate for our call volume, which we're accustomed to. Total fires, 58 and 58. Vehicle fires, 8 in the first half and 5 in the second half. Building fires, 9 in the first half and 5 in the second half. Our total property damages for the first half of the year was $343,500, as opposed to $276,500 in damages and property damages. Total content damages was $5,700 in the first half and $33,000 in the second half. And inspections and plan checks were the same in both halves. Some noteworthy incidents during that time period. October 10, 2024, there was a structure fire at 1146 Hacienda Place. It was a small fire caused by sparking electrical outlet, which caused a dresser nearby to catch the outlet on fire, which caught on fire. Fire caused one sprinkler head to go off, subsequently flooding the apartment involving the 3rd floor and subsequently flooding the apartments below it. The major water damage was estimated to have a monetary value loss of over $100,000 in structural damage and $30,000 in contents. Another notable event was November 3rd, 2024. We had a vehicle fire at DeLong Prix and Fountain. Upon arrival, our engine found a fully involved vehicle in front of a building. Fire department extinguished the vehicle and checked for any possible extension to the building for flying embers and for ember casts. Property loss in that incident was $80,000. And on November 12, 2024, there was a structure fire at 8282 Sunset. Our engine arrived on scene, gave a size up, did a 360 investigation, confirmed that there was no life priority. Primary and secondary search was completed. It was a possible arson fire for which LASD responded, their arson investigation unit. On the scene, there were signs of possible fire was started due to homeless encampment. And with that fire, was the property loss was $70,000, approximately $70,000. Other than that, that's all I have for statistics for last year. I'd like to give you guys, I'd like to, on behalf of Assistant Fire Chief Drew Smith, the 3 battalion chiefs here in the city of West Hollywood, and our firefighters, we'd like to send our condolences and our thoughts to all the victims who were a part of the firestorms that we had these past 2 weeks. It's very taxing on our department, but through the sheer joy that we got from all the support from the businesses and the citizens here in the city of West Hollywood, it made our job that much easier. And the guys and gals of our fire department were truly appreciative of all the things that the citizens did for us and the business owners. So we'd like to extend that appreciation and thank you to everyone involved. And it made our jobs easier because we were mandated to come, every firefighter was mandated to come into the station and work and be here for at least 5 days at a time. And so we were away from our family members, but the citizens and everybody, the outpouring of comfort and support that they gave us was, it really helped us get through this trying times. And other than that, I'd like to open up for questions.
Thank you so much. Do my colleagues have any questions? You want to start here, Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, I just have one question. So we know that Fire Station 8 isn't in the best shape, and I know that there have been talks about looking for another location or rehabbing or something. Do you have an update on that by chance?
Yes, yes. Fire Station 8 is an old station, and we've done a lot to make it attainable for our firefighters. We have a situation with parking there, and so it's an old station, and through our project manager, there has been talks about finding a different location to build another station. We would very much welcome that because.
And I think we have an update to share for that from the city manager.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and we've been working directly with Chief Maroney and with the Supervisor Horvath's office and looking at replacing that station with a new station. We're looking at acquiring the property almost directly across the street where the city lot is. We own that city lot property, but acquiring the 2 properties next to that so that the county can build a new station there. But it's going to take some time, but we've been working directly with the chief on that.
We know it's been a long-standing issue. We're working hard on it. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up. We appreciate it.
I'd like to say that our firefighters are kind of nostalgic, and they really don't want to lose that station because there's a lot of history in that station, and they really take pride in being there, but it is an old station.
And that was Chief Maroney's first station. That's where he first started. That was his first station.
Yeah, that was my first station I worked at when I came here to West Hollywood also.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing the gratitude. We know the community has been really thinking of you all and rallying behind you, and we appreciate hearing that that is felt. And we'll extend that back to the community. So thank you for all of the work on the front lines. Do my colleagues have any other questions? Oh, one more.
I don't know, maybe this is more of a rhetorical question. Given the high percentage of your calls that are medical, I'm hoping that that can be factored into the design of the new station in terms of the kind of equipment and maybe we should also be looking at other ways to respond to some of those recurrent medical situations so the fire department doesn't have that burden. I'm guessing there are plenty of people in the community, I know in my building, that just have ongoing health problems and maybe there needs to be another way of assisting those people rather than calling the fire department all the time.
I
So,
believe Beverly Hills has a pretty incredible program that does a lot of that similar work. So not too far, we have to look for good models. That's great. Thank you for that. And thank you so much again. If there's no other questions. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Battalion Chief. First of all, thank you for the incredible work that you do. Your men and women work tirelessly to save lives, so thank you. This is probably more of a question for Mr. City Manager. You know, there's the men and women at Station 8 have a difficulty parking. Their cars get ticketed, they get vandalized. Is it possible for them to be able to use the, I know it's kind of a trek, but the Crescent Heights parking lot?
We actually have a parking lot right across the street. It just, there is a lot of challenges for them with shift changes and other things. But we have been in discussions with them about the use of that lot. I think for their needs, it hasn't worked out. I think Crescent Heights is even further away. But we will continue that discussion and continue to look at options because any new station will be years off in building a new station. So.
To follow up on Councilmember Hang's comment, last community safety update, I believe, we asked the city to look into the Charlie development. I remember when I was on the planning commission and we approved that building that was by the old car wash. The fire department, I believe, supported that development because I think they were working out, and I could be mistaken, they were working out an arrangement to get, I don't know, I don't remember the spaces, but I believe, and we might need to go look into the conditions, but I thought we conditioned it so that a complex gave, let's say, 5 to 8 spaces for the cars or whatever like that from the fire department. So I know we asked that last time, so I'm going to bring it up again, and maybe we can reach out to the owners of the Charlie and figure that out.
Yeah, I know we did look into it before, and we'll look into it again and provide an update to council, but I don't think it actually made it to the conditions. I think there was some discussion about it, if I remember that correctly, Nick and Jennifer, yeah. So we'll provide an update to the council, but I don't believe it was in the actual conditions.
I don't think it was in the conditions, but I'm almost positive the individual on behalf of the applicant agreed to it on the record when we were here. So maybe we'll go back and watch it. But
It sounds like Restoration Hardware.
yeah, well, trigger for I wasn't on the council, but maybe we can look into that and insist upon that. I'm almost Jennifer, weren't you the staffer on that one? I don't remember. But anyways, okay, I'll stop. But maybe we can look into that because that's right next door, and I'm pretty sure they're not using all their spaces. And so I would like to make that request again.
Councilmember Erickson, Council. So I do know that our Assistant Division Fire Chief Smith was in contact, and the Los Angeles County Fire Department was in contact with the property owner. But my understanding is there wasn't consensus on whatever agreement that was put on the table. But we'll certainly follow up and kind of look into kind of more details on what that was.
Well, I don't think it's a time to be going against our local firefighters. So I'm happy to make sure that we emphasize to the property owners who have vacant parking units to help support our firefighters. So I think that if there is a moment where they are unavailable, I'm sure many members in the community would love to raise that alarm and understand why we should be supporting our local fire department.
We'll take it.
Thank you so much. I think we're ready for our next report.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chief Price. So if we can have Vito Adamitis, our city's neighborhood and business safety manager, will provide an overview of our code enforcement and business licensing and permitting functions.
Good evening, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and members of the City Council. I'm pleased to present to you tonight the year-end report for the city's Neighborhood and Business Safety Division. Some of the highlights from last year include the following. We handled over 7,800 calls for service last year, about 5% below the year before, which was at 8,300 calls for service. Translates to about 650 calls per month. We facilitated 8 business license commission meetings and conducted 8 bystander intervention trainings for businesses in partnership with the UCLA Rape Treatment Center. This included roughly about 400 participants in that required training. We also performed 1,137 multifamily residential building common area inspections and 229 individual residential unit inspections as part of the city's new proactive multifamily inspection program. This is the pilot program that the council approved last year. Overall, we saw decreases in various types of complaints and calls for service to code enforcement, including general construction concerns, business concerns, property maintenance, noise, and short-term rental calls for service. However, we did see a significant increase in calls for service regarding vacant properties. I might add that our officers are conducting weekly inspections of these properties in the city. We also issued 300 administrative citations last year, about 7% fewer than the year before. We saw increases in the number of business licenses processed and also business license renewals. Extended hour construction permits also saw increases last year, and special event permits, the numbers that we processed, saw about a 13% increase. We went to 446 permits in 2024 compared to 338 the year prior in 2023. When we look at the sum total of 5 years of calls for service, we averaged roughly 7,233 calls for service per year for 5 years if you average it. We had a peak last year at 8,304 calls for service. We also looked at the types of complaints over 5 years. And for example, the average number of calls for service for business concerns was 839. Calls regarding noise was 1,520. Construction concerns was 1,370. And property maintenance concerns, and this is over 5 years, an averaged 1,931 calls for service. Finally, we are pleased to have provided support to the city's Pride and Halloween events, patrolling for unpermitted vendors and conducting compliance checks for permits issued, and responding to calls for service, as well as supporting our city staff, sheriff, fire, block-by-block partners, and the many colleagues here at the city that we work with every day. In conclusion, we'll continue to strive to provide responsive and professional service to our residents and businesses, and appreciate the support from the council and all of our staff here at the city, including our director, Danny Rivas, Anita Shandy, and all the great people that I get to work with every day in providing this service to our community. That concludes my report, and be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you so much. Is there somebody who'd like to begin with questions? Does anybody have questions? Oh, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I wanted to follow up on our smoking cessation program that we've had. Do you have the numbers? And I don't know if I saw them in the report because my eyes are bleeding over now from all the numbers. But specifically, have we gotten calls for service for the smoking cessation programs in our units? If so, do you have a number? And if not, maybe it's a longer conversation about educational outreach and other ways that we could help with some individuals. I've heard comments about cigarette smoke. I know not cannabis smoke. Very careful to make that delineation. But do you have those numbers by chance?
Councilmember Erickson, I don't have the exact number, but we don't get very many calls regarding smoking. As the council is aware, in 2023, the ordinance went into effect that prohibited smoking inside those units. So we do occasionally receive those calls. There is an education component that generally solves the issue that we get complaints about. And in the event we aren't able to solve that, we can obviously escalate and pursue other measures to obtain compliance.
Great, because the process, from my understanding, is it's education, and then if it continues, but you have to catch the individual, and that's when the fine would exist, right? And that's always been the sticking point. You have to be there to actually catch the individual.
Yes.
Okay, great. Is there in a way that it could be added to our next RSH building blocks newsletters that get sent out, or other informative ways that the community, that communications puts out this type of information? I just know that in my block, there's a lot of individuals that have kind of noticed smoke in a very different way. One, as a result of people worried about fires, I understand, but two, they're more cognizant of it and they're approaching me a lot more, and I didn't know if we could help with an education aspect, but that was just my question.
We're happy to do that. It's easily done.
No other questions? Oh, Councilmember Hain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Neighborhood Business Safety Director. How many staff does your department have?
So the total staff, including contract staff, is a total of 16 staff. So we have 2 contract staff assisting us in the multifamily inspections program. We have a total of 10 officers, and we have a technician, a code enforcement technician, a code enforcement specialist, an admin for assistant to our admin team, and also 1 temporary contract employee. So the total adds up to 16.
Thank you, sir. So between January through December 2024, 16 people, West Hollywood, 16 people handled 7,856 cases in our city. That's how dedicated this neighborhood business safety team are. 16 people handle almost 8,000 cases. So I just wanted to give you recognition for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think we have any other questions or comments. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Vito. If we can now have our Captain, Bill Mulder from our West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, and Lieutenant Lapkin and Sergeant Duran provide a report regarding statistics for last year.
And you may see it on social media at some point, correct?
Good evening, Council. Mayor, congratulations. Vice Mayor, congratulations. City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, our city staff, and our wonderful West Hollywood community. Welcome tonight. First, I want to say that our hearts go out to all the victims of the fires. Our thoughts and prayers are with them through this very difficult and challenging time. Today we'll be presenting our community safety update for the period of January through December of 2024. This will be an abbreviated update, not to bore you with my long, boring talk as I usually do, but for January through December of 2024, our citywide Part 1 crime was down 11%. And our Part 2 crime was also down 11.25%. For the same time period. About 66% of our Part 1 crimes for that time period are theft related, so grand theft, petty theft, and vehicle burglary. For the Part 1 crimes, the west side was down 3%, city center was down 23%, and the east side was down 18%. Since 2022, Part 1 crimes continue to trend down, which is a good thing. Our current concerns remain robberies, residential burglaries, and pickpocketing. Our 2024 robbery totals were actually down 18% when you compare them with the previous year of 2023. Residential burglaries were up 11%. That was from 96 incidents to 107 incidents. So it's something that we're still focusing on and working on, like all these other ones that I'm mentioning. Other burglaries, the category of other burglaries, which were not residential, were down 30%. Grand theft was also down 20%, which is good. Our grand theft numbers have been higher over the years, so that's good. Vehicle burglary was down 50% as well, but petty theft was up 23%. The station has been addressing all three of these crime categories and others using our patrol deputies, our cops, our entertainment policing teams with special operations addressing these issues, which include like saturation patrols, undercover and plainclothes operations. Our detectives have been working very hard on these cases, and we also use our foot beats and additional patrols to address these different crime areas and areas in our city that we've been seeing issues spike up. We also use other units of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, our Narcotics Bureau, Major Crimes Bureau, our TRAP, which is Task Force for Regional Auto Theft Prevention. We use our reserves. As you see, we have reserves here today doing an outstanding job. Our reserve from our Narcotics Bureau also do foot beats throughout the city, which of course, as you know, reserves are only paid $1 a year, so the city is getting some good value with great deputy sheriffs doing foot beats in our city. And we do also various other operations throughout the year to address these situations. Our deputies continue to work very hard on behalf of our community and trying to keep our community as safe as possible. As you know, some of the neat new things we're doing is our public safety technology regarding many different public safety technology components. Back in 2023, the City Council approved ALPR, automated license plate reader cameras. At that point, we only had one. You approved 39 additional, so now we have 40, and they've proven to be very effective, not only to our patrol operations, finding stolen cars or vehicles where we have people that are wanted for crimes such as murder or assault with a deadly weapon or robbery, a variety of crimes, but also for our detectives using the ALPR cameras as a tool to find people who come into the city to commit crime. And then last year you approved the real-time watch center drone program, additional surveillance cameras through the city. We are currently outfitting one of the rooms at our station, should be done really soon, to accommodate all the computers and so forth to run the drone program for the surveillance cameras, and then also for the ALPR cameras too, into one center to process and use for that information when we have a crime occur. So that should be up and running this first quarter of the year before the end of March, so we look forward to having that come to fruition. We also have started a wellness program, as you know, at our station. We started it last year. Each deputy gets an hour a week for wellness. And just a couple council meetings ago, I thank you all for supporting our gym, our wellness program at the station. It's vital in this day and this time for our folks to have these opportunities to for wellness, for not only mind and body, and that also helps them be better at their job when they come out on the street. We also, Danny will be talking about in one of the other items coming up, but the Community Service Officers, CSO, which is an outstanding program. LA County Sheriff used to have the program at many of our stations. And unfortunately, that program was no longer with our department, but other stations have contracted out for that program, which is what I guess we're looking at doing too, and it's been an outstanding program for our department over the years. It's a good way to, for the lower crimes that are not robbery or assault, kind of the lower category of crime, for somebody to come out as CSO as a unarmed civilian employee who goes out and takes those reports, basically. So it frees up deputies then to do more serious and focus work and focus on other kind of more severe crimes in the city. We also are looking forward to coordinating a collaboration between our cops team at our station, entertainment policing team, and the care team here at the city and other social services, where we kind of do joint operations and go out and for our unhoused and address some of those issues and assist them in that in a kind of comprehensive operation. We're looking forward to coordinating that with them in this new year. And as you know, that our deputies here at the station have been working hard on not only the city, but recently with the fires. We do have staff that have been going out to the fires. We had our folks on a tactical schedule, which was 12 hours on, 12 hours off, and that just ended for our station this weekend on Saturday. So, but we still have deputies that are going out during the regular shift to assist with fires, not only from our station, of course, but from our entire department. And I'd like to say thank you to the entire community, because they've been so supportive and kind and caring and loving for us, delivering food, delivering water to the station, and really we've just had many people reach out and ask what they can do, and we've really appreciated that. We appreciate you, we love you, we thank you for that. The deputies really appreciate that too in this difficult time. So thank you for that. Right now, Jason will be doing, Sergeant Jason Duran will be doing a presentation on our public safety technology for you all. And then after that, I will answer any questions about the report that we submitted to you or the presentation that Jason has done, if that is your pleasure. Thank you.
Good evening. So I'm going to go over our public safety technology package and speak about the Drone as a First Responder project. Some of you may have seen this PowerPoint before, but I'll go over it quickly just to get through it and give you guys a brief overview. So the city of West Hollywood is approximately 35,000 population, but as you know, it can swell to a nighttime population on a weekend of up to 100,000 with major events and whatnot. The city is 1.9 square miles, and we have 64 patrol deputies that are assigned to our station. We currently have no dedicated helicopter unit assigned to West Hollywood. What that means is that if we were to need a helicopter, we would have to call our Sheriff's Department Aero Bureau and ask for that helicopter to respond to our area, which would take time. And to be frank, we're kind of on an island here in West Hollywood, so the helicopter isn't always available as we need it. Our class airspace from the FAA is Class G airspace, which means it's the most unrestricted airspace that there is. There's no current flight patterns or anything that restricts our airspace over the city of West Hollywood. To give you an idea of how the drone will work, again, this is not to scale, so don't get scared. The drone will have an approximate radius of 3 miles. And for orientation, to get an idea of how far that is, if you were to draw a straight line from Doheny and Santa Monica to La Brea and Santa Monica, that straight line would be approximately 3 miles. The drone would be operating at a height of 300 to 400 feet on average in the air. Typically, the helicopter, if a helicopter would be over West Hollywood, it wouldn't drop down below 500 feet to give you guys an idea of the operating coverage of the drone. So the way it would work is a call for service comes in through our dispatch center. That call is immediately transferred over or monitored by our drone pilot, who would launch the drone to the scene. That live stream from our drone would be transmitted to the drone pilot, as well as our dispatch center, our watch commander, and there would also be capability of that live feed being broadcast to our field units out in our vehicles. So the drone would be prepared to immediately respond for a call within the flight area. That means that the drone is currently going to be landed at a safe location, and when that call comes in, it'll launch and start heading to the call. It'll be operated by a seasoned deputy pilot, and that deputy pilot is going to have FAA licensing and department training to operate that drone. There will also be a visual observer on top of a building that's going to be watching that drone. That person is not going to be a sheriff's department deputy, or that person is not going to be a sworn person. That person is going to be from the contract company that we're going to be using with the drone. And basically what that person does is going to be watching the drone for any obstacles that are out in the sky at the time. One of the other great parts about the drone that's the company that we're going to be contracting with is they have what's called geofencing, which prevents that drone from running into big items, things like buildings, trees, things like that. It'll have collision avoidance where it won't be able to do that. When it approaches a building, it'll immediately stop if we're piloting it towards the building. So the pilot can assist our field units with coordination via the radio. They're going to be able to provide real-time live video to our units to let them know what's going on. So again, the video is going to be distributed to our dispatch center, our drone operator. It can be sent to mobile devices such as a phone, things like that. So some of the things that our drone's going to do is it's going to provide real-time, valuable information to our first responders. It's going to help in de-escalating and rapidly evolving situations. So we're going to get into that a little bit more shortly in this presentation with the video. But basically, the information that drone is going to be providing to our first responders will help our first responders either scale up or scale down our response. And you'll see in the video that we're going to show shortly that it really did de-escalate a certain situation that happened somewhere else. So it can either confirm or dispel some of that information that's going to be received over the phone. As you may or may not know, some of the information that we receive over phone isn't always accurate. So when our guys respond out there, we're not always getting good information. So this drone is going to help us get that good information and possibly reallocate some of our resources to things that are needed in different parts of the city. This bird's eye view the drone is going to provide is going to give great information to our field supervisors as well as our units of the situation that's occurring out in that field. It's going to enhance the safety for our first responders as well as our community. Some of the things that our drone does not do. We're not going to be conducting random surveillance on our community. That means that drone is not going to be up there hovering around looking at our community. In fact, when our drone first launches to go to a call, the camera on the drone is going to be pointed skyward at the horizon so that it's not accidentally filming people down on the ground until it gets to the call, and then the camera will go down. Same thing when it returns back to its docking location. Once it's done with the call, camera will be pointed back up towards the horizon so it's not filming people down on the ground. It is not weaponized. We do not have any type of projectiles. Nothing's going to be coming from that drone. It does not have automated license plate reader capabilities. It does not use facial recognition. It does not put the community at risk. These drones are extremely safe, and the technology package that's in them has a lot of safety backups that are integrated into the system. We're not going to track community members' movements. That means we're not going to use it to track people going to and from certain locations, things like that. So this is that incident that I spoke to you about de-escalation of an incident. This video was provided to us by Chula Vista Police Department. And Chula Vista incorporated their drone program in 2018. They were the first police department in the nation to use drones. They're currently using 4 drones within their city limits. They provided us this video, and it's a great video of an example of how that drone worked out. So the drone receives a call with a man with a gun. And they're going to be focusing in on that park or that picnic bench area. You can see the person appears to have what looks like a gun in his hand. And again, officers are on the way to this call currently, and the drone is already overhead and to beat them there. Now, if you look closely, you can see that that person is using that what appeared to be a gun and lighting a cigarette with it. It's a lighter, not a gun. Once that is seen via the drone, it was transmitted to the police officers that were responding. That basically scaled down their response, probably de-escalated the situation, and they were able to power down their response and probably their adrenaline rush that was going as they're approaching this call. You can imagine what would have happened if we didn't have that information and they arrive on scene believing that that person had a gun rather than a lighter. Moving on, the real-time watch center that we're going to be incorporating into our station is going to be used with the drone pilot as its primary location for work. These are a couple examples of what those operation centers look like. We have an example from Chula Vista and Santa Monica. Our watch center is going to be something similar once we're completed with it. The design and layout obviously goes with the space that we're going to be using. Only trained personnel are going to be able to be into that watch center and operate our equipment. That's where those live camera feeds are going to be piped into. They'll be in that room. The operators of those cameras and the drone will be able to coordinate with our units based on what they're seeing, and all of this will be monitored by our station supervision. Some of the camera systems that we're currently using and going to be using, there's some pictures here of what they look like. The city has been so gracious enough to purchase what they're going to call like a mobile trailer camera, which you see on the left part of the screen. That'll be able to be placed in areas where high crime is occurring, where we're having significant incidents, where we currently don't have a camera, for example, and that camera can be mobily moved around at the needs of the city or the needs of the department. Currently, as we spoke of earlier, we have 40 automated license plate reader cameras throughout the city. Those cameras monitor for stolen vehicles, felony vehicles, Amber Alert vehicles, and vehicles associated with armed and dangerous suspects. We have established station unit orders to oversee our drone program, our fixed cameras, and our real-time watch center. Some of the highlights of those unit orders are that they have specific wording in there that talks about how oversight will be done by our station supervisors. It has oversight for PRA requests, how we manage our data and the retention periods for that data. And it also restricts the use of these systems for medical-based locations and immigration. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, or it was mentioned a little bit earlier about Nixle. This is how to join Nixle. When our drone program first kicks off, we will be putting out Nixle alerts to inform the public about it. But we do encourage the public to join Nixle because we do send out public safety information and advisories when there is emergencies and things like that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jason. And do you have any questions, Council, about anything in the report, any public safety issues, or anything with our public safety technology?
Thank you so much. And just actually, I was going to say, while my council readies themselves for questions, just to flag too, in a consent calendar item earlier tonight, crisis communications plan, it was encouraged to ask folks to sign up for Nixle there as a way for everybody in community to get our alerts. So that's part of our crisis communications plan, as well as signing up for Nixle. And I think another item tonight also addresses increasing sign-up to Nixle. Just appreciate you elevating that and encourage folks to get signed up. Who is ready for questions? Councilmember Meister? Yeah.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the update on crime. It looks like the West District is still a problem area in terms of crimes on persons, right? So even though crime may have gone down in other areas, it looks like assault and armed robbery are up. What are we doing with that? And is that like an evening thing? Is that happening around our clubs? Is it or random, or is it in the residential neighborhood?
Yeah, so those, in terms of like robberies, a lot of those are happening in around, the commercial areas of town. And it's kind of changed over the year in terms of the times, because usually those happen in the evening, robberies, and usually they're late in the evening, targeting people like leaving clubs, leaving bars, that kind of thing. But then we've also seen, though, things at 6 p.m., at 2 p.m. So it's kind of varied through the year, but most of those those types of crimes do occur kind of in the evening hours. But we've been doing operations through the year targeting this issue, and we varied our times that we've been doing the operations as well, based on kind of what we've seen through the year and the kind of the changes in those times. We're having different times throughout the day.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I think this is more for Danny. Because the pandemic resulted in a sort of a skewed crime rate, would it be possible going forward for us to get the 2018 and 2019 numbers so we could kind of compare current statistics to the pre-pandemic statistics?
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. We'll definitely do that. We can even pull as far as looking back to 10 years, but if we wanted to just do 2018, moving forward and incorporating that to year to date, we can certainly do that.
That would be helpful, I think, for us to do the kind of assessment we want to do. Secondly, I know we've had conversations about the Neighborhood Watch program before, and some groups having the title Neighborhood Watch, but they don't seem to really engage or have meetings. And I know we've talked about creating maybe some standards and expectations of the Neighborhood Watch groups. I'm hoping that at some point you can come back to us with some information about that. And then this is really specific. I don't know if Wendy Goldman is still here, but I understand that I think she met with you and the city manager, and she had a series of some safety and some neighborhood livability issues. And she told me the other day that she hasn't yet gotten a response. So I'm hoping that between you and the city manager, when things calm down a little bit, you will be able to get back to her with that response.
Absolutely, Vice Mayor. We'll definitely follow up.
Thank you. Thank you to the department as well.
Councilmember Erickson.
Hello, Captain. So just for the public's benefit and record, crime is down in West Hollywood.
Correct.
And this is something that I believe from our last update is continuing to trend downward?
Yes.
So just for the public who is listening, and none of the Neighborhood Watch captains happen to be here, who love to come and say certain things, crime is down, and you're hearing it right from our captain. And we'll talk more about that later, but I just wanted that to be out there so people have it, because people love to interpret facts differently these days.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Yang.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for the robust presentation. It is very clear the department does a lot for our community to keep us safe, and crime is down as a result, so thank you so much. This is just a question for my own benefit, not so much for the report, but when a deputy is on IOD, does the department replace that body, or how does it work, so to speak?
Yeah, so usually what will happen is the department gives us overtime to pay behind impairments. And so IOD, injured on duty, and if they're off as a result of an injury, that's considered what they call an impairment. And in that impairment, the department gives us overtime behind that. And there's different things they will give us overtime behind if we don't have somebody here, if they're maybe off on bereavement leave, or if they're just even on vacation, extended vacation time, then there could the department, to make sure that we can hire the right amount of deputies, gives overtime. And that overtime money they give us is not charged to the city of West Hollywood. That's just the department acting to make sure we fulfill the contract.
So thank you so much for clarifying. So the staff members that are here to fill in the IOD spots, right? Let's say people are out on comp, they're on a disability retirement, or they're waiting. This is my wheelhouse, that's why I'm asking you. So those staff members that come and replace those bodies, are they going through the sensitivity trainings that our in-house deputy sheriffs here in WeHo go through?
Yeah, so most of the people that are filling behind those spots are deputies from the station. So the vast majority. And if you're not deputies from the station, then if you're deputies from outside units, these are deputies, most of them have worked the station before or have worked here overtime for many years. and the vast majority of them have gone through all the training that our station and our department provides.
Thank you so much. And as the former mayor pointed out, crime has gone down, and I want to thank your staff for catching a looter on the news. That was a West Hollywood deputy sheriff that caught a looter who was trying to rob people during a disaster. So kudos to your department.
Thank you.
I'm just going to respond to it. Thank you. Yeah, it was our deputies were helping out, of course, with the fire for the Palisades fire area there on a location on PCH near the Getty Villa, and they there was an indication somebody who told them that somebody was impersonating a fireman and was trying to steal stuff. So they were able to find that individual and arrest them. That individual, what they believe, what they said, had actually like a a statue from the villa in his possession as well. So they were able to make the arrest of that individual. It is on our social media regarding that case, if you'd like to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your work and for your quick response and for the backup support you provided to all different jurisdictions across the region in this time. We really appreciate you. And Sergeant Duran, I appreciate you bringing the full presentation. I was there for the virtual town hall and the in-person town hall regarding the program, and I know community members are grateful for the opportunity to hear about the program. This was an item that was a part of a consent agenda item earlier, but just regarding the contracts approved for the real-time watch center cameras that are going around. I think in an initial presentation, we saw 44 as the number of cameras, and then the next update, it was 50, and the contracts approved for 54. My question is more about how we're determining the placement of those cameras, and I know the ALPR camera program in Norfolk, Virginia is under some concern given the number of cameras and the question about whether there are too many for the square mileage. So that's sort of where my line of thinking is. How are we determining the amount of cameras, their placement, and are we concerned about a threshold that could be getting to a place that would draw some concerns?
No, absolutely. A very good question. Yeah, so in terms of the ALPR cameras and the surveillance cameras do two different things. We can't surveil, get a shot of what's going on in this street corner with an ALPR camera. They're solely automated license plate reader cameras, and that's their only function. So
and we have 40 of those as a city.
Yeah, we do. We have 40 of those.
And then it'll be 54 of the real-time watch cameras as a separate camera system.
Yeah, that will be the surveillance cameras. So, and those are placed along Sunset, Santa Monica, and Melrose, and a couple of the cross streets, like I think I'm at Fairfax, San Vicente, and Crescent Heights. Several of the cross streets, major cross streets as well, to capture some of those intersections and those areas. But I thought 52, but again, maybe it came up to 54. But and basically to capture the whole, as much as we can, of the entire street of Santa Monica, of Sunset Boulevard, and of Melrose. That was the intent, and we went through and whatever we could do in working with the company that could give us a full picture of those very busy commercial large streets is what it came up with in terms of the number to capture all that. There's nothing that's in a residential area. The only thing I say that the camera that we're buying, the portable camera, then is something that we can put anywhere. Like for instance, it may go in a residential area, like we were having a frequency of robberies at Cynthia and Larrabee around that area. So that would be a great candidate in terms of place to place one of those cameras to deter that activity, number one, because we'd rather see that not happen to anybody in our community. But unfortunately, if it does happen, we can maybe get some video and help to identify and prosecute those individuals.
Thank you. The information is really helpful. I know we're creating a public information campaign alongside the town halls are part of that. Will there be a map of the placement of those cameras available? I know they'll be visually, people will be able to see them, but will the data to that extent available for people about where they are?
Yeah, we probably won't place out a map exactly where they are because we really don't want to also send that information to the bad guys who are coming to commit crimes here and there. So we will say that they are along those areas, those main thoroughfares, and like you said, you can see them. They'll see them, probably see them up on a pole. But we'd rather not put that information out so that people that would want to come here and do our community harm know where those are located.
Okay, and you, just to confirm, Santa Monica Boulevards, like bus shelters, things like that will be captured as part of it. I know there's been a community member who's long asked for a camera placement on a specific bus shelter, but just so those sort of spaces will be captured part of the...
Yeah, so our request and our goal is to cover the whole entire Santa Monica Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, and Melrose. And that was the request to the company. They came back with a plan that they say indicates will cover the entire street. Now, if we do find areas that, that maybe are blind spots or are not covered, then we can add an additional camera to make up for that. But our goal is to cover those entire thoroughfares.
Thank you so much. Appreciate this. Any other questions? All set. Thank you so much. Appreciate the report. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, we're good with the reports, but then we have public comment. Do we have any other reports from your end?
The only thing that I also just wanted to bring to the council's attention in the community is, as two attachments to the staff report, there is a crime prevention plan. And this is something that I know the council has asked for. And so essentially that plan details the approach that the Sheriff's Department at the West Hollywood Station takes in addressing emerging issues and crime prevention. And then the second plan is the Jewish Community Safety Plan. And again, that was a directive that was brought forth by the City Council. And so I just wanted to make mention of that and to the council that that is attached as well. And the West Hollywood Sheriff Station staff here at this table, and I know others, were heavily involved in terms of putting all of that together. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. And before we close this item, I know we have two public commenters, so I didn't want to move too fast. Rick Watts, if you'll join us for public comment. And then we have Ramses Setempre. So sorry. Oh, I got a thumbs up. I think that's right.
Thank you, Mayor. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. Before I forget, and this I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit onto F9 on the fire and safety emergency
Rick,
preparedness.
If it's for F9, can we keep it for F9? Just
okay, I'll come back then.
Thank you.
But I do have
That's
things
great.
on this, and this is on the with respect to the fire incidents. I know that we slept a lot better over on Sweetser Avenue, knowing that 1280 is no longer there. So I want to thank you, Danny Rivas, and for the sheriff's deputies who've responded to so many calls over there, and the fire folks that have been over there for at least 2 fires that I'm aware of. To that end, I also want to remind council, and I'm sure you folks are all aware of this, is the number of vacant properties in the city that are, many of which are problem properties. And any one of those, had any of those caught fire when our fire personnel were all busy elsewhere in the city on those 2 nights a couple of weeks ago, we could have had big trouble. So I just ask that council and public safety move forward as expeditiously as possible to raise the pain level to the landlords that are responsible for those properties, to get them to either get them occupied again and rehabilitated or tear them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Ramses?
I'd like to know the statistics, if any, of hate crimes, because if crime is down, it's because some of it isn't being reported. I've been robbed, assaulted multiple times, and then even told while being robbed, called faggot, called fag, attacked, and then further victimized by the deputies telling me that, oh, it's not a hate crime, it's not even bothering with a report. And the reason being is because I'm homeless. I don't have any rights. The West Hollywood Sheriff's Department is the most unprofessional police department I've ever had to deal with. I've been told to leave the city multiple times. Just most recently, last Friday, a woman deputy stopped me while walking down the sidewalk, public sidewalk, telling me, oh, you need to leave if you don't live here. And I'm like, okay, like, you're seeing me walking, what's... Anyways, so I want to ask her what's her name. She hit the gas and left. Like, I'm like, okay, so, anyways. I'm tired of being told by straight people that I don't belong here. Like, I thought I was supposed to be here, you know. I thought I'm in the right place, but, so yeah, homeless lives matter. If you were kicked out of your home when you're 16, kicked out of your country because Sharia law doesn't support gay people, you'd be in the same place that I am right now. So I don't want to hear police or otherwise telling me that I don't belong here, because that's not right. So I thought I'm in the right place. So I'm in the right, you're in the wrong.
Thank you so much. I don't think we have any other public comment. Do my colleagues have any other items? No?
I just have just one, just a suggestion that all of staff is trained on active shooter, the active shooter training, and maybe even CERT training, because we see that an incident can happen like the fires, and it's really all hands on deck, and people are going to turn to the city, and they're going to turn to City Hall, and they're going to turn to City Hall staff. So I think it would be wise to have that training.
Thank you. I think we are all set with this item. Really appreciate the update and reports from all of our agencies. Thank you all for being out here tonight, and we really appreciate the reporting. I think we are ready to move forward then with item, right? Yeah, okay. The update regarding a proposed community safety officer program, item E4. Back over to you, Director Rivas.
It is, yes. And Anita Shandy, our public safety manager, will be providing a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. I'm Anita Shandy, Public Safety Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update and recommendation regarding the implementation of an unarmed community safety officer program in West Hollywood. As part of our ongoing commitment to enhancing public safety, this program aims to build upon our existing law enforcement services by introducing a new model that focuses on community engagement, crime prevention, and the handling of non-emergency calls. This initiative aligns with the City Council's direction from December 2023 to explore alternatives to traditional law enforcement services to ensure public safety in ways that are sensitive to the unique needs of the community. The Community Safety Officer Program is designed to support the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department by handling lower priority and non-emergency calls. This allows sheriff's deputies to focus on higher priority matters such as emergency responses and serious criminal incidents. Community safety officers will be trained professionals, uniformed and unarmed, who will assist with tasks like taking reports on property crimes, conducting investigations on nonviolent offenses, collecting evidence like DNA or fingerprints, and supporting city events. Importantly, community safety officers will not have the authority to make arrests, engage in motor vehicle stops, or issue citations. Instead, they will play a vital role in ensuring our community remains safe and supported in non-emergency situations. Staff has conducted an in-depth review of community safety officer programs across several cities. Each of these cities uses a similar unarmed model to handle low priority calls, which frees up law enforcement officers to address more critical matters. After evaluating these models and working closely with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, we estimate that a community safety officer program in West Hollywood could address up to 30% of the calls that are categorized as non-emergency or low priority. If approved, we plan to move forward with a request for proposal process. By June 2025, we would return to City Council with a service agreement, and the program would be fully operational by the end of this year. The Unarmed Community Safety Officer Program is an innovative approach to public safety that will enhance safety, improve responsiveness, and seamlessly complement our current public safety efforts. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have about the Community Safety Officer Program.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We don't have any public commenters on the item. It looks like Vice Mayor Heilman's ready to begin.
I'm very supportive of it, but my question is for Captain Mulder. Why doesn't the department still have this program? It seems like it would free up the time of armed deputies to deal with urgent matters. So why did the department discontinue it?
Yeah, so they had it some years ago, and they discontinued it. And I think, and I'm not sure the reason, but I think it was because of budget reasons, kind of using that money for those spots somewhere else. I think is the reason why that program went away. It's not because it wasn't a good program. And right now, like Anita said, we're looking at other places that have it, and there's like other sheriff stations have it. Like Lakewood has a program through the city. I think hires those CSOs, and they work with Lakewood Station. And then some other stations in our department also have the program, but it's through the city doing the hiring of those CSO folks, and then we work with them. The department. So I believe it was removed because of budget constraints.
And then just a follow-up question for Anita. How many CSOs are we anticipating, or has that been decided yet?
So currently, we are, if we get the approval to move forward with this process, we would start to look at data a little bit further in terms of times that we would deploy the community safety officers in the community, as well as the number of community safety officers that would need in order to supplement the services by our sheriff's department. So we would do further analysis on that, gather more data, and bring that forward when we bring forward the proposal after the request for proposal process. We would include that information when we return back to City Council.
So the RFP is essentially asking for a per person cost, and we would then decide whether we want, one or two to start, or more than that, or we could change over time.
Correct. We could be flexible in terms of hours of deployment and numbers of staffing with this model.
Great, thank you.
I see we have a motion in a second. Councilmember Heng, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the robust presentation. So I find it interesting that so many different municipalities that were in the report have such a varied number of CSOs, Lakewood 9, Commerce 12, Rosemead 6. What is the department or what is the city using as a standard to determine how many bodies? And then my next question following that is, so some of these cities have like 5 cars, 4 cars, 2 cars. What would be the ask for West Hollywood?
Yeah, great question, Councilmember Heng. And so the reason why you're seeing variables in that information in that chart is some of those cities have part-time versus full-time, or a mixture of that, right? And so for us, I mean, obviously going through the request for proposal process, we wanted to be sure that we would bring this item before the council, see what the appetite was in terms of moving forward, and then going through the request proposal process. Our idea based off of our initial analysis, and that's looking at year-to-date crime data, but that can certainly change if we're gonna be looking at maybe 6 months from now or 9 months from now. But right now, as it stands, we were kind of looking at maybe about 18 hours each day. So that would equate to about 3 shifts. So we would have some overlap. So we were kind of basing it off of that. The city of Santa Monica in the chart that's reflected there kind of gives you a little bit of a snapshot. I think they have about 6 CSOs right now. But that, of course, does not include supervisory staff, because right now those CSOs are reporting to a sergeant. And so, we would kind of weigh all of that out and kind of look at the proposals, and then make sure that obviously the folks that are proposing the staffing, we would want to make sure that they have adequate vehicles. So some of those cities don't have the means to provide enough vehicles for their CSOs, so sometimes they're paired up. maybe for a partial of their shift. And so we would want to make sure that we would have vehicles, right, for one CSO that's capable of kind of handling their own calls, right, as opposed to having two. So we're going to be looking at all that, taking that into account, and kind of seeing what comes back in terms of the vendors, right, in terms of their proposals, and then kind of weighing all that out.
I
you
just
very
want
much.
to add that also the ones listed here, these are staff for those cities and vehicles that are owned by the cities. We're proposing that this be a contract, which gives us more flexibility on adding or removing officers as needed and vehicles as well, because we wouldn't be purchasing them. They'd be part of the contract.
Yeah, Councilwoman Reister.
Thank you. So first of all, I just want to, I'm very supportive of this program, and I want to make sure that it's supplementing our sheriff's deputies and not replacing them. However, I don't know if block by block is at full capacity. Are you considering maybe, depending on how this goes, maybe replacing some of those block by block people with the CSO people because of the capabilities?
That's not what we would be directly looking at. Our goal would be to kind of maintain staffing levels across the board. But of course, when we'd see kind of the cost, right, and on the proposals that are being submitted, we are going to be going for a request for proposal process for the services right now that Block by Block is providing, kind of matching that same timeline, because the contract that they have with the city expires the end of this fiscal year as well. And so we'll be looking at all of those costs and working with the city manager's department in terms of looking at the allocation in our public safety department and seeing what's best at that time. So I think both of those will be coming before the council in June, you know, to make the next budget cycle. And so all that will be taken into consideration.
Do you know if they are at full capacity now? Because I think it was 90, right? 90?
In terms of the amount
Block by
of,
block.
yeah. So there's a little bit more. They staff a little more just in case they have call outs, et cetera. But right now they are maintaining their levels of staffing right now.
And then I know that some CSO models include the ability for the CSO to give out citations. And I'm not traffic citations, but citations, for example, if there was a scooter riding on a sidewalk, or sometimes when code enforcement is not working at a certain hour, the sheriffs have to go out, you know, for a party or something. Is it possible for you to also make sure to look at costs with that? I don't know if it's just a matter of additional training to get that code enforcement, but I know that I believe it's Santa Monica that has some CSOs that do have the ability to give citations, and because we have certain hours where code enforcement officers aren't working, but we still get complaints during those hours, it would be a good. To me, it seems like it might be a good thing to have them have that ability to give citations. And we don't see sheriffs chasing scooters on sidewalks, but there is a possibility that if a CSO is out and it's happening, that they would be able to give that citation.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some training that would need to go into that. I mean, the city of Santa Monica has quite a robust different types of classifications and roles. They have like public safety officers that are very focused, and they do issue administrative citations regarding noise along the promenade and the pier along the beach, and so they're kind of more focused. Their CSOs, though, in terms of what we're proposing, really focus on what we've reflected in the staff report. So they don't have the capability of issuing citations of any sort, whether they're administrative or whether they're notices to appear, which are misdemeanor citations. And so those are things that our code enforcement officers, as you mentioned, have the capability of performing. So we would kind of look at that, but we also don't want CSOs to take on a role of a code enforcement officer, because a code enforcement officer is a very trained individual that has ongoing certifications, whereas a CSO There's no requirement. There's nothing established in the penal code for a CSO in terms of what they need to obtain to maintain a specific type of certification, which a code enforcement officer has. And so code enforcement officers no different than the police officers. Obviously, police officers have a lot more training, but code enforcement officers have to maintain, right, a certain level of training every year to maintain their certification. So that's not something that a CSO it needs to have, but it's certainly something I think that we can look into in finding maybe specific duties or things that they could assist with. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Meister, I really appreciate the line of questioning because the one feeling I had in all of this, it's a great program. The Center for Policing Equity study that we brought back years ago now indicated that one area where we can really help sort of shifts responsibility, it's the traffic stop area. And to Councilmember Heilman's point, or Vice Mayor Heilman's point earlier, you know, we want to really figure out how to do this in a way that actually addresses the issue without disproportionately impacting our own residents who live on these streets, people of color who are disproportionately impacted by the traffic stops as indicated in that study. So there's something interesting that you're getting at with the code enforcement opportunity there, and I'd really like to see something brought back to us that helps think about how we address the street safety issue of it all. And if code enforcement, given speed violation is part of our municipal code, if there's something in there that we can be thinking about to expand our own city's response to the street safety issues, it feels like that's just sort of the missing piece of it all still. And I know Councilmember Erickson and I have worked hard on the speed camera issue at the state level, and we're still running into dead ends there and legislative challenges, and so we're really just hamstrung. And I think this is one thing that we keep coming back to is the street safety stuff. Scooters, cyclists on the sidewalks, all of the above. And hearing how capacity for code, you've done incredible things this last year to respond to new programming. I just think this is an area I really want to see us lean into if we can in a creative way, and I appreciate the thinking that you got us there. So that's all. I know there's something else over here on my shoulder too.
Yeah, and then, but the CSO program or a CSO would help complement the work that code does. For example, I noticed that a lot of residents call code for issues that could be handled by a CSO and taking away that burden. Like, I know they won't do what code does, but there is a lot of confusion in the public realm with what code can do and what they get called to do versus what the sheriff should be doing versus what block by block could do versus what this could do. So this is just another tool in the toolbox, to quote Councilmember Meister.
And I'm sorry, we definitely have a motion and a second on the table, so we can absolutely close this and move forward if everyone's ready.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and there are differences. I mean, the CSO would be directly dispatched from the sheriff's station, whereas a code enforcement officer and a block-by-block ambassador are not. And they would be trained specifically on how to complete Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department law enforcement reports. That's not something that a code enforcement officer does, and that's not something that a block-by-block ambassador does either.
I think we are clear on what this program, the CSO program, will do. We're excited about it. We have a motion and a second on the table. I think we are ready for a vote.
Yeah, and the motion is to approve staff's recommendation, which was to receive the report and approve the implementation of the CSO program. And with that, we will start voting. And the motion passes 5-0.
Terrific. Thank you so much. We are at item E5, the exploration of alternative and additional public restrooms at Plummer Park, which is a note as staff is making their way. We have item E6, the update on the community or the West Hollywood Care Team. E7, progress report on the 5-year plan to address homelessness. And then item F9, I believe.
And F5.
Oh, and F5, right, F2 Fs. F5 and F9 after that. We're good? We're great.
Let's do it. Maybe abbreviated staff reports. Yeah. Don't threaten us with a good time, Helen.
Is your mic working?
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
Helen, I don't think your mic's on, I'm sorry.
You're correct. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Helen Collins, the Facilities and Field Services Division Manager and the Acting Director of Public Works for the City of West Hollywood, of course. I'll provide you a brief overview of the timeline and actions on this item. This item was initially brought to the council as a recommendation from the council's Standing Subcommittee on Homelessness. The item was initially brought in November 2021, and it was in response to issues with restrooms being available during the COVID pandemic, as well as after the pandemic when individual facilities were not open and there was no access for community members to public restrooms. At that time, I worked with social services and we attempted to find additional types of restrooms, you know, like the portable ones and everything, and they weren't available at that time. So this item came back again after speaking again with the homeless committee in August 2023 to the council. At that time, the council recommended that we go ahead and open the West Hollywood Park restrooms 24/7. And we had also brought forward to do the same with the Plummer Park restrooms. However, the council wanted us to go back and meet with the city advisory boards and commissions, relative city advisory boards and commissions, which we did. And we got some key feedback from them, which included concerns with safety, concerns with maintenance and costs and community impacts, and then design and placement of the facility. So at this time, staff is recommending that while the majority of the commissions and boards members favored the proposal, significant concerns remain regarding safety and security, necessitating comprehensive strategies to mitigate the potential risks. The consensus emphasizes the importance of community input, ongoing monitoring, and proactive approach to address potential challenges before implementation. So staff at this time is proposing that we look at, and my mic is just making all kinds of noise, isn't it? Sorry about that. At this time, staff is proposing that we renovate the exterior restrooms at Plummer Park Community Center. They currently don't meet the needs of a 24/7 operation, and we've received that type of feedback when we did go to the boards and commissions. The project proposes renovating those two restrooms, integrating the renovations into the current community center security upgrade project, and address the concerns regarding inadequate facilities and address comments provided by the commissions and boards. Moving on, we also provided in the staff report designs for those. Those designs are similar to the ones at West Hollywood Park, where they're stalls and not the full door, which is currently the problem that we're experiencing at West Hollywood Park, is that we have the full doors, the sinks inside. We have a problem with people nesting in those facilities. The new design would remove that potential, and it would also it would encourage quick visits to the restroom, improve the lighting, and bring the sinks outside. So at this time, just to recap, staff is recommending that City Council approve the design for the renovations to the two exterior restrooms at the Plummer Park Community Center, and authorize staff to include the scope of work in the Community Center security upgrade project, and to direct staff to return to the council after construction for further consideration of operational hours. Staff at this time is not recommending that we look at operational hours until we have the ability to go back to the community, get more input once the construction has been completed, and then return with recommendations on extended operational hours at that time.
Thank you so much for the report, Helen. Councilmember Meister, would you like to begin?
Yeah, you may or may not know this, but is block by block 24/7 at Plummer Park outside?
No. Currently, I don't believe they are. They're there until 10 o'clock in the evenings, and they are stationed at the restrooms in the middle of the park until 10 o'clock, but not at the ones at the,
And in West Hollywood Park, are they 24/7 in front of
Yes.
that area?
At West Hollywood Park, they are 24/7 at the restrooms by the dog park.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor?
I think until we figure out how and when we're going to operate them, this seems somewhat premature, because if we're not going to have them, I personally don't think we should have them unless there's either block by block or city staff there at the time they're open. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. And if we're not going to have staff there until 10 o'clock or block by block monitoring, then why are we remodeling them? Is sort of my question.
I think we've talked about remodeling them even before this came up, because we are having issues in those restrooms where they're locking the doors, they're going in, and people are staying in there for extended periods of time, and then they're not available to the rest of the community to use. So this is something that we would want to do regardless of the operational hours, because we think that it makes for a better facility for the community. We did something quasi up at the Tennis Pro Shop where we changed out the doors and put in the kind of the doors where it's a full door, but it's mesh on the bottom, so it's similar to a stall restroom. And when we renovate those restrooms, when we redo that building, we'll be doing the same type of renovations to that facility as well. It's just a matter of bringing them up to the standard that we have at West Hollywood Park that seems to work and seems to have quick visits and turnover in the restrooms, and allows community members to be able to get into the restrooms and not wait outside forever.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yeah, is it possible, and maybe this is a Christoph question as well, that I hear what you're saying about doing it to remodel regardless, makes sense. I'm apprehensive based on issues I hear from the community about the operational piece. But secondarily, would it be possible to have the WeHo Cares team during some of the most critical times in the evening, people utilizing them? I'm worried that the Poinsettia Park problem will follow up to Plummer Park, and they're both handled very differently. But I'm wondering if we could make sure our Cares team, which is 24/7, is also there once it becomes operational. Is that possible? Are they allowed to be in one single space for any given of time? I would think so, but maybe Christoph or someone can answer that question. Or is it a call for service, essentially, that we would need to wait on?
Thank you. Good evening again. The CARES team primary purpose is behavioral health crisis intervention. They do they do visit different areas on a frequent basis. It's something we could look into. It's not something that we have, right? We want them to be available for service calls as well. So it's more that based in that, but we're certainly open to exploring that as well. They're not available to provide security services. Is that what the question is?
No, that's definitely not the question. That's not their job. I guess, and maybe you'll tell us in E6 when we get to it. But specifically, are they getting a lot of calls between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.? And I understand the mental and behavioral health crisis aspect, but I think as we'll discuss in E7, those things mimic and are symptomatic of many other issues that would be present at a 24-hour restroom like this.
Yes, I can't respond to that.
Okay.
Becca could respond more specifically to with information, but
when we get to item
yes.
7. Are you complete with your questions? Councilmember Heng?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Helen, for the robust presentation. I just had a question. In reviewing the item, I was just curious. I understand that the Public Facilities Commission had recommended Portland Loo. What happened with that proposal, with that
They had
recommendation?
recommended Portland Loo, and it was part of, and we brought it forward as part of the budget, and at that time it wasn't funded. And it remains the facility that's already existing at Plummer Park is a recommended location if we go through all the process and the community still wants that.
Thank you so much. And then I'm sure this has been discussed in the past, but so in Europe, they have self-cleaning bathrooms. Is the city still possibly looking into that for the future, or?
They've had them here too. There's several different companies that make those. A lot of the cities are going, the city of Los Angeles and a lot of the cities going away from them because they have a lot of maintenance that's associated with them and a lot of downtime. I can't speak to any particular brand, but I know that some of the cities are going away from those because of the maintenance issues associated with those and the vandalism and all the things that go along with that. So that's why we're trying to identify a model that is easy to maintain, that doesn't promote people to stay in there a long time, and turns the restrooms over quickly so that they're available for people.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. We do have one public commenter signed up to speak on this item. Ramses, if you're able to join us.
The city needs self-cleaning public bathrooms situated directly on the street. You want to prepare for the Olympics? Well, Paris has over 400 street bathrooms. You have none. You have scheisse on your streets. The public bathrooms at Plummer Park are dismal. Which architect designs a bathroom with no windows and no fan? The incompetency of Democrats permeates all things, just as the stench of ammonia permeates those windowless bathrooms. My eyes burn as soon as I enter. You say more than 40% of WeHo population is gay, but those bathrooms beg to differ. Those bathrooms say 100% animals are using them. They're beyond Homo sapien, they're beyond the Homo and beyond the sapien. They're straight up animal. You need to power wash them frequently and often. You ought to install urinals, bidets, and public showers if your population is really 40% gay. I haven't showered in 11 months because of your lack of hospitality. Do you all not believe in public hygiene, or do you identify as one of those pigs on Grindr that like to slither in their own filth? Hopefully, the Republicans don't give the Democrats their 15-minute Zyklon B shower for your lack of hospitality. Speaking of Plumbers Park, the insufferable city of West Hollywood sent me this letter proclaiming your fascism, stating that you denied my application for the community garden because the community garden director, Yvonne Corker, didn't like my, quote, language or tone, one of my emails. After a year of waiting, being ghosted, being told back and forth, months go by, you gave me the runaround and you denied me. I criticize you for being 7 months late and you retaliate me by denying. What kind of government denies people resources based on language and tone? The incompetency of Democrats is immense. You're incompetent, and instead of improving, you double down on your incompetence and you retaliate.
Thank you. Oh, did you have something to? No. Well.
Oh.
You gonna jump in?
Yeah, I see Councilmember Hammond motioned it to me. I was just, well, I'll let the motion maker speak, sorry.
Before you move forward, I would just wanted to add, I was a part of the homelessness subcommittee when this item brought forward. I know a deep part of the intention was sort of to address the lack of public restrooms in the broader space. I know as this conversation's moved forward through the many commissions and community conversations, the need has evolved and a lot of the fear around the potential for harm has gotten really imbued into the conversation. So I appreciate the way that we're trying to bring what we do have as facilities up to a new standard. I think that's important. I do want to sort of recenter the conversation around the need for greater public restroom availability. I know members of the Public Facility Commission reached out to about the placement of it, and part of the initial conversations were about making sure that it wasn't drawing people into the park space, but that there was a restroom available to them sort of on a street side where they needed it, which is what the Portland Loo availability is. So just wanted to sort of reframe some of the conversations. I think what's before us is really necessary, and as you said, Helen, long-term work that's needed to happen. I just don't know that the conversation's completely done at this point. So I do hope that we can continue to see what other types of facilities may be available, especially with the amount of people who are coming. It's been a long-term problem for the city, and we're just going to have more opportunity to meet the need ahead. So thank you so much for this. Looks like we have a motion, a seconder, and the item as it stands is to approve the design for renovations to the 2 exterior restrooms at Plummer Park Community Center and authorize staff to include the scope of work in the Community Center Security Update Project, and direct staff to return to City Council after construction for further consideration of operational hours. Is that we're all agreed to? Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We can move on to item E6, update on the West Hollywood Care Team, accomplishments, yay, and program plans.
Good evening once again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Christoph Schroeder, Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization for the city. I'm joined by Derek Murray, our Social Services Supervisor in the Human Services Division, Becca Lubin, our Program Administrator in Human Services, and Christine Seifert, our Acting Human Services Manager and Assistant to the City Manager. We're here tonight to provide a report on the first year of operations of the CARE team and highlight updates for the second year. Becca Lubin will providing a brief presentation.
Thank you, Christoph. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and members of the public. Like Christoph mentioned, my name is Becca Lubin. So as you know, in 2021, the City Council directed staff to explore options for an alternative crisis response team to address community behavioral health needs, expand the city's 24/7 response system, improve connection to longer-term social services, and reduce reliance on law enforcement and fire services to meet social service needs. In September 2023, the team launched with limited hours and has expanded to 24/7, 365 availability in September 2024. For each shift, the team consists of 1 triage program manager and 2 peer support specialists with lived experience. The CARE team's aim is to provide mobile behavioral health services and to serve as a bridge to longer-term services in the city and beyond. In the first year of operations, the team had an average of 115 engagements per month. And during these interactions, the team delivered services including crisis de-escalation, safety planning, housing navigation, grief support, transportation to substance use treatment programs, and mental health resource referrals. 2 examples of their work in the first year include supporting a community member with substance use treatment intake forms and reunifying them with their family. Another example is helping a domestic violence survivor find shelter and develop a safety plan for the future. A big component of shoring up CARE team operations in the first year was integrating into our existing response system workflow. This has included receiving referrals and care coordination with the fire department, sheriff's department, block by block, and the county department of mental health. The CARE team has been able to stabilize calls, sometimes in coordination with other social service partners, and only 4% of calls in the first year necessitated escalation to the Department of Mental Health, fire, or sheriffs for health or safety reasons. Moving into year 2, the team will continue their service provision, and our focus is on increased accessibility and visibility. To meet this goal, we're launching a direct public phone number and introducing uniforms for the team at the end of this month. We will also be launching a marketing and outreach campaign and continuing to further coordinate with our other first responders. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much. Do my colleagues have any questions? Yeah, Councilmember Meister, you can begin.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was reading this, it looks like the first year it was about 1.7 million to run, and if you look at how many unique individuals served, there were 685 unique individuals, which is almost $2,500 a person. The second year, quarter 1, is $646,000 divided by 213 unique individuals, which is over $3,000 a person. And I know that the city's not, necessarily paying for all of that you have some county grants, et cetera. So I guess my question, what I was thinking is, how much is HIA costing us a year and per individual served? And if, depending on what kind of, what it is, why they're being called, if they're being called for the same things that HIA has. So I'm sort of looking for a comparison here. That's my first question. And is that per person cost what you expected, or is it higher or lower?
So we do have the
Okay, I'll answer the Healthcare in Action question first. So Healthcare in Action costs us $578,663 in this 24-25 contract year. And in the last contract year, they have served 272 people. Healthcare in Action is supplemented by medical insurance as well. We pay for a team that's dedicated to West Hollywood. So the medical insurance, like Medi-Cal, other insurance providers, provides the medications and the other screenings and the care provided by the team. So it's two different methods of service delivery.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. I would also add that a big difference in the cost is because the care team is a 24/7 service, so we're paying for staff around the clock, to answer calls and do outreach. Another reason for the cost difference is that we're fully funding the care team program, so we do have more operational costs than the social services contracts.
So was it expected that it would cost between $2,500 and $3,000 a person?
It is. It's comparable to other cities with alternative crisis response programs, and we're hoping with increased visibility, the cost per individual will go down in the next year. But that was what we were thinking for the cost.
Okay. And do you know how many of the interactions has the care team had to call the sheriffs?
Yes, so for the first year, 2% of the calls were directed back to sheriff or fire.
Okay. And can they 5150?
So no, the peer support specialists are not clinicians, so they don't provide psychiatric evaluations, but they work closely with the Department of Mental Health, so they can call in the DMH team. It's happened a few times in the past year. They'll wait with a community member while the team comes out through the evaluation, and then if a hold is required, with support for transport if necessary, and then follow-up care as well.
And then my last question is, so you have somewhere where you want to, there's a plan to enhance, and you have 25%, you want it to be 25% housed people, 65% unhoused. What's the remaining 10%? Because it only adds up to 90, unless I'm adding
Sorry,
more.
where's that in the?
It was unknown.
Oh, it was just unknown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. So that was the housing status for the first year. So some people didn't report their housing status.
Okay.
We're thinking in the second year, the ratio will shift a little bit with the direct public phone number. A lot of the work in the first year was proactive outreach by the team, so the people they were coming across were more likely to be unhoused.
Got it. And then you gave 4 examples of success stories. How many of the interactions ended up successful, and what is the metric for success?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Success varies by individual. The initial goal is that the person is stabilized, if they're having a mental health crisis, and then it's really a conversation with the peer support specialist and the individual on what their specific goal is. But some of the things we've seen so far are, entrance into treatment programs, or help with finding shelter, reunification with family, or it could just be providing emotional support during grieving, or making plans for emotional support in the future.
And this is, I promise, my last question. So it seems like you have a lot of interactions, and then the unique individual serve that I mentioned. So there are then obviously a lot of, or multiple interactions with the same people. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, so we don't have a specific set of like the number of times the team will follow up. It really depends on the person. So, in some cases, someone feels comfortable with one interaction. In other cases, the team will follow up to make sure someone's connected to service, or if they required additional support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hang?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate that it's 24/7 now. That's great. And I really also appreciate that the clinical component of what the care team focuses on. Behavioral health, welfare checks, crisis stabilization, suicide prevention, safety planning, connections, substance use disorder, and other, and then also first aid, CPR, Narcan, stop the bleed. Is there a component of maintenance? So once an individual is helped clinically and say they need additional help, like applying for general relief, or applying for supplemental security income, or applying for SNAP. Is there a component of this to assist the individual, or do they have to go through another resource that the city has to offer?
So we see the care team as more of a short-term comprehensive case manager, and they're really serving as a bridge to our longer-term existing services. So, for example, they work really closely with Healthcare in Action. So, if they come across someone who's having a behavioral health crisis, they work to stabilize them, and then the ask is what the person needs. So, if they're unhoused and they need medical treatment, it's a direct message to Healthcare in Action, who'll be there within 30 minutes. If they need general relief, they've assisted with applications. The goal is really to try to reduce the burden to entering service through the team. So, they'll drive someone to the DMV for documentation, and really try to connect them with someone, so after that first interaction, they're not having difficulty re-entering the social services.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Councilmember Erickson.
Mayor, if it's okay, because I know we don't have public comments, I'm just going to do my questions and comments and at the same time. Great, thank you. Following up on my question from the last item, do you have a typical median average or time for when calls for service are occurring?
I don't have that with me. We do have call data, so we'd be able to send that to you. But I could say anecdotally, there's a steady stream of calls throughout the day, more towards the end of the day, and then a few throughout the evening and early morning.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
If you could get us that data,
Yeah.
it'd be helpful to see based on our previous conversation. Are we tracking how many individuals that we help or get calls for service on, or that we have case management history with, are from outside of the city of West Hollywood? I say this for two reasons. One, in West Hollywood, we understand and know that a lot of individuals that may be experiencing homelessness tend to stay in West Hollywood because of the care and services that they get from a number of our providers. And they might not be willing to accept help or go into permanent care. That's one. But two, what I've heard from a lot of residents, and when I speak to homeless individuals at my Plummer Park event or other aspects, they come in from LA or other cities because LA is just pushing them out into other communities and essentially saying, taxpayers of West Hollywood, these individuals who are in LA are your problem. We see this on the east side with Poinsettia Park and Plummer Park. Are we tracking this information, or are we finding out it? Because I would love to send the city of LA a bill.
That is difficult to track. The care team works in West Hollywood, but if there's a visitor at an event, having a crisis, they'll support them. There was an example from Halloween where the care team intervened. So it's difficult to say exactly.
You don't ask them a question like, hey, normally when I've been on some intake calls and understood the process, and people say, normally where do you sleep? Or where do you find yourself,
Yeah,
being?
those conversations do happen, and there's more documentation required to enter like a housing, enter permanent housing, verification of your address. But when they're supporting someone immediately, people aren't always willing to give up that information. And
I just think it's important for the continual years of the program, because one, it not only proves that what I've heard, for example, an individual that I helped get housed came up from Poinsettia Park and wanted to be a part of our programs versus being in part of the Inside Safe program, because he knew from other individuals who experienced homeless in West Hollywood that the level of care he would have gotten is different, and the beds that are available outside of the beds in CD5, Poinsettia Park, that were non-existent, right? So I think you need to start tracking this information, and secondarily, being on the board of California Contract Cities, we are seeing this aspect of other cities starting to track this data, not to place blame, but to show where we as cities without the types of budget dollars that the city of LA or the county has, aren't providing us when we say stuff. Like, I hear what Councilmember Meister was saying about price per individual, right? And I don't like thinking about it in those dollar terms, but when you think about price per individual, these numbers, are in essence what the county could be offering us back in terms of assistance or the state. And I think that's important information for us to move forward and track. I want, of course, you to deal with the intake and the care and what the care team's mission is first. But we know, and unless you get really lucky, getting an individual to accept care and services on the first try is very rare, right?
It depends. I mean, it does happen. Usually there's a few.
What's the percentage based off of the 6,000 individuals that you have? I mean, that's the numbers that we need.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't tell you for each individual how many interactions it takes.
I mean, so we do need that information because we'd also need to know how many individuals are getting care and accepting care on the first touch, the fifth touch, you know, the 10th, the 20th. I mean, we have an individual that we've spoken about, Derek, who's by City Hall, who the city's been dealing with since I was an intern at the City Hall, in the City Council offices, who's been voluntarily put on holds multiple times. They're more traumatized as a result, but they haven't accepted care, and so that adds to the data that we need to actually combat this. So that's my point. And you can provide that to us in a post-document memo, whatever you need. Do we have data on the individuals that do have to get put into a 72-hour lockup that we understand when they come back? Do we track that if they're coming back into the community, and are we regularly seeing that type of stuff, or what? Or how are we identifying that when the county is called?
So we know for year one that 2% of calls were routed to DMH.
Okay.
I don't have it with me, but there is specific data on whether or not those holds went through. Sometimes after the evaluation, it's determined they don't need that care. And I don't have specific data on the individuals who came back, if they came back into the city or not.
No worries.
And that may be something that the data could be found through public safety, the MET team.
Yeah. Sure. And I have a note, but I cannot read my own handwriting now. So I'm just going to leave it as to conclude my comments. You know, this was mine and former Councilmember Shine's, proverbial baby when we brought it forth. And I'm so glad our city's adopted it, and it's been going at this rate of 24/7. Your success stories are really important to read, and I would love to see that getting out there into the community more. It's hard to break through that noise because the success is happening, and I think we're showing through the use of data and these interactions that the care team and the incredible work that they're doing are actually making a difference. I'm getting inquiries from other cities like ours that are contract cities about how they too can create their own care team in this way. And so the reason why I'm saying this isn't to be, a harper. I understand, I feel like I'm harping on you. It's fine. But this data helps us as a model city provide this to other places to combat what's going on in our cities with 70,000 individuals sleeping on our streets that we want to take away because no one should have to live like that. So that's the reason. So in future reports, if we could see that type of data, it would be really helpful because I get these requests all the time from other cities. So those are my comments, and thank you very much.
And Councilmember, if I could just add to that previous question about longer-term care and identifying people as West Hollywood community members. So for the care team, it's more of a short-term type of contact, a linkage to care to other providers. With the providers that we contract right now, the individuals have to prove that they spend a significant amount of time in West Hollywood in order to qualify for services. So our providers do screen for that.
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you do. I know that I call frequently the homeless line, and oftentimes it's the care teams that is responding. My questions are going to sound critical, but they're not critical of you because I know the work you're doing is very, very important. Sort of following up on Councilmember Erickson's comment about success, I think it's important for us to think about how success is measured. I think you're measuring success as you reached out to the person, they were stabilized, and that's not how I measure success if we're dealing with somebody who is homeless on the street and has been in the same place for months and months. My measure of success is, have we gotten them off the street and into some kind of permanent or temporary shelter or into some kind of treatment. And again, I'm not faulting you because I know the scope of your program. I want to take a real example, and this is an example from somebody who has been living in a bus shelter. I've called repeatedly to the homeless line, and I know that you have responded because sometimes I lurk about and wait until the team comes and responds, and sometimes it's healthcare in action. But this has been going on since October, and the person is still there. To me, that's not success. And again, I'm not criticizing you, but I think that we need to have a discussion of what do we mean by success with all of the resources that are dedicated to these kind of situations. The person is clearly having mental health problems or substance abuse problems. People in the neighborhood have heard them screaming early hours of the morning. So it is a crisis for that individual, but it's also impacting the neighborhood. So I guess my question is, is my understanding correct? You go out, you stabilize them, maybe try to refer them, but if they continue to remain there, what's the follow-up? What is done? And are we viewing that, or is the team here viewing that as success?
Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. The next item on how we are moving forward under our new assessment of homelessness in the city and how we contract that and define the scope of work is exactly what you're speaking to. I think that our definition of success is born from the homeless initiative that we've been operating under, that 5-year plan that is no longer in effect, and that's what we'll be looking for, that type of input and more in informing our scope of services for the RFP.
Thank you. I'll save the comments for that. I guess sort of a related question, and you can defer me to the next item as well. On a number of occasions, I'm out walking in the morning, I see somebody who's clearly homeless, sleeping in a doorway of a business. I call and report, but I've been told that our team, at least the current CARES team, will not wake somebody up if they're in that position. Is that correct? I've actually been told that when I called in on the homeless line, so.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Giovanni, Program Director for the West Hollywood Care Team. We do attempt to wake up the individuals. Now, sometimes some of the individuals may be aggressive, and we're aware of that, so we'll take a cautious approach. Now, if they decline services, we will disengage. However, we will still continue coming around different shifts, different days, to try to build that rapport with that individual with the hopes that they're receptive to services, which has occurred in some situations. Sometimes it may take a month, 2 months, 3 months, but we have had individuals that they decline services for 1, 2 months. And at the third month, they tell us themselves, you guys have been consistent, have been following up. I'm ready to accept services. And one thing that I also want to note here is we don't only utilize the services, we don't link them to services just that are connected to the city, but also outside of the city. So to answer that question, we do attempt to wake them up and offer the support.
Just so you know, I was told specifically on the phone, probably within the last 2 weeks, we don't wake up people in the doorway. So that could have been just a miscommunication, or it could have been, another team that answered the phone. So that needs to be clarified, what our approach is there. And I guess my follow-up comment we can save for the next section when we talk about the 5-year plan. But again, thank you for the work. I think I've spoken to you on the phone, or I've spoken to somebody on the phone on numerous occasions, and you do send a team out when a team is available to respond to people on the street, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do my colleagues have anything else? Questions, comments? Councilmember Meister?
Just, do you have that phone number yet, the direct phone number?
Yes. Looks like it's 323-540-6392. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
All right.
There'll be a press release and lots of marketing.
Pass my eye
I'm
exam.
sure our comms team is really looking forward. Yes, thank you. There we go.
All right, no other comments. I just would also like to add, I mean, this is extraordinary. As Councilmember Erickson said, it really is such a point of curiosity for other cities, what we're doing. So the report after 1 year is really glowing. And I'm looking forward to our ongoing conversations about defining success. But knowing that we have such a meaningful intervention for people when they need it is just really heartening. So thank you all for your deep work on this. I know it's been a long time coming to get to 24/7. We're here and looking forward to the year ahead. We're going to move forward then. I don't think we need, it's just a receive report, no thing. Great, okay. So we'll move forward. E7, progress report on the 5-year plan to address homelessness in our community and request for input on a planned assessment of the approach to addressing homelessness. Back over to this great table.
Okay, thank you very much. For the record, hello, I'm Christine Safret, Assistant to the City Manager and Acting Human Services Manager. At the table with me tonight to respond to any questions you may have are Christoph Schroeder, Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization, Derek Murray, Social Services Supervisor, and Becca Lubin, Program Administrator. We are here to present on item E7 to provide a report on the progress of the city's homeless initiative and requesting your input on a plan to assess the city's current approach to homelessness. The city launched the Current Homeless Initiative nearly a decade ago in 2016 and adopted a 5-year plan to address homelessness in 2018. The 5-year plan defines 7 city goals and related supporting actions in relationship to the countywide effort of preventing and addressing homelessness. The plan is guided by 4 principles: working to ensure safety for people experiencing homelessness, as well as residents, businesses, and visitors; recognizing that the primary responsibility for addressing homelessness belongs to the county, but acknowledging that homelessness requires all levels of government to participate in regional efforts; accepting that homelessness cannot be solved by one entity, and promoting partnerships across different government agencies and the private and nonprofit service sectors; and approaching the issue of homelessness with compassion for those who are homeless as well as those in the community who are impacted by homelessness. Colloquially, we call this a care-first approach. Since its inception, the city has made significant progress in meeting the 5-year plan goals by enhancing access to essential services, developing impactful programs, and strengthening regional collaboration. While detailed descriptions of the progress towards each goal in the plan are described in the staff report, a few of the significant highlights include purchasing the Holloway Motel property and securing home key grants for transforming the former roadside motel into a 20-bed interim housing facility that is opening later this year; supporting more than 300 individuals in securing stable, permanent housing through social services contracts and partnership coordination since the start of the homeless initiative; expanding rental assistance and providing $2.3 million in direct support to tenants to maintain stable housing and prevent homelessness. Additionally, the city participated in a national community of practice and engaged in a guaranteed income pilot program to provide direct cash assistance to 25 older adults for 18 months to better evaluate the impacts and value of direct income programs in our local environment; and initiating the Homeless Concern Line and providing community reporting, outreach, and a local effort for 24/7 services. Those are just a few highlights. Many more are described in the report. Meanwhile, the larger housing ecosystem and homelessness landscape in which West Hollywood exists continues to change and evolve. There has been substantial growth in the number of people experiencing homelessness in LA County, with the population almost doubling to 75,000 people between 2015 and 2024. This is related in part to ongoing substantial increases in the cost of housing and other essential goods and services, including food and medical services. And this is aggravated by severe shortages of affordable and moderate income housing, along with long waiting periods for permanent housing. As a result, West Hollywood residents, businesses, and visitors have seen a more visible presence of unhoused individuals in the city, at parks, on major corridors, and in residential neighborhoods. While city services have expanded, there has also been an increase in concerns raised regarding the safety and security of all community members and regarding the effectiveness and timeliness of various interventions provided by and available to the city and our public safety and human services partners. There are also continually changing legal landscapes at the federal, state, and county level, including the Johnson versus Grants Pass Supreme Court case, executive orders from the state of California, and funding and policy changes at the regional and local levels, such as SB 43, Proposition 1, and Measure A, to name a few. So in light of the current ecosystem and the landscape, staff are returning to council at this time for direction related to the city's current approach to addressing homelessness and potential updates moving forward. In December, staff solicited input from the City Council Homelessness Subcommittee and from the city's Human Services Commission to help inform the scope of work for a planned reassessment of the city's Care First approach and the 5-year plan to address homelessness. The Homelessness Subcommittee agreed that an item should come to council and provided their input on the proposed evaluation. A detailed discussion is included in the staff report. In summary, and we apologize if we don't get everything in full, the subcommittee suggested that the evaluation and a new plan include increased public engagement and marketing, alignment with regional initiatives, expanded visibility of services, assessment of county resource allocations, and evaluations of gaps in outreach and coordination with first responders. The Human Services Commission also affirmed the continued relevance of the 5-year plan, advocated for extending the term of the existing plan, and evaluating how it can be expanded and improved in its next version. Their feedback highlighted exploration and expansion of the following components: rental assistance, a day center, informal outreach, avenues for involvement of people experiencing homelessness and program planning, integrating further with regional efforts, methods to address safety concerns, and a unified database and success benchmarks. At this point, we will turn things over to you for your guidance on next steps related to a path for evaluating and updating the city's approach to ensure that it continues to meet the evolving needs of the city and the community, aligns with existing strategic priorities in the WeHo 40 strategic plan and the community safety and well-being strategy, and addresses the ongoing and growing challenges of homelessness in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know we have 3 public commenters on this item. Can we get those heard first, and then we'll get on to our deliberations? Thank you. So we'll take Rick Watts, then I see Sam Elbaz, and then Ramses Setempre. So Rick Watts, oh, not here anymore. Yeah, I don't think Rick's here anymore. Sam? No. Oh, there's Sam, and she's here. She's been waiting. Thanks, Sam.
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to speak here again this evening. My name is Sam Elbaz. I am a West Hollywood resident and a volunteer with the Sova Food Pantry every Tuesday morning in Plummer Park. I want to first recognize the work that the Human Services Commission has provided with us, volunteers and contracted agencies. They've been wonderful resources. Originally, I wanted to emphasize a few points in the report. However, I'm speaking with them on a recurring basis, and I'd like to instead take the time to speak on behalf of one of our SOVA recipients. Unfortunately, despite a historically kind relationship with public safety during our food pantry hours, we had some hassling earlier today, and it was extended to later this evening. One of our recipients wanted to join us, but she had some trouble with sheriffs hassling her in her car dwelling. So I'd like to share an abridged version of her speech and share a full speech via email post-meeting. My name is Amy Crowley, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the small community of car dwellers who mostly sleep in and around Plummer Park. For many of us, having the shelter of a vehicle is the last barrier between us and the streets, but it comes with its own struggles. We are often unseen because we don't cause problems or draw attention to ourselves, yet we are frequently targeted because of our vulnerability, when in reality we simply want to be left in peace to stabilize our lives. We also face constant ticketing, which deepens our financial burden. I personally have received 2 tickets while asleep in my car, tickets I couldn't afford to pay, which now increase in cost. Community service programs that once helped offset these fines are no longer an option. Without the ability to pay, some of us cannot renew our car registration, putting us at risk for losing our vehicles and everything we own to impoundment. The recent tragedies of wildfires reminds us how quickly anyone can lose anything overnight. We are good people who have fallen on hard times, and we ask you for your support and understanding. Thank you all.
Ramses?
Congratulations on our Supreme Leader, Donald Trump, for assuming top position because Democrats clearly can't top. I will never forget or forgive this city as you hired a straight Hispanic man named Angel as your Gestapo security ambassador, trying to deport me at the most vulnerable time of my life as a homeless, telling me that he will wake me up every 15 minutes to bother me until I go to Skid Row. Your deputy sheriffs also told me multiple times to go away and leave the city, most recently last week. You talk about diversity, equality, and inclusivity, then tell me to go to Skid Row. Your cognitive dissonance is insurmountable. That is your final solution to the homeless question, to send us all to the concentration camp Skid Row, enslave us to drugs, and have us overdose on drugs as the final coup de grace. Democrats practice slavery, chemical slavery. You pass out meth pipes and syringes and conveniently let drugs run rampant, maybe because you're in bed with the cartel. I'm being accosted by drug dealers every other day. Instead of the California gold rush, you have the California drug rush. You Democrats attract drug addicts to your cities by turning them into open-air drug dens to fuel the homeless industrial complex that you benefit from via the convenient unaccountability and misappropriation of money, $24 billion over the past 5 years, for example. I've been kicked out of I'm disowned by my family. I've been exiled by my country, but this was the ultimate betrayal, to be further victimized by the gay community of West Hollywood and told to go to Skid Row. You believe in putting people in concentration camps? Democrats are Nazis by practice and by proxy now. You don't care about gay rights, you care about the gay dollar. You hired a straight man to tell me to go to concentration camp Skid Row to die, so I hired the straight man, Donald Trump. You want to play Nazi with me? We'll see who's going to be going to the concentration camp now.
Thank you very much. Do my colleagues want to begin comments? And just to sort of guide our conversation, I appreciate the call for feedback, and I noticed that on one of these great pages, there was a list of questions, and so that was very helpful. If any of us want to turn to that, I think it was page 14 in the staff report, optional questions for us to guide our discussions. But Vice Mayor Heilman, looks like you're ready to go. Get started there.
Yes, I thank you, and I know it's no one's fault, but I'm troubled that we're having this conversation at 11 o'clock at night after starting a meeting at 5 with our staff having worked all day. I think, we might want to consider having this conversation at a subsequent meeting and maybe truncating some of the conversation tonight. I do think that in terms of our current 5-year plan, it's not a success, and I don't think we can honestly say that we've adhered to it. The first goal of providing safety for homeless individuals as well as the community, I think the emphasis has been on safety for the homeless individual and not for the community. If you look at our staff here, law enforcement isn't here. They're not part of the presentation tonight because we really don't enforce. There is no enforcement of the rules that all of us are supposed to adhere to in the society. In terms of our second goal of the program, second bullet point, recognizing that this is primarily the responsibility of the county. The county, look at what we're doing. We have the WeHo Cares team, we have the dedicated Met officer of the sheriffs, we fund outreach workers, we fund shelter beds through Essentia, we have outreach through Healthcare in Action, the Gay and Lesbian Center, we're building the Holloway shelter. What is the county doing? I mean, yes, some of these items have some limited county funding, but we're not treating this is primarily the county's responsibility. We're in fact treating this as this is primarily the city's responsibility, and we're happy at the crumbs the county throws us. So I think that second goal, we're not really in compliance with it. When we look at compassion and care first, I would say our program is care only. We don't have any kind of enforcement. I will read to you from some of the West Hollywood Code. Drinking in public is prohibited. Sitting or lying on public ways is prohibited. Obstructing entrances is prohibited. And again, I'm not faulting any of you because you are the care first people. But what I don't understand is if there's somebody repeatedly in a doorway, where is the handoff to the sheriffs and to say they're violating the law? They don't want to accept services. They've been there for months and months and months and still refuse services. At some point, there needs to be enforcement as part of this program. At least that's what our 5-year plan said, that it wasn't care only, it was care first. But we have to have some expectations that people experiencing homelessness are going to accept services at some point. If not, then we have to apply the law to them just like we would apply it to anyone else. And that's where I feel like there are gaps in our current program. The call that I made the other day where I was told we don't wake somebody up if they're sleeping in a doorway. That's not compassionate to the business owner. The business owner then has to wake that person up. So I think I think our program, which we should be very proud of, we should be proud of all of the compassion that's demonstrated here. But it's not really compassionate to the residents who are living and paying for these programs. We all hear the complaints. I know that Councilmember Erickson heard lots of them when he was going door to door. And the complaints are same people, same place, over and over again, and all this money is being spent, and they're not getting into service, nor are we enforcing the laws against them, and it just makes it seem like the city doesn't care. I know we care, but we're not using all of the tools in our toolbox, so that's part of what I think needs to be addressed as part of any revision. I also, I mentioned this previously at the committee, the line that people are supposed to call, it's not well publicized, not a lot of people utilize it. Our promotion of our homeless programs, it always has struck me as cartoonish, and it's unclear who the message is to. Is it to homeless individuals? Are we trying to make ourselves feel good that we have these messages on the bus shelters? The homeless count to me is a waste of time. We aren't providing any services. It is a county responsibility. We should turn that back to the county. If we have volunteers who are willing to go out, we should train them as to how to interact with individuals and try to connect them into services. I also think the library, which we have been using for homeless services, that needs to change. It is not a homeless shelter. It is built as a library for the whole community, which homeless people, of course, can utilize as well. But it should not be the primary location for homeless services. So obviously I'm critical of our current program, and I think it needs to be changed. And with all due respect to our great staff, I have found serving on the homeless subcommittee a great deal of resistance, a great deal of defensiveness as well. So I think if we are going to have a reevaluation of our program, we have to bring in others at City Hall I've heard these complaints from city employees as well, who don't want to be out on the street around City Hall and get accosted by homeless individuals who are just hanging out there or who are sleeping in the doorway of City Hall. So I hope that as we do look at a reevaluation, the city manager will bring in additional people, because I understand you're committed to this and you've worked very hard, and I appreciate all that work. But I think there's also a defensiveness and a resistance to looking at some of the criticisms that have been made, not only by myself, but by the community as well. I'll shut up.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Meister, would you like to go next?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with a lot of what with Vice Chair Heilman, whoever you are, has said. And I think it's really frustrating for all of us, and it's frustrating for the community. It's frustrating for staff. I won't repeat what John said, but what I will say is that the other thing we need to look at is who are we dealing with, right? So we have people who are at risk of losing their home, and we figured out a way of providing funds to help them pay the rent so that they don't lose their home. We have unhoused people who want to be part of a program, and they're going to join, the Holloway project, and hopefully we'll have other things along the way. But we also have deeply mentally ill homeless people. We have some who have substance abuse issues above and beyond. I mean, there's no interaction you can have with these people. There isn't. And then we have transients who are transients, and they don't want to be in a home. They like living on the street, and some of them are criminal transients. So we have all these different segments that it feels like we're throwing into one basket with Care First, where it's just not going to work. I mean, we have, the same person who's walked around for as long as I've lived in West Hollywood, for over 30 years. I mean, and we can't get this person, help. And I don't know then what is the next option. I mean, hopefully, the care courts happen, but there's been resistance to the care courts. I don't have the answer. I really don't. But I know what we have is not really working. And I agree about the homeless counts, because the truth of the matter is I see the same people all the time. I see the same people all the time when I'm doing my walks in the morning. So we do have to figure out something else. It may not be tonight because we're all, it's late. But I do think that it doesn't have to be a 5-year plan. Let's have a 1-year plan. We don't necessarily have to have, again, it's like another bureaucracy added onto it. Let's just come up with a plan. Let's not worry about how many years it's going to take. Let's just come up with something different, maybe bringing in some new ideas, having law enforcement as part of it as well, because obviously there's frustration on their end as well, because they don't know what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. I think that we have to have a different conversation about this.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Councilmember Hang?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the report. It's clear that you'll work very hard on it, and it shows. And I agree with my colleagues. It's a very difficult topic, right? We wouldn't be here if President Reagan didn't close all the mental health institutions in the 80s and dumped hundreds of thousands of people on the streets. Because where are the unhoused people going to go without treatment? That's why they're on the streets. I don't have the answer, but I agree that we should come up with a plan that's compassionate, that's empathetic, that's a reflection of West Hollywood. I mean, yes, we can involve our public safety officers. If somebody is not obeying the law, just like anybody else is, and they happen to be homeless, we can involve our deputy sheriffs. But what's going to happen? They're going to get arrested and get re-released the next day, the day after? I mean, is it a crime to be homeless on our streets? I personally don't think so. I think for me, we have the resources to help people. We're a creative city, we're an inclusive city, we're an empathetic city, and we're a smart city. I'm looking at a whole dais over there full of smart people, our staff. I don't have the answer. I don't think anybody does, otherwise LA County would be solving it. But I definitely want to work with my colleagues, with the smart panel over here to figure something out for our city. I don't see, this is not Beverly Hills. We don't see our staff here pushing people to whatever, CD5 or CD6, whatever it is. This is West Hollywood. We're empathetic. We have values. And that's just a reflection of who I am. And that's how I choose to personally handle our unhoused crisis, because it is a crisis. And homelessness, there's no borders to homelessness, you know? So I don't have an answer, but I just want to thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Councilmember Hang. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much. A couple of just comments. First and foremost, when I started looking into doing the WeHo Cares team, I emailed then Captain Ramirez, right? Edward Ramirez? Yeah, ages ago. Geez Louise. And I asked for all the data regarding homelessness calls that the sheriffs were dealing with versus the ones, actual public safety calls, right? And I should have saved the email. I didn't. But he said, we don't want to deal with homelessness calls, period, end of story. Like, it takes up way too much of our public resources. We don't want to deal with it because no one's complying. So therefore, we created the WeHo Cares team. I mean, essentially, there were more steps in the process, but that's where we came to you to provide these cares and services, because the sheriffs didn't want to deal with it. I mean, that's just the truth, right? I think we understand the resistance to where they're at with not wanting to deal with it, AKA that being homelessness. We understand the state puts up a lot of barriers to care. The involuntary hold laws haven't been updated since before I was born. And ultimately, I think what we're dealing here with is a crisis of policies just not working towards the same solution. I think what West Hollywood is trying to do, though, is try to meet that middle. Am I happy that we might be replicating dollars that the WeHo Cares team's doing with Housing in Action? Not necessarily, but I think we need to start looking at what services are being replicated, I think, through our social services program. I think our public safety budget is roughly $20+ million. Am I right, David? Thank you, he knows. You know the exact number. And I say that because our social services budget is only $7+ million. So I think that's where we need to focus our conversation, in my personal opinion. I did hear from residents and businesses this past fall about these frustrations. And so what I hear my colleagues saying is, how can we take a different approach to what we're looking at? And I think that involves having outside voices come in and try to look at the solution holistically for us and put everything on the table. I think that's what we always like to have. I always love what Councilmember Meister says when she says, you know, we want every tool in the toolbox to be able to use. Right now, I think we have a lot of tools in the toolbox and we're trying to get more, but what's not working right now is, I think, where we have to start having a more difficult conversation. We're not going to solve that tonight, as I believe Councilmember Hang and other people have said. I understand the frustration of the WeHo Cares team not wanting to wake someone up who's in a doorway at 7 a.m. I understand that's a public safety issue. I also understand there's a whole lot else there. One night on the street, as we all know, if you're homeless, changes your brain chemistry. And there are people who have been on our streets for a long time, and it's horrible. I do believe that it is not humane, though, to keep people on the streets in these ways, as we've been seeing multiple people. We all know individuals that are being referenced tonight because they've been in our community for a long time. I would like to find solutions towards that. I don't know what that answer is just yet. So I do think that I'm open to hearing different approaches to this. Secondarily, I think we need to start being really realistic with the space that we're in. We're in 1.9 square miles. We're straddled between 3 different LA City Council districts, a city to the west that I won't tell. We all know what happens to individuals that are homeless that go west of Doheny and how it happens and how they come back into our community. I won't say it, but we all know if you're in the service industry, right? CD5 has 0 beds to provide to anyone. CD 11 or 14 are very limited as well. And so I think this is why I asked the questions about what are we doing for the city of LA and the county of LA that they're not. And I kind of want that data because let me tell you, if you go into the city of LA or you talk to the mayor of the city of LA, God bless, you know, she got a lot of stuff on her plates right now, she blames us. She says, you're all sending your homeless individuals to the city of LA and it's all your fault. It's there, right? We hear it, it's happening. This is no one's fault, but we have to figure out a solution. So I want to make sure we still stay in our lane in that way because we really need to figure that out. So I'm open to new ideas. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if any of us know what that looks like. The sheriffs, from my understanding, aren't changing their tune at the moment about wanting to enforce it. If the captain wants to come on down and say, yep, give me a call, I'll come over to the doorway and enforce the ordinances and our laws, then that's a different tune than I've ever been sung in the last 4 years of being up here and that the previous captains have told me. Maybe the department has changed. But I ultimately think, though, the WeHo Cares, the WeHo Homelessness Plan, don't set a date on it. We have to figure out and address it. The homeless count by itself, LAHSA, is just a mess. I think we should pull out a LAHSA personally as a city. I don't think it's working. I frankly think that they're all in disarray. The homelessness count, the numbers we didn't even get in 2022 or something like that, one of the years. So we're on our own on this island at the moment. And so, you know, I'm not on the homelessness subcommittee, nor do I want to be, but I leave that to my colleagues to figure out. And so the last thing I did here was updating the graphics. The graphics are cartoonish. I understand we had that approach. They've been that way for a long time, and I think it's emblematic of maybe how serious in a different way we're taking the problem. I think it's time that we get a little bit more real with it. So those are my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all my colleagues for your comments and to the members of the public. I don't feel like we've fully addressed a lot of the questions that are in this guide, and I know the hour is getting really late, and so I think this conversation is getting difficult to have in the fullest way we need to have. I would be in favor of moving the ability to come back to this conversation and pick it up. I think this was a really great starting place to sort of get an understanding of where we're all at as colleagues, the immense amount of work that has been underway and the point in time we're at. I think we've really grounded into, as a county, the LAHSA organization itself is changing. Measure A is afoot, building, you know, as a La Casa agency, building more affordable housing, the progress of the care team. There's so many things coming into full picture right now in this moment, and I do not think at 11:25 we are going to leave ourselves in the best place to offer recommendations for you all. I think Councilmember Meister wants to jump in and say something.
Yeah, no, I was just going to piggyback on that and say maybe we need to have a study session separate from the council meeting when we figure out who else we would want to invite to the table, like the county, because of Measure A. I think we deserve to hear what they're planning to do with the money, and have some of our other partners here as well at that table. And it shouldn't be on a council night. Let's do it when we're, you know, when we can just focus on this, because this is, you know, one of the biggest challenges that this city has.
Yeah, and I agree. I was going to suggest the same thing, that maybe we have a study session, a facilitated discussion. Maybe we don't want to start with the county and others. I think we need to have our own internal discussion first, and bring in someone from outside to help facilitate that. I think we've gotten a lot of good input tonight, and I think we all are in agreement. We're not going to solve this tonight, certainly not at 11:30 at night. But I think we'll come up with a date. We'll take the information that we've received today, provide some strategies where we have somewhere to start having that type of discussion. And we may not get all the answers in one study session either, but it'll at least point us in the right direction.
I think that's very helpful. Thank you, City Manager. Vice Mayor?
I was also going to suggest, I think we have another homelessness subcommittee coming up, and maybe we can work together to try to synthesize with staff some of the comments, and maybe on the questions that haven't been answered, maybe we can help frame them or weed through them a little bit, or group them in a way that will be helpful when this comes back.
And if that's okay, if we're all in favor, support of continuing this item to a study session, is that what we would do? Yeah? All right, City Clerk says yes to that language. So we're all in favor. We'll be continuing this discussion to a study session. I really appreciate staff hanging with us tonight as we get through this first round of our discussions on this item. Go ahead.
In that study session, do my colleagues feel comfortable having the sheriffs as part of it? Because I know they're not able to answer the questions that I heard before, but is that the intention, to have sheriffs and all those way there to comment on what you were saying, Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
And I think it would also be useful to see a breakdown of all of the resources that we devote towards homeless individuals, not just our social services funding, but the amount of time the fire department, the sheriff's department is dedicating to trying to address the issues that our community is experiencing.
Terrific. Do we have a motion to continue? Do we need a motion to continue? Yes. We have a motion and a second. To continue the item to a future study session. Anything else in that direction? Great. Okay. Thank you. We have 2 items left. I want to see where my colleagues are at. If we
Get them done.
We have a get them done attitude.
Yes.
All right.
Do we need staff reports on the last
One of
two?
them's not a staff report. It's item F5. Explore the development of a social services micro grants program. That was my item I brought forward, and then it's F9, which is Vice Mayor Heilman's and mine. So I think we're okay. Staff, you've done incredible tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you. Go ahead.
And I asked that this not be put on consent. I just wanted to clarify that these are actually contracts for services, that we don't just grant money away, and I think we know that. But I wanted to make sure that we have the same accountability and requirements that we have for our other grants. And maybe as staff looks at this, we just, instead of funding all of our social service money, we reserve a pool of money each year for urgent needs that come up or extraordinary things that might come up. And that way, it can be done rather than a separate grant process.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate the recommendation. I think, especially as we're entering into a new RFP timeline for the entirety of the social service contracts, we're at an interesting moment where that could be an option. I think there's also intention from folks on council to increase the amount of money that the social services programs get. So I would leave it to staff to see through that RFP process, and especially with the bringing online a new program, if it's possible or if it makes more sense to dedicate a new pot of funding, especially because that Human Services Commission loves doling out those funds and are often not leaving much on the table. So if we can give them more, I say we do it. Are there any other questions on this item? Okay, we got a motion. I get to make one motion tonight.
It's your item.
Thanks. Okay.
The mayor is very fast, I just have to say.
Slot machines. Okay. Thank you. We will move on to our final item of the night because we tabled others. Item F9. Leave it to you to kick it off.
Yes, and this is an item that the mayor and I brought in response to the recent fires. Obviously, the city has a great emergency plan. Our staff regularly update that. Our staff also does exercises to make sure that our staff and our public safety partners are prepared to respond to any kind of emergency. And obviously, anytime something like the fires occurred, we learn more. We learn of different dangers. We learn of best practices. We learn what isn't effective. So this is an item that is directing staff to do something that they always do anyways, which is to update our emergency plan based on the information that was learned during the recent fires. And it asks our staff to pay attention to particular things. One, how people will evacuate if there is some kind of emergency in the city. We know that when the Sunset Fire occurred, there were a lot of people who were trying to exit from the hills, and it created tremendous traffic jams in and around West Hollywood, particularly because it was occurring near rush hour. We need to probably do a better job. I want to thank the mayor for reaching out to members of our Disabilities Advisory Board, but there are a lot of people in the city that live with various disabilities, and they can't easily, in all instances, evacuate. So what kind of systems do we have in place to address that? We received some criticism about notifications. This is a great opportunity, I know it's been said before, for people to sign up for emergency alerts through the Nixle system. And this really is directing our staff to reach out to our community and try to saturate so that at least 75% of our residents and businesses are signed up on that system. And then I know we thanked publicly our firefighters and public safety officers, but the amazing work they did, particularly in putting out the Sunset Fire, really saved all of us in West Hollywood. So, and I will mention there was another fire that occurred Tuesday before the fires all broke out on Sunset right by my house. I could smell the smoke in my condo, and they also were great at extinguishing that. So looking at opportunities to thank and recognize throughout the upcoming year, and then authorizing our city manager to offer mutual aid beyond what is already authorized to those communities that have been most severely impacted. And I do want to take this opportunity, I was going to do it through council comments, but I want to take the opportunity to thank our incredible staff for their response. I know Jackie took a lot of the lead, but also kudos to David. I know we know, but many people in the community don't know that he and his family were impacted and lost their home. And despite that, he was present, he was actively involved in trying to keep all of us safe and keep the city functions running. So David, thank you so much for, and I know we all have expressed our thoughts and our condolences, but thank you for your dedication to the community despite the incredible loss you suffered. So that's really the item tonight, is giving direction to staff to continue their work. And I know Councilmember Meister, I think, had some additions or comments.
Yeah, and we do have one public comment, if I can. Yeah, Kevin Burton, come on up. Waited so long, we appreciate you. And then it's straight over to you, Councilmember Meister.
Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood. Thank you, everybody, for waiting for me this time of the night. Well, I also want to thank the mayor for his efforts at the end of his mayorship for the past 2 weeks, and all the other council members for supporting their community, and certainly city staff, as described as city manager, all done a wonderful job, and we're very appreciative. I'm speaking tonight in my role as co-founder of the WeHo Research group of local CERT trainees. It's obvious time, as you say, to focus on fire emergencies, and I'm delighted the city is taking the opportunity to do it. But I think it's equally important to assist the community to help themselves, because there aren't enough emergency services, city staff, to assist everyone when a sudden event affects large areas of the cities. And we saw that in Palisades and Eden fires. So despite the balmy weather, FEMA rates Los Angeles County as the #1 most at-risk county in the entire country. We're all at risk more than anyone else, according to FEMA. And there are only about, at any given time, 19 firefighters on duty in the city for a city of 36,000 people. So obviously we have to be able to help ourselves. And that is precisely what CERT, Community Emergency Response Team training does, is train people to help yourselves, your family, your community, and you be safe while doing it. You don't wait until your home's on fire before leaving. So I would like to see many more CERT trainings throughout the year than what the city has been doing thus far, because there's a huge demand in the community to learn about how to respond to emergencies when the authorities cannot help you. There aren't enough of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, over to you, Councilmember Meister.
Yep, and thank you and Vice Chair Heilman for putting together this item. My concern about how this event happened is really all about the communications, and that was one of the reasons that I had brought forward the crisis communications item several years ago, and I'm glad to see that that was included in our consent calendar, and it was a really great job on that crisis communications plan. But now we have to use it. I think the biggest problem for me was the fact that people, I didn't get many texts from people, so I didn't realize the severity of the calls that had gone out. I think you had texted me to say, did you get a text? And I said no. And I had maybe 2 people, and one was through Facebook Messenger, which I don't typically look at, and the other was on the cell phone, which I called Danny, and Danny said, no, we're not evacuating, and I could text back to the person, we're not evacuating. The last place I'm going to look is social media if I'm worried about evacuating for a fire. I'm not going to be looking at my Facebook page. I'm not going to be looking at Twitter. I'm going to be wondering what's happening on my cell phone. If someone texted me, evacuate, don't evacuate, that's what I would be looking at, or robocalls. I think we have to have a much more direct communication to our residents when a situation like this happens. I understand that our Nixle doesn't go to everyone because people are opting in, but that's no reason to not do it. The reason people opted in is because they expect to hear from us. So I think that it just felt like the city was afraid to do it, like afraid to actually send the text to say, no, the evacuation message was an error. It was only meant for LA City people. And so I think that we really have to look at that crisis communications plan and actually use our communications that are at our disposal. You know, another place I might have looked would be maybe the website. I mean, but again, like social media is not like that for me would not be the first place I looked. And maybe that's a function of my age, I'm not sure. But I do think that it's, you know, I have a cell phone, people text me. Because I didn't even know what was going on. So it's not even a matter, it's not only the public, it's also as a council member, I wasn't told what was going on. I called staff to find out what is going on. We should have been contacted, so I would have that response for the several people maybe who texted me to ask me the question. But again, I think that we have Nixle, and if Nixle, because it's an opt-in, is not enough, then we have to look at some other type of service that to go out to our residents, our businesses, and whoever else we think needs to get texted. Totally agree about, you know, again, our disabled community. We have, I think it's like 12% in the census data that are, you know, that have access or functional needs. That includes our older adults as well as people who have a disability. And we need to be able to, you know, to reach them, and they have to be ready also. They have to understand we have to have in that emergency operations plan a real focus on the people who it's not so easy for them. And then with the evacuation plan, it's great to have an evacuation plan, but if the community doesn't know about it, David and I were talking about this. I mean, you know, if the hill's on fire, go south. Don't go north, go south. The other thing is, do we have an evacuation center? These are things I would want to know. Do we have an evacuation center? Is there some place for me to go if I have to leave my home? So I'm really pleased that we have this. I know that, you know, we have to learn from every event that happens. Luckily, we didn't have to evacuate, but we have to be able to, you know, pivot when things happen. And, you know, lucky for us, we're a small city where we are nimble, right? And we need to take this experience and learn from it and do things differently the next time. Another thing, seeing Kevin here, you know, maybe we need to call in our CERT volunteers when things are going on in the community to provide information to our public. You know, they can be out on the streets, and when people are running out of the house saying, I just got a text, we have people out and about that are trained that can help with these situations. That's what they're here for. That's what CERT volunteers are here for. They're here to help in emergencies. So let's utilize them because they are also part of the community. So those are my comments. And again, thank you for bringing forward the item. And hopefully we learn from this event and do things differently next time.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you've been doing too through your own personal work. I know you're involved in so many ways and really appreciate your perspective here. I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Hang, I think, put his hand up next, and we'll back to you, Erickson, after that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I want to thank the Madam Mayor and Mr. Vice Mayor for bringing this item forward. It's very important given the extraordinary circumstance that we went through this past 2 weeks and still going through for many in our community. I was going to save this for my council comments, but you know, I'd like to first express my deepest sympathies to those who lost their lives and to their families and to the thousands of people displaced by the many horrific wildfires throughout LA County. Our thoughts and prayers are with you all as we all work together as a community to help each other get through these challenging times. I want to commend the extraordinary efforts of our emergency fire and police first responders who have been working tirelessly to protect people's lives and properties while safely ensuring orderly evacuations in affected areas. Thank you all for the life-saving work that you do. And I want to take this opportunity to thank our hardworking staff in the city. When the Sunset Fire broke out, I was in constant communication with our city leadership. That included our deputy city manager, that included the director of public safety. I I visited the Emergency Operations Command Center post at City Hall, where city staff had worked 24 hours that day coordinating with West Hollywood LA County Fire, West Hollywood LA County Deputy Sheriffs, City of Los Angeles Fire Department, LAPD, and county officials from Supervisor Horvath's office to ensure that West Hollywood had a minute-by-minute update to disseminate to our residents, businesses, and visitors alike. Our staff worked around the clock. Their efforts ensured timely updates were disseminated to our residents, keeping our community informed and safe. Thankfully, our first responders were able to neutralize and contain the Sunset fires, which spared West Hollywood of a lot of destruction. Yes, there were ongoing challenges with the LA County evacuation notification system. With that being said, I want to commend our staff for their diligent efforts in reaffirming that West Hollywood was not under an evacuation order and that our water systems had remained safe and unaffected. Social media was updated, press releases were released, and emails were sent out. Our staff had collaborated with the Red Cross that evening on that Wednesday when the fire broke out to prepare for the potential activation of a shelter site in West Hollywood, ensuring readiness to assist those in need should the fire reach our community. I also want to express my gratitude to our local hotel operators for offering discounted accommodations to those displaced by the fires. Your generosity exemplifies the community spirit that defines West Hollywood. I want to take this time to thank officials from FEMA who opened up assistance locations at libraries across LA County, including at our own West Hollywood library on Sunday, January 12th. After getting a call from Jackie, our assistant city manager, I visited the site and met with 2 FEMA officials who coordinated with our city staff here. And on that Sunday, they helped 70 individuals and families displaced by the fires go through the FEMA application process. FEMA officials were also on site the following day, and I came, and the list was 90 individuals and families that came to process their application. And city staff was on site to assist FEMA staff coordinating it. So our staff worked alongside FEMA to help people from the Palisades, from Malibu, get the help that they need. Our staff was there. And I just want to remind the community that the city of WeHo activated West Hollywood Responds, a program to encourage donations to organizations providing aid following the wildfires. You can visit www.weho.org for more information. This whole experience has been a learning lesson. We can always do better, but I want to assure the community that city staff had our community's back. They worked around the clock to make sure to disseminate information to keep our community safe. We can always do better, and this is a learning experience for all. But I want to take this time to commend our city staff, our city leadership, for doing the work that they do to keep us all safe. And yeah, thank you. I will say the community owes you all a debt of gratitude. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, for bringing forward the item.
Thank you, Councilmember Hang. Councilmember Erickson?
Yeah, I won't repeat much of everything else that's been said, just to combat a couple of narratives. I think we can always do better, so I'm really looking forward to seeing the suggestions that come about out of this. I think that that's so important. You know, I live at Fountain and Gardner, and so it was, 3 blocks north of my house, and as I was repacking my go bag, I had my neighbors literally walking into my apartment, calling me. I got lots of calls, and and the problem was, and I'm really happy that today the LA County Board of Supervisors introduced a motion to really try to with some speed, dissect the incident regarding the emergency notification the next day. And as was shared to me by all of our public safety personnel, because we share zip codes, when the city of LA sent something out, it impacted us. And so residents were extremely confused, and rightfully so. There was something horrific going on right above their homes, and it was scary, right? So I think we all act in that moment. However, I do want to say that, the comm staff rushed to their posts to get information out, to get the website out. to get information out and to go up there. And by that night, they already had the graphics and the fire updates webpage going, and that happened. And this is something that Councilmember Hang said, is that we weren't in that order zone. Yes, it seemed like we were, because fire can spread very quickly, as we saw. So it was a really difficult situation to be in with what are we telling the public, right? Activating the nixle, pulling that trigger, I think you said pulling that trigger to understand what it is. I don't know what that is, so I would love to have that be a part of the recommendation is, when does that actually happen? Because we know this is probably going to happen again as the situations get worse, right? I do want to say that I did get to stay mayor for an extra 7 days as a result of this, not by my choice, by the way, or anyone's choice, but specifically city staff that night did keep me very updated with what was going on, David and everything. I took to my own social media to post videos based off of what comms was giving me, because as we all know with social media these days, how we break through that narrative is like almost impossible. You might not go to social media. I think that's a very fair point, so we have to figure out what that balance is. But everyone I knew was on social media, like literally messaging me. It's so weird because like text, social media, I mean, between every app, it was nuts. So I want to thank comms for not only getting the information out every single day, but then also sending me a script that I could do in 60 seconds or less, which is very hard, by the way, to get a video out. So they were prepared. The night of the Sunset Fire that Wednesday, Danny and I and the team had a call almost every hour until I think I went to bed at like 1 a.m., whenever it was, and I was back up at 6 a.m., and there were 30 more emails from the city to the staff and to everyone else. So I think that was handled really well. People handle these crises differently, and so I really want to do some real life scenario planning, not just an active shooter training, but I think now can really go on. And I think Councilmember Meister will be able to bring a lot of experience to the work that she's been doing personally, and I want to offer her serious kudos for the work that she's been doing. I've gone to Councilmember Meister to ask for certain things because of the work that she's been doing, so thank you so much. So I just want to say I want to thank city staff, and the mayor who went above and beyond. We were all calling everyone in our phone books to make sure that they were updated, but it was hard, right? It's not a perfect system, but what we can do and breaking through the noise. So, always room to improve, and I was more worried about air quality the next 2 days afterwards, and my asthma hasn't been the same since the fire, so it's been really bad. So I want to commend city staff and everyone, because it's not a perfect science at all, right? I was emailing the Chamber of Commerce saying, what are you all doing? They were on top of it. Thank God that we coordinated it, right? And what they were doing, and Laura and the team with the hotels were already on it, right? And just for the public's edification, there's been a lot of conversations about traffic, right? When you're trying to flee, go south, by the way, is a very good note. But the power systems were really screwed up. I want to know I'm going to call Diane at SCE, so we got to figure that out. But specifically, Gardner and Fountain, the light was out before before people were trying to get out in their cars, and it happened right at 5:45 p.m. So it was a traffic nightmare, right? The light was out, like it was just blinking red the whole night. The county came, and thankfully the county services replaced a converter that they said was like the original converter in that box. And so that started working, but that caused chaos on those streets because people were really trying to get through. Anyways, the power went out south of Santa Monica, north of Melrose, that's city of LA. Don't know what was happening there, so we got to talk to Department of Water and Power. Nevertheless, the city services outside of the city is something that I'm actually concerned about. The city of LA and the county, because it just didn't work out. So I would love to make sure that we're involving them in whatever way we do this next step. So those are all my comments.
Thank you. Just to bring the conversation to a close, I believe, I would like to add, and sorry this didn't already happen, evacuation protocols communicated for community members living without vehicles. I was one of, people reached out immediately asking what I would do in that scenario. As somebody who doesn't have a car, fortunately had one that night, and I was able to help people in the community because of that, so I was grateful for that. But I know that people were reaching out because of that immediately. And I do just think that this is an ongoing conversation. I think Councilmember Meister and I sort of immediately in some of our conversations talked about it as something that continues to go. People are going to think about things, they're going to go through CERT training, and we're going to discover new things. So I just appreciate that this is a renewed, ongoing conversation. Thank you, Kevin Burton, for coming out tonight and uplifting the CERT program. It's ongoing. We'll definitely need to do more of that. And thank you, Councilmember or Vice Mayor Heilman, for bringing this item with such urgency forward. I think we're ready to move forward and
Yes, I made the motion to approve with the additional direction that's been given.
thank you. We're all set. Final vote of the night, folks. Yay, indeed. Yay, all 5 yays. Terrific. Wow. Now I lost the agenda. Oh, there it is. Well, excluded consent, no items. There's no public comment left. Do we have any additional public comments?
Yep.
Yes, we have one. Ramses, come on up. My colleagues will get ready for our council member comments and meeting attendance reports.
Last month, LGBT activists were beaten up and arrested while demonstrating at a university in Alexandria, Egypt, arrested for holding up a rainbow flag. As an Alexandrian, I'm filled with rage. I feel cheated by every government I've lived under. It's ironic because Alexandria, Egypt was established by the greatest gay commander that ever existed, Alexander the Great. There are gays that can conquer, unite, and govern the world, and then there are gays who can't even govern a 2-mile city without being divisively insufferable. You've been so insufferable, so contemptuous, I'm going back to Sharia law. I'd rather go die under Sharia law and be defenestrated and thrown from the highest building in the land and die a martyr for gay rights than spend another homeless day in this gay Auschwitz. Islam would throw me out the window, but the WeHo gays threw my potential out the window as well. The Democratic leadership in California needs to be deposed at all levels of government for your criminally gross incompetence that is now killing people and burning down their homes. The previous mayor was going to France and Italy to kiss the Pope's hand just for the Pope to say that there's too much faggotry in his religion. When he auto-visited the LGBT communities worldwide who are oppressed, but religion comes before gay rights. That's why I don't trust a religious homosexual, an oxymoron. Religion is the root of all homophobia. My message to dictator Sisi is this: leave the gays alone. رسالة إلى دكتاتور مصرستان عبد الفتاح الكسوسي، أنت بتسجن وتعتقل المثليين ليه؟ مش كفاية البلد خربانة؟ لا. كل اللي يهمكم مين بينيك مين ومين بيتنك من مين، عشان انتم دولة خايبة. سيب ايادي المثليين. حتى كمان في اسكندرية انتم نسيتوا ان اللي اسس اسكندرية اسكندر الاكبر كان مثلي وكل الشرق الاوسط كان تحت امر زبه. لو عندكم مخ كنتوا عرفتوا ان المثليين يعملوا اكتر من 100 مليار دولار في اقتصاد سياحي امريكا، بس انتم بهايم هوموفوبك. فخسارة فيكم، شعب فاشل، رئيس فاشل، دستور فاشل، دولة فاشلة، فخسارة فيكم.
Thank you. We will move on to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Can we start over here with Councilmember Meister? Oh.
I don't think there's been much attendance since the new
Short
year.
report.
I know I attended the Coyote Zoom, and I'm not going to keep us here any longer. And just congratulations, and know that you're not the only mayor who has to deal with the horrible new president we have. I was mayor when he got elected as well.
All right, I'm coming to you for advice. Thanks.
Yes, and congratulations to both of you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor. Oh, sorry, I can wait. We can go over here.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hang, we'll come to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say congratulations to our new Vice Mayor of West Hollywood, John Heilman, a founding member of the West Hollywood City Council. You have been a steadfast leader in the community since the city's incorporation in 1984. Over the years, you have championed groundbreaking policies on affordable housing, LGBTQ rights, tenant protections, and public health initiatives. Your dedication to creating a more inclusive and equitable city has left a lasting impact, and your leadership continues to inspire. And congratulations to our new mayor, Chelsea Byers. You are certainly a dedicated advocate for social services programs, climate change initiatives, and community resilience. Your leadership in promoting affordable housing, rental protections, and enhancing pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure have made such an impact on our city. I look forward to you bringing a fresh, forward-thinking approach to our West Hollywood. and I'm excited to serve under your mayorship and look forward to working together with you. And as far as meeting attendance, I attended the Vibe Sober New Year celebration where I witnessed firsthand the incredible sense of community and mutual support. In a city with a vibrant nightlife, I'm optimistic about working with my colleagues to expand sober celebration programming to promote inclusivity and well-being for our community. I'm also fully committed to supporting these efforts, and I also attended the Contract Cities Association meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. In terms of meeting attendance reports, I attended today's LA City Selection Committee meeting, as well as the California, or whichever one it's called, and the California Contract City Sacramento Legislative Conference. In addition, I wanted to highlight 2 residential new books that came out. One I went to last night, former poet Kim Dower's new book, What She Wants, Poems on Obsession, Despair, Desire, and Euphoria. This is where I'm going to read no, I'm joking. As well as I saw The Look of Horror, as well as West Hollywood Monster Squad. Everyone knows I'm a comic book person, but that was done by Cinna Grace, and he has a book launch next week at Book Soup at 7 p.m. on Tuesday. And happy 50th anniversary to Book Soup, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Additionally, I would be remiss without thanking and congratulating John Heilman. I know he hates speeches, so I'll keep it short. I was your intern at one point, and so I just want to say it's so great to see you in this role. And when I originally made the recommendation to do it from Mayor Pro Tem to Vice Mayor, I only did it fully knowing that it would be the one thing that you haven't done in the city yet. So here we are. I'm so glad my evil plan came to fruition. Congratulations. And Chelsea, I just am so proud of you. And I remember meeting you in the West Hollywood Women's Leadership Conference years ago. And now you're the mayor. Congratulations, my dear friend.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for the support. Heilman, over to you.
All right,
Vice
just
Mayor.
a couple of quick comments. First of all, the skating rink in West Hollywood Park is open, and I would encourage people to take advantage of it. I think it's open for one more week. I went out and skated. I hadn't skated for 30 years, and I was able to eventually get around the whole thing a couple times without clinging onto the railing. But it was really a lot of fun, and I would encourage people to come out and take advantage of it. Secondly, I know that our neighbors have experienced terrible loss, and it feels bad to go out and have a good time, but I want to encourage everyone. We are safe here in West Hollywood, and we want everyone to patronize our businesses. The fires have caused economic harm, not just to those who've lost their homes or their businesses, but it's affected the entire region with hotel occupancy down, with businesses down. Let's not make things worse by all of us staying home if we would otherwise go out. And then finally, as was noted earlier, some of our hotels have fairly low occupancy compared to previous years at this time. This is always a bit of a slow period from December through January, and then the awards season picks up. But I would ask our city manager and our economic development director to look at whether there are additional promotions or additional incentives that we can provide for our business community to help them through the difficult losses that they've experienced with people not going out and not being able to patronize the businesses. So, and that's it. And again, thank you everyone, and congratulations, Chelsea.
Thank you. Congratulations to you, John. I wanted to just start with my attendance report. I had the opportunity to join Speaker Robert Rivas, our Assembly Member Zabur, our Senator Ben Allen, and the Assembly Member Budget Chair Jesse Gabriel for a discussion with our partners in Beverly Hills, Culver City, Santa Monica, City of Los Angeles, of course, and the county. This was a really robust conversation about what each jurisdiction is doing to manage their unique response opportunities they have, dealing with the immediate effects of the crisis, and what relationship the state and all these different agencies need to have at this time. So it was a really powerful conversation. I'm grateful to Assemblymember Zabur for inviting our city to be a part of that discussion, and just to signal to the community the immense amount of work at all layers of government that will continue happening. The central theme throughout that was housing, how deeply impacted this region has already been by the housing affordability and accessibility crisis, how this moment will transform that even further, and the responsibility we all have to take seriously our goals that we still have to reach when it comes to housing that is more deeply impacted than ever now. So was really grateful to be a part of that discussion. As Councilmember Erickson and Hing mentioned, we were at the Contract Cities lobby day just before all of this broke out. Feels like so very long ago. And there was a Metro Service Council meeting in there somewhere as well. So it's been a busy start to the year. I just want to say again, I'm so grateful to the city. I'm so excited as much as we can be given the context, but for the work ahead. We have such ambitious goals. We have such a brilliant team and dedicated group of people committed to the work ahead, and it is truly a joy to sit here every night, as long as this meeting may have been tonight, to do this work. So thank you. We'll look forward to shorter meetings, but a lot of great hard work to come, and I'm looking forward to doing it all with you. So thank you. We will adjourn this meeting. Wow, finally. It's the next day. We'll adjourn to our next meeting Monday, February 3rd. 6 p.m. here in West Hollywood Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers. Thank you all. Do we have to what? Oh my God.
We have a special meeting.
We do. We have the special closed session, which will be on Monday, January
27th.
27th
At 5:30 p.m.
At 5:30 p.m. in City Hall, first floor, community meeting room.
Thank you. He's a great vice mayor, y'all. Okay, we'll get this done together. Thank you all. See you there. Led by the incredible efforts of our drag laureate Pickle, we have the drag pageant, and there are amazing contestants showing their talents